European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. 3 weeks into our European adventure, the Euros of cricket have been dishing it up. Today, big piece of the puzzle will be filled in, the last piece of the puzzle, because we'll have our final team to make it to Championship Week, which starts on Monday. 4 teams from Group F have survived, but only one will get that honour. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Gracias. Good morning and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Great to have your company. It is the weekend, but we just keep rolling through the action here in the Euros of Cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Group F Finals Day. So how things are going to work is that by the end of the night, we'll have our final team to qualify for Monday Championship Week, the top 7 teams in Europe. Tomorrow's a day off, but then Monday, we'll be doing it 5 more days. And this time next week, we will be playing Finals Day of the Championship Week. So we're only a week away from finding out who will be the champions of Europe. So it's been a pretty interesting group F, pretty unpredictable to be honest, and we're going to start with the eliminated, the teams that finished in 3rd and 4th place respectively. It's going to be Norway versus Scotland 11. Let's see what happens at the toss. So Rob Kemming has the 2 captains.
Your call, Scotland.
Andalusia.
It is Andalusia.
We'll have a ball.
You're going to have a bowl? Okay, good.
So it is Scotland 11 that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. Now, when these 2 teams met in match 3 just a couple of days ago, Norway did bat first. They batted very well. They scored the perfect break, 147. Scotland only able to manage 109 in response. And let's be honest, the Scottish team, they haven't really met expectations so far, considering how much talent is in their lineup. And both these teams, they have to be perfect today. If they want to play through to Championship Week, they need to win 3 matches against 3 pretty tough opponents. And look, for Norway, I think that Raza Iqbal's been very good at the top of the order for them. They've got a power-packed batting lineup, and so Scottish 11, a bit of a gamble, I think, to put them in here because it could be a big chase. But it just depends whether the Norwegian batters stand up under the pressure of the eliminator. So it should be a really good game. Weather-wise, it was a bit of a funny one. It was really windy overnight. There was quite unusually high winds. This morning, we've got some cloud cover, so it's kind of a different feeling to the other days, to be honest. Having said that, no rain expected. The sun should come out a little bit later, expecting 26 degrees currently. It's about 22 to get this one started. Well, Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box. Was his last day in the box as a kind of regular before he takes the reins for Spain in Championship Week. Well, looking forward to working with you through the first half of the day, Corey. News from the toss is that the Scottish 11, they've won the toss. They're going to send in the Norwegians. What do you think about that? Let's get ready for Group F Finals Day.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. Hope you're doing well wherever you're watching from. And a very important day in this competition as we wrap up the group stage, Group F. It's been an exciting few weeks. Championship Week is just around the corner. And as Vinny touched on, a little bit cloudy overhead, some low-lying clouds. Will that ball get swinging? We'll have to wait and see. Let's have a quick look at the 2 lineups, shall we? And I think Norway and Scotland both believe very well that they can get through this group. Norway have played some fantastic cricket. Scotland, a little bit below par for their standards, I think, but they've shown glimpses of what they can do. Teams making their way out to the middle. Scotland electing to bowl first, and I'm not surprised by that. I think with the weather around, they do want to get out there and see if they get this ball going around corners a little bit. And there's a couple of the supporters out there wishing well to all the players. Raza Iqbal, popular man, captain of Norway. He gives it a whack, doesn't he? I've enjoyed watching him open the bat. And also Walid Ghori as well. Good opportunity to say hello to all the viewers in the chat. Good morning. Or good evening, wherever you're from. It's big Ollie Hares. If he gets in, look out. These are the 2 lineups. That top 3, very dangerous for Norway if they click. Also, Shersa Huck down there, the all-rounder at 6. There's a lot of good players. Scotland, they need that top order to fire here, but for me, it's mainly their bowling. The off spin of Robertson, can he get going a little bit? Kesajan with his swing. Well, it would be a massive one if we were to get a golden ball in a final, and it would be massive for many reasons because we don't ever really get it. It hasn't happened in a while. I sort of hope it does. I really hope it does. I would love a close game here. Players have made their way out to the middle. We're almost set to go here. Also, a good morning to all our network partners out there. Fox Sports Australia, Viaplay in the UK and Ireland, Streamstar in Austria, Willow in US and Canada, and everywhere else. Hope you're ready for a good final. Let's have a look at the field. It looks like it's going to be deep square and sort of a backward point as the two boundary riders are almost set to go. Looks like Jones is going to come around the wicket to Iqbal. Can Scotland get a run and win 3 today, or can Norway? Here we go, ball number 1. No ball. Well, we're going to start with a free hit. It would have been a wide anyway, but the no ball is a bonus.
Come on here, Mackenzie. Come on here, big boy.
So let's have a closer look. Well, difficult, sort of shaded there by the non-striker, but no ball does mean a free hit to start. Norway get an extra percentage on the win percentage because of that no ball. And that's good for Iqbal because he gets the immunity cloak. Yeah, and the immunity cloak's going to work here because this should be caught by Kesajad. He misses it, and they'll get through for a 1. So that'll be the first run off the bat for Iqbal. Jones, an interesting tournament, sometimes gone the journey, likes to bang it in. Kesajad didn't get a hand on that. Didn't play yesterday morning. Played in the evening and then selected again this morning. Norway, for me, definitely the real maverick team in this group. They can be hot or cold. When they're hot, they're very good to watch indeed. That's going to be wide as well. So Jones just trying to get himself into this bowling spell. I think the Norwegians will want 130 plus, of course. We've seen scores go up this ECC edition. Batting teams have found a way to up the ante quite a lot. I think most of the bowling units have struggled in this edition. That one's straight and flicked away nicely. That's going to go away for 4. Outfield a tad slower with the overnight rain, but it doesn't matter. It goes for 4, and that'll be the first boundary of this elimination final in Group F. Good little shot that. Kieser just times it round the corner, and that will steady some nerves maybe in the Norwegian dugout. As well, it gives me the privilege to welcome back to the commentary box this morning, Mr. Maximo.
Thanks, Corey. Great to be here. Super excited. Group F Finals Day. Mackenzie Jones, talented youngster. Challenge ahead of him. Edged and gone. Garden takes the catch. And it's going to be 4 and out for Ahmed. It was a searching delivery, wasn't it? Kind of a good length. And he just prodded at that one. So Scotland make an early strike at 7 for 1.
Well, there's his length. He's been searching for this length the whole tournament. He finally gets it in the, corridor of uncertainty. And it's a bit of an old school traditional wicket this. This is a test match wicket. We don't often get this.
And yeah, it wasn't really a full-blooded shot from Kieser Ahmed either, was it? And one keeper catches another. Garden, very safe pair of hands behind the stumps. Nice to see him back. This is your dream, I think, as a keeper. You see, he almost wants to leave that alone. He's not committed to the shot, but Jones, yeah, you're right about that corridor of uncertainty. And Scotland have something to shout about early as Kieser goes, and the score is 7 for 1.
Yeah, well, we do know Norway can be hot and cold. What team's going to rock up today? Big wicket early, but this man yesterday, Vinny, I think played one of the innings of the tournament. Wally Gorey, another left-hander. He really is strong through the offside. Love watching him bat.
He's so talented, and he's a 360 player really as well. I mean, we've seen he's got some of the funky stuff as well with the little scoops and ramps and reverse ramps, but if he just stands there and bats, he's very, very gifted. Jones, though, gets what he wants, which is an early strike, despite a few early wobbles with no ball and spraying the ball around a bit. Gets the ball to Gorey. And he's going to start on the pull. It's nearish to the fielder, but it carries the rope in the end. Maximo, our first of Group F Finals day.
Yeah, when you're in form, you're seeing it like a beach ball, and Gorey is in seriously good form. That was back of a length, and he pumps it away beautifully. It's just the thing with Jones, just every now and then, just a little bit too short. He's got to find that consistency with the length. When he bowls short, he's been hit away a lot in this tournament, but when he gets it full and thereabouts, he's been very effective.
It was almost hit down the throat of the guy at deep mid-wicket, though, so see if Jones persists with it. He does, and this one is hitting that direction as well, and this time,
I think that's going to be 6,
I
Vinny.
think it is, but we're going to have a look at it. Well, it's certainly not out. I have a feeling that he steps over the line before he releases, and that's kind of what the fielder there is indicating on Gould.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at Suleiman at square leg. He's actually said to the main umpire, have a look at this, because he thinks it's a 6. Let's have a look. He catches the ball. Where's the feet land?
There.
There, that's...
He's on the rope there.
Oh, he's behind the rope. That's 6.
Yeah. Oh, it's good effort from Gould, but game of fine margins, isn't it? Gould knew what he was trying to do. He just had uncertainty about where that foot was landing, and he would have felt the rope under his foot. So, Gorey, 2 balls, 2 sixes, but a very close call. This over's gone for 19 now. Last ball of it coming up. And that's going to fly away as well. It's going to be 4, so magical start for Norway. Maybe not a bad thing to get Cowrie out there at the start of the innings. He is in dynamite form. It's 23 for 1 after 1.
Question marks have to be asked about the bowling here. Look, I know he maybe has the first plan is to bang it in, but the one ball he got a tad fuller, he got the edge, and everything else being short, you run a gauntlet if you're going to do that at the Cardimer Oval. Have a look at the play today. Norway and Scotland, obviously now Germany and Portugal probably on their way in the bus shortly. They'll be watching this with pretty wide eyes, and well, by the end of the night, Vinny, we will know our final team through into Championship Week.
We certainly will, and good morning everyone in the comment section. As I talking of the bus, thanks to Mateos, our bus partners, and Dave mentioning that the teams share a bus, or the 2 teams share a bus together, which is an interesting dynamic. Little thing is that the games 12, 13, 14, they've been brought forward half an hour than originally scheduled, so it won't be as big of a break between matches 1 and 2. Here's Kes Sajjad in the second over. I tell you what, he has not been heading the right way during this tournament. He sprayed them all over the shop. And that first one wasn't what was desired.
Yeah, he's also had a bit of a tough tournament with the control of the ball. That's probably been Scotland's bogey in this tournament so far, just their control.
Swings it though, doesn't he, Kes? This one engages the stump, so yeah, that's more where he wants to be.
Just that previous, I just don't understand it, Vinny. I mean, you get one ball full, you get a nick, and everything else banged in short. Now Norway, despite the early wicket, will be very happy with this start. Gorey's the big player. I mean, we know Iqbal also has that bit, but Gorey's sort of he's a 250, 270 strike rate player. He really goes.
And that's what you want out of your top 3 batters. 2 lefties at the crease for Norway. On the charge and then on the pull, and he gets a boundary. So Gorey's kind of toying with the bowling at the moment. I know he's had a couple of close calls, but he's a man Scotland want to see the back of sooner rather than later.
Previous editions, has Gorey come out for Norway? Because he looks like a serious player.
Gorey actually took the first ever T10 international hat-trick in 2021. But we haven't seen him bowling too much because he hasn't needed to. They've got depth, Norway. He's class.
It looks like he's going to come over the wicket now, Sajjad.
A change of angle, but he gets that late outswing, an unpredictable outswing. There it is. Smart to leave this one alone.
Good running.
Yeah, Raz is very good when he's at the non-striker's end. Or any little fumble, he's off straight away. And there's kind of an element of trust, I think, between these two. So that Gorey, once he hears the call, he knows it's time to run, and you don't always see that, I think, at this level.
Yeah, it's just a bonus 2 runs. This is now turning into a very, very good start for Norway.
Full toss, sliced away for 6, Maximo. Well, once again, I thought when that ball was hit that maybe the outfielder was in play, but he's picking it off the fence nailer. And 6 more to Norway.
Well, even though it's a little bit overcast and the ball might have a chance to swing, it is a little bit damp as well. So that ball now being hit around a bit, a little bit of, well, dew on it, a bit of wetness on it, might not swing as much, and it's flying.
Now goes on the hook, picks it up, and fine legs up. And that ball's up too. Well, Cantor's got some work to do early. Time to go on the hunt. Maximo turning into a very good power play this. I mean, right now they're on 258 pace.
Well, very good shot again, just going with it. Sajjad is spraying it. This over's already magical. Good to see Cantor up early. I heard he's been having some sleep-ins this tournament. There he is.
You're just saying that because you're after his job this time yesterday.
Yeah, I am.
Talking yourself up for head of operations.
Still am.
What sort of a world would that be?
A very fun world. What a start.
Incredibly good start. Sajjad again to the lefty. And now he's going to nick the stumps. So Sajjad with the slow ball does the work. It's 6 and out for Raza Iqbal. And the Scots bite back, 43 for 2.
Yeah, they do bite back. They needed that wicket because he is such a dangerous player. The slow ball works the trick this time and just touches that off stump. This has been a helter-skelter start to this one. 43 for 2, Vinny. What a game.
Yeah, you wonder about that shot from Iqbal, but it worked from before, but it's, that premeditation kind of discounts what the ball actually is that's delivered. You know, he kind of swings the same shot regardless, and the change of pace just did him. He's had his slices of luck in this tournament, Iqbal. On another day, maybe it misses the stumps, but that one just kisses them. And he's the second to go, 43 for 2.
A warm round of applause.
That's okay, but Raza would have liked more. I think you're still pretty happy to be Norway. 43 in 11 balls so far. And they do have depth with the bat, so probably in the depths of the back of their mind, they won't be too happy with the 2 wickets, but they'll still bat the same way. And when you think of the guys still come, Javed Khan, Mandeep Singh, Mohammad Shahzad, it's a very strong middle order, isn't it?
I think despite the 2 early wickets, you're still very, very happy when you're going at 20s in a power play. Can Scotland peg this back a little bit more?
Sajjad removes one of the left-handers. Now this ball, it's called a wide.
He's very lucky as well. Fine leg in the ring. That could easily have just been pulled away for 6.
Yeah, so this one, if it misses the line leg stump, it's a wide. And it probably does. You're right about it. Could have been more. So, last ball, take 2. Javed Khan faces up. Slow ball in the block hole. They take on a slightly dodgy one that would have been out. Well, it takes out Javed Khan anyway. But he'll be happy with the result because he survives. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 45 for 2.
That's a massive miss. He's out by a long way here. He's got 3 stumps to aim at from about 7 metres. And he really sprayed the throw. I think that's English there. He's had a pretty good tournament for the Scots, but that's a big opportunity missed.
Yeah, English missed with the fire from mid-off. That is the table after the group stages, and it's in one of these tables where, a bit like some of the other groups, teams beat who was below them, lost to who was above them. But I suppose the thing there is the order raises a few eyebrows with Scotland 11 in particular. Big raps on them, 4th in the whole of Europe last year, but only 4th in the group. This time around, they'll have to do it the hard way. Time for some spin, and Lyle Robertson comes in. Javed just pushes for 1.
Yeah. Well, Robinson coming in, has got a pretty big over here, last over of the power play. Gorey might try and take this on, but this might favour the off spinner. Here we go. Gorey's already 20 off 4. He's such a dangerous player.
Yeah, off spinner against the left-hander. It's a good matchup on paper, but Curry's been in some incredible form. Let's see how he approaches this. Well, attackingly, but picks out the outfielder, so just a single. It's Naylor. Good to see him back in the lineup. I mean, Scotland 11, they've made it this far without some of their real big hitters firing for an extended period. Naylor's one of those. Ollie Hare's another one. Springs to mind. Chases a wide and he's gone. So Javid, he hit something he probably should have left alone. This time English does the job at mid-off. And so that's a third wicket now in the power play, Norway. 47 for 3.
Yeah, we got a good game on our hands, Vinny. That's clever bowling from Robertson. Actually took it a little bit wider as you saw him shuffle across. So Scotland fighting back. I mean, the run rate's 18.8, but 3 wickets now. That's good for the Scots. They'll be hoping to bowl them out here today.
Yeah, they'll be hoping. And the thing is, all these players coming, they are really attacking players. They're going to play their shots. And it's something you alluded to earlier in the season, Corey, that some of these spinners, off-spinners in particular, they're almost deliberately bowling balls that would be wide and hoping they're spoiled by the batters. And that's a really good example. Making them reach kind of bottom of the bat. English, he didn't have to move, did he, that time? And Norway lose 3 in the first 2.5 overs.
Good game on our hands, isn't it? These teams, one of them's going home after this match. Last chance saloon. Norway, they'll be happy with the runs, but obviously that third wicket just makes them probably feel a little bit twitchy in that dugout. They are prone to a collapse as well.
All right, so it is Mandeep to come in at 5.
That's loose.
Yeah, swings across that. Maybe a slightly nervy shot first ball. And these guys are humans. I know they hit it like robots sometimes, but surely your heart's racing when you go out there on finals day.
Yeah, that's really loose shot. Good over this from Rumson, who's getting some skid off the surface.
Once again, right where he wants it. Well, this is such momentum shifting over from Robertson. Only 2 off it, has the wicket, last ball to come.
Yeah, he's not getting any purchase, actually skidding. A little bit damp on the surface, isn't it, after last night's rain?
Just happy to feel bad on ball, Mandeep. He'll retain the strike, and well, that, I suppose, brings it back into the zone of reasonableness for the Scots, but I still think Norway win the power play. They're 48 for 3 after 3.
I don't know, I'm more on the fence now. I reckon that might be a 50-50 power play because 16 and over is nice, but 3 wickets down and 3 very dangerous players. I reckon that's a 50-50 power play.
Yeah, for me, they win on a count back. I think it also depends how strong your middle order is, and I think, you know, based on what we've seen so far, Norway, they've got the goods in there, but you know, they are the chaos team. Of course, yesterday against Portugal, they were all out for 70. I'd say maybe 45 for 3 would be a 50-50. I'm going to give it to them by a little bit. Anyway, it's all academic. As English comes on for the first time in over number 4. And this is probably going to be a wide, but instead it's going to be 6. So that's the good side of it. Mandeep throws the hands at it, gets the result. Maximal, and the 50 up for Norway.
High voltage team, Norway. They are just bashers of the cricket ball, and well, they play this T10 format with a big smile on their face, and if you're a viewer, if you're a neutral, they're a great team to watch because it is chaos.
Definitely. Mandeep will feel better for that shot. Oh, now just flirts at one.
You sort of see, as soon as the Norwegians play those sort of shots, flirting at it, little tap shots or trying to run it down, it's just not in their nature, and they look a bit like a fish out of sea, but when they're trying to be aggressive, they look brilliant. So, interesting matchup this, Scotland versus Norway.
And once again, it's a little flirt shot. But what it is, it's the in-between length, isn't it? It's not an obvious kind of cut. It's slightly fuller than short, but slightly shorter than full, and just kind of has the batter in 2 minds.
Yeah, if he's throwing his hands at it, he's a better batter. When he's just trying to guide it, probably not in his nature.
All right, so he goes after this and he skies it. Garden wants it. He'll probably get it. No, he drops it. Oh, wow. Did not expect that. We saw Garden drop a bit of a steepler in the group stage, but he gets 2 gloves to that. You expect him to hold on.
Yeah, you do expect him to hold on. That'll be frustration for the Scots. Could be a big moment. And they double back for the second. Good alert running as well.
It's not really the right spot to try and hit it in the first place from Mandeep. He tries to go either straight or slightly across a wide delivery. And this one does go straight off the end of the bat. And it's going to possibly be stopped there. You know, I'd like to see where he takes off from here. But it's quite a remarkable stop. If it is, let's have a look at it on the replay. Wow, that's McBride.
Yeah, brilliant fielding. Saves 3 runs there. I think he actually got back for a single in the end, Vinny. So look at this. To have the awareness, one man running in front of you.
Look at that, Oh, I think Oh, no, he doesn't touch it there.
No, he's in the air.
Still in the air.
That's okay for me.
I think you're right.
The question mark will be, did Jones touch it? If Jones touched it, then you might be in trouble. But I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think he misses it. And he's lucky he misses it, actually, because his foot was on the rope. Oh, this is a slower ball gone wrong.
That's a no ball.
And, yeah, I mean, it was kind of threatening to come down, but not so sure it came down in time. It kind of hung up there. Yeah, that's way too high.
Yeah, it's massively above waist height. It looked like it might be dipping, but that's above the waist, so...
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, it's high.
If it had had an extra metre, it would have come down, but it didn't.
Man, one of those ones. When it's the slow ball, you always hope it dips in time, but that one didn't. Free hit time.
Free hit. French cart. Oh, indecision. Hits, he's gone, and he misses. So another missed opportunity for the Scots. End of the 4th over. And what a start to Group F finals day after 4. Norway, 59 for 3.
Oh, we got a good game on our hands here, Vinny. That's the second run out. Kessajard not hitting there. You can see the batsman's foot slip there on the surface. It is a little damp. It is skidding on. An interesting game, this.
It's kind of, there might have been a tiny bit of rain overnight.
Oh, there was a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
You can sense it, but sometimes...
Not a lot, but yeah, kind of sticky conditions this morning.
Oh. Next week as well, there's a little bit forecasted. It definitely adds a different equation for some of these teams.
We'll get the robot to speak to the weather gods and make sure that we have good weather. Anyway, Robertson comes back again. Makes sense. It's cut straight to point and gone. So that's Gary that's out now, and Scotland been building some pressure. They get a 4th wicket now. Norway on the brink. It's 59 for 4.
It's a big wicket. I was actually curious if Gary was going to try and see off the right arm offie, but he wanted to stay aggressive and he throws it away, cutting it straight to the fielder. Scotland are pumped, and Robertson is having a very good final here. He took it on. He wanted to get it through the gap, hit it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, and so Scotland 11 get that 4th wicket, and it's a danger man that walks back.
That's a massive wicket, it really is. And well, Scotland, I think, take a little bit of a hold in this one. But you know Norway aren't going to rebuild or anything like that, Vinny. They're going to try and hit a few more sixes.
Yeah, well caught by Owen Gould as well. He's been in the action this morning. So, yeah. Well, if you think that Mohammad Shahak's going to come out and pat a few around, I think you're in for a surprise, because he's going to attack. And so will he come off or not here in the eliminator? Robertson 2 for 3 off 7 balls and gets nicked first ball for 4. Well, slice of luck to the Norwegians. But Shahak gets cuatro carreras.
Sometimes it's a cruel game to be a bowler. He's bowling a really good spell, Robinson. This time a little edge, goes super fine. No one's going to catch up with that. 4. This is a little bit of a danger period here for Norway. They could easily get bundled out here, Vinny. We know they can have massive collapses.
Yeah.
They need one other batter to play an innings of substance here and make a 30 or a 40.
Really could go either way. Scotland have taken the lead now in this game with that 4th wicket. So fairly casual shot from Sahak, who takes 1. So I'm super curious how they approach this, whether they stick to their guns. And like you often say when you're coaching the Spanish team, don't worry about that wickets column.
No.
Don't worry about it until you get maybe 6, 7 out. Then just keep rolling the dice. This has been an incredible spell from Robertson, though. He's dragged leg side, but he's got protection there in the form of English. Just a single.
No, Robinson's having a very good final here, and I actually think this the surface being slightly damp's helped him. So he's getting a lot of skid. That's a good bit of fielding out there by English.
Lifted up and hit pretty well. That's going to crash just over the giant ball. Maximo. It's a Sahak attack as he gets 6.
Yeah, not a shark attack, Vinny. Pretty good. 71 for 4, 1 to go. Well, this is high voltage cricket, isn't it? We're getting wickets, we're seeing run-out chances, we're seeing some big sixes. I mean, look, they're still on track to get 140 plus, but really, that wickets column might be in the back of their minds. Well, maybe not Norway. This is how they play.
It's there to hit. He's going to hit. Last ball for Robertson. He's hit again. High and miles. Well, bang, bang for Robertson, who bowled a decent 10 balls, but his last 2 disappear. And it's walking sticks, 77 for 4 after 5.
That's a ridiculous shot. He wasn't there at all. That's tape balled over deep mid on. What a 6.
Well, it gives us a chance to welcome you into the Dream Box for the first time today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, on Group F Finals Day. Got Corey Rutgers with me as well. I want to take a moment to share the information about Share the Meal, which is by the UN World Food Project and supported by the European Cricket Network as our official charity partner. Now, while you were not here yesterday, I pledged a challenge, and that is for every empanada I eat for the rest of this trip, thank you, I will share a meal. So it's only 70 cents, or 70 euro cents. It's about 60p roughly. It's around about $1 Australian. And a lot of people are kind of making that pledge as well. So I'll let you know. Last night I didn't have any because I didn't get there in time, but tonight I'm definitely going. So if you'd like to, you can QR code, or scan that QR code. Also, I'll put the link in the comments section so you can. And I would love you to join me on this. Will you make the pledge as well, Corey? Because the viewers were split on whether you would. Are you going to make the pledge?
I'll make the pledge.
Corey's making the pledge. You really?
Yeah, but I'm not going empanadas tonight. We went yesterday.
No, it's however many I eat, not how many you eat.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, look, it honestly is such a great cause, and every little bit helps. And the fact that I think every empanada now, I'm sharing about 8 meals because that's how many people have pledged. So join the pledge, and it's super easy to get involved.
You're a good man, Vinny. It's a good cause, and get around it, everyone. Back to the action.
They're tasting even better for me now, Corey.
Hoagie, Vinny, Hoagie. He's got 2 very important overs to bowl here. 77, the run rate's good. Maybe the wickets column's a little scary. There's no time on the clock, apparently, but we move on.
Clock will come back. All right, here we go. Wide first up, Garden makes the block. Yeah, Hoagie's just had a bit of an off group so far, but he's
had his moments.
Yeah, look, compared to what we've seen before, I think I've gotten hold of him a few more times, but he's such a dangerous bowler because he's got a zippy action. He's not that easy to pick. Can spin it both ways. That won't spin. That's going to be a no ball.
Oh, no.
What a shot. I mean, he's hit that from about shoulder high and flat batted it for 6, 7 up with a free hit to come.
Well, actually, so they were 77 after 5, Vinny, but with the wide and then a 7 up, that's an amazing shot. That's 8 free runs. So all of a sudden, they're 85 after 5. That's a huge difference from being 77. So free hit time, and this could go the journey.
Another full toss. It's hit pretty well. Wow, that one hits the lights out almost. We'll make that 14 off the first. And a nightmare start for Jack.
Well, this is the thing, Vin. Norway were probably, I thought, maybe feeling a little bit of a pinch. The last 4 actual balls in this game, Vinny, have gone for 6. Off the spinners, they've gone 6-6. There was a wide, a no ball 6, and another 6. And they just do not stop hitting 6s, Norway. Brutal hitting.
Another full toss. And this is hit into a gap. I think it might have gone all the way.
No, one bounce.
1 bounce 4. But you know what? Leg spinning is such a delicate art. I mean, when he's on, he's so hard to hit. But when he's off, Hogarth, like any leg spinner, they're not bouncing, and it takes all his superpowers away.
That's 18 off 2. And the last 5 balls of this game have all gone Norway's way.
Better. It's worked for a single. Kind of afford to do that when you've taken 18 off the first 2 balls.
Yeah, called out there with a little bit of a slip.
Norway suddenly 70-30 shots. You know, this game has changed so quickly. Hogarth needs to have the superpower to put it out of his mind. It's got to be bothering him a little bit. Again, better. A half volley, but just a single. This over's gone magical. There's still 2 to come.
That's the last 2 6s off Robertson, and then this over have just shifted it all back Norway's way. They've got 4 overs after this to really get up to maybe even 160.
Yeah, if you put those 2 6s in, it was kind of 30 in 4 balls there. Full toss again. You'd hear the exasperated gasp of Hogarth, who's annoyed. That one doesn't pitch either, but it's not mid. It will be 2 runs. Good running.
Probably the hardest art is leg spin with a little bit of grease on the field or a little bit of wetness overnight, because then that ball, not easy to get full control. You've got to rip down on it. That's not easy at all, and this over's gone for plenty.
It's such an unnatural act. And Hogarth, I suppose, gets it right in the end, but a bit of damage up front. 22 come off that over, and Norway 99 for 4 after 6.
Guess the question will be for the Scots, do they go back to him or do they look for an extra bowler? Not easy. Anyway, let's have a look at that scorecard. Yeah, they lost wickets, but there's some very good innings in there. Iqbal, 14 off 6. That's good. Gowrie, 22 of 7. That's also good. There's been no wasting time. All their players are trying to get on with it. And with 4 overs to go, even 2 a ball from here gets you near 150. I think they'll be wanting a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I think so. And again, now 4 down after 6 overs doesn't look so bad, does it?
No.
Whereas, 4 down after 4, for example, you're always conscious those 2 quick wickets might have you feeling slightly defensive. Sajjad, will he get it right here in the 7th? He's moving the ball, but also the location hasn't quite been there. A slower ball, but ramps it away. It's actually a pretty good shot to be able to do that to the slower ball. Improvisational stuff, but 4 runs to the Norwegians brings up the 100 for them.
I'll be honest, when he went to go play this, I was thinking, what's he doing? Don't throw it away this way. But hey, credit where credit's due. He gets it fine. He gets 4 and just goes to show these Norwegians also think about the game a lot and play the angles well.
Yeah, premeditated, so then you kind of have to deal with whatever comes your way.
Look at the partnership, Vin.
44 of 13, yeah. Another slow ball. Kind of paddles it down to Deepak's recover for 1. It's only a start, though, 100 after 6. I mean,
it's a pretty good start.
It's a good start, but I mean, Scotland with a wicket maybe could change momentum back. Oh, this is hit hard and high and miles out of the ground. Maximo! That brings up the 50 partnership now. These two dealing in the middle order.
That's a serious cricket stroke. Wow, wait, that's the 50 partnership in 15 balls. And, well, at one stage, they were 59 for 4. That has just been horned. At 59 for 4, anything can happen, but what a partnership.
Slow ball, picks it. Yeah, these two, they're renegades, but they're also really smart cricketers. That's what I like. I like little things like running hard between the wickets, some of the decision-making. I get there's calculated risks in there, but it's kind of, yeah, it's maverick with a brain. And I'm loving watching them bat. Scottish supporters, not so much. This is going to be 4.
Oh, that's close, Vinny, as well for height. They're going to have to check this. I know he charged, but that's close.
Yeah, for me, it looked okay live, but how high is it on the chart? Yeah, well...
What a shot.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have one more. I think they're happy it's just 4. Probably. Because
when you charge, I guess it's very difficult.
You kind of give up your right to the benefit of the doubt. So I'm fine with that.
Hey, what a cricket stroke.
Yeah, by the way, quick hands to get it out in front. Now he reverses and he's going to get 4. Wow. So, just a hark. All the shots in the book and a couple that are right back in Appendix F for fantastic as Norway finished the 7th over, 119 for 4.
They have just taken Sajjad to the cleaners here. They've reverse swept him, they've scooped him, they've pumped him over mid-on, they've flicked him behind square leg, and they've said, thanks for coming, that is fruit. And he's been pumped.
Got to have your 5 and 2 a day. Yeah, I mean, I suppose with Sajjad, you know that most of the time he's offside, so it's not bowling many balls that are hitting the stumps. So I think he's thinking, let's make the most of that. This is the finals.
Who do you think Germany and Portugal would rather play if they lost? Tough to call.
I don't know.
English has been good this trip.
Right, hit up in the air and caught. So one thing about McBride, he has caught well, hasn't he? So the partnership's over. Mandeep gets a pat in the head from his partner, and why not? Partnership worth 60, gets him out of a jam. English breaks through again. For Scotland 11, it's 119 for 5.
Good catch, really good catch, because that's 6 if he doesn't take it. English continues his good tournament with the ball, but what a brilliant partnership that's now been ended. And, well, that man on your screen, I thought batted well, Mandeep Singh. It was probably there to go. Maybe the length is just a little bit, further down from a half volley. A good, smart catch out there by McBride, the skipper, and a warm round of applause for that man on your screen.
It's great innings, 37 of 19. Remember, Mandeep was a little bit nervy, wasn't he, when he first came in, but he swept them away pretty quickly.
It's a good innings.
And now we've got Kamar Mushtaq coming out at 7. He's just happy to get bat on ball first up and hand it back to Mohamed Sahak.
Well, Scotland will be hoping for a good finish here. They might be chasing 140, 145. Norway with good finish can get into that 155 region. So already at 120, 16 balls to go, but a really pivotal 16 balls about this tournament for Scotland.
Oh, yeah. That's one. We can criticise it because he missed, but I suppose it's worked a couple of times with it. I just like Sahak when he tries to bang the sight screen.
He's a funny batsman, isn't he? Yeah, I'd love to know what's gone through his head.
Yeah, I don't think we could understand it.
There's actually a backward point, a short third, and a backward a third man.
Right there. The charge, that would have been a wide, and he probably knows it, Sahak, as he trots through for the single.
Good over this from English, just pegging it back for Scotland a bit. They're still very much in this game.
Yeah, for sure. 160 pace, but taking a bit of a dip. This is the beauty of 10 over cricket, is 2 or 3 balls can really kind of reverse the momentum. Pitched up, driven, not handled cleanly there at cover. Just a single.
Very good over. Very good over. Just pegging this back right now and getting Scotland back into this match. If another 20-run over happened there, they were going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, wicket 1.11. This over. Now chases one on the tram line, but that's some serious power from Mohamed Sahak. Well, that's why I don't think he has to funkify his batting too much with hitting power like that. Maximo, 6 runs.
Honestly, Vinny, that shot there is what a lot of, well, I'll say orthodox players can't do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of freakish players in this comp. That is outrageous.
Bottom hand.
That is, I couldn't play a shot like that.
It's like a tennis racket.
If you asked me to do that 1,000 shots and try to do it, I couldn't do it. It's just impossible. Some of these players are freaks.
Nice to see you being honest. It's 128 for 5 after 8.
That's a shot that I don't think there's many Irish players, Jersey players, and they can play, but they're sort of the Norwegians, the Belgians, they have this amazing bottom wrist.
Yeah, bottom hand. It's incredible. Okay, so Hoagie gets another. This one doesn't pitch either, though it's a low full toss and only a single. It's been an interesting over with Sahak on strike now against Hogarth.
Well, he's 30 out of 12. He's played an unreal innings. This is a big over. Can Hoagie get it right?
I do wonder what goes through Mohamed Sahak's mind.
Yeah, just having
I'm
fun.
just thinking the circus music. I mean,
He's just
Hogarth,
having some fun.
he'll be happy with where that ball pitches. He won't do that again. No, he does exactly the same thing again. And that's just me showing that I have no idea what's going through Mohamed Sahak's mind. Just a single though. Hoagie, he started this. He's over a lot better than his last. A lot of these guys, which I'm going to say kind of the tape ball style of batting, they don't really like charging. They're not used to that. They're used to kind of deep in the crease, letting the ball come to them. And you can just kind of pick that up. Some batters would like to run it. Hogarth spoils this ball.
This is a great over.
Yeah, I mean, Scotland working their way back into the game. Nothing really happening in the 9th. And no credit to McBride to bowl Hogarth the second over. Have that confidence in him, and he's repaid it so far.
Mushtaq's not got going here so far.
Wide, but this is one where I think I'm not taking a single. Right? I think with Sahak, I would pay 1 run if I was Norway to have him on strike at the start of the 10th. Another wide, and so.
You can see what he's trying to do. He wants him to reach and maybe scuff a 1.
Yeah, he wants him to spoil 1. There's been probably 4 or 5 I can think of in this innings where balls that would have been wides have been hit. So it's a bit of a get out of jail tactic. That one is brought back a little bit and they don't want to run as it was. It was pretty much straight to the fielder anyway. So we'll go to the last. And Norway just being pegged back a touch. 132 for 5 after 9.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. Pegged back a touch. And it's good signs for Scotland. They'll believe they can chase anything in the 140s down. It could have been a 160 score not long ago. We have a look at those bowling figures, and English once again bowled well. Robertson, I thought, bowled really well. Hoagie came back well. Unfortunately, Sajjad got pumped. And, well, Jones is going to bowl this over. It's all about the lengthy bowls. If he bowls short, it could go the journey. He's got to be careful. Norway, they'll want at least 17 off this over, maybe set them 150.
Yeah, for sure. Big last over. Jones gets it. Remember, he did take a wicket in his first over, but also went for 23. Just want to say big thank you to Martin. He has donated 7 meals, and he's joined plenty of others that have. So I promise to feast tonight on the empanadas. I'm feeling good about it. Empanada shop be happy about this as well. All right, here we go. It is 10th overtime. Starts with a slower ball. Jones thinks of fielding it, but then decides he'd like to have two kneecaps. Yeah, they don't run.
Yeah, see,
I agree with this.
I agree with it as well, but also there's layers to this. You could look at it in twofold. It's okay to not agree one, but then he's got to bang a couple 6 here. If they turn it down a couple of times, then you look a little bit like, ooh.
Yeah, but then if you hit the third one for 6, maybe...
He's not batting exactly with a tail ender, but I do agree with the first one. First one, you don't run, back yourself to go again.
Yeah, good leave.
Well, that sort of makes up for the one.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think, yeah, Mushtaq, it just hasn't happened for him in this innings. So I think Mohammad Sahak, he's probably confident that Mushtaq will give him the strike back, but then, you know, that's 2 off 2 if he takes the 1. That's probably the most likely outcome at the moment. He thinks he can do better than that.
I like what Jones is thinking, though. First 2 balls, he's taken the pace off and kept it full.
Wants to get funky, and he gets just enough batter to get around the keeper. Well, I actually think this is more of an edge, and if he'd hit it better, it probably goes straight to the fielder. But anyway, 4 runs as Sahak puts himself under pressure, but gets himself out of the jam.
Well batted, you know, really good on him. He's just showing that he's got some tricks up his sleeve. He's played some audacious strokes, and yeah, you might miss the odd ramp, but he's still confident enough to do it, and I do like that. Moves
to 43 now.
Feels like a massive 4 balls this thing. There's chasing a 140 compared to a 153 or something.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. 140 versus 150.
Interesting.
Feel completely different.
So putting a third, a wideish third back now.
Well, he's acting like he's going to bowl a quick one now, right?
Yeah.
By putting that fielder back. And it gets smashed over, long off. What a shot from Sahak. Maximo moves to 49.
Oh, I love him. Oh, sure, Sahak is a freak of a player. 49 off 17. Just some ridiculous shots.
Credit to him. I mean, last year he came here, could barely score a run. Yeah, it was a tough time. And all batters will go through that. And Jones has that bemused look of someone that doesn't quite understand what's just happened. And anyway, he's got the chance to fight back, so they're up in the 140s now. 3 to come. Slow ball. And you had to know that was going to be a slow ball. I would have thought again. But
well, this is where the fun of Sahak is. There's actually a very fine third and another third man behind him, so the reverse rant's probably the last option.
It's either going straight to that guy or straight to that guy, but he doesn't care. So
and this is the beauty of Sahak. You don't exactly know what he's thinking, but hey, he's 49 off 18.
Hey, Sahak is muy loco, but that's what we love about this tournament. What does Jones do? I stick to the slower ball, I think. Yeah, and it works for him. Yeah, so where are we at?
Been a pretty good last over.
Yeah. He's been banged once, but he's got...
There was a 6, there was a 4, a couple of dollars. I think he's bowled well, taking the pace, but he's found a better length this over overall.
And the thing with Sahak, he jumps across and he's unwilling to continue to go offside because he's made that early move. He's kind of exclusively looking leg side there. Anyway, last ball coming up, Norway 1-4-3 with the ball to go. Well, Sahak, he's frustrated, but he will get his 50, and it will just be a single off the last ball. So well batted to Mohammad Sahak. All things considered, 50 of 20 balls. That's more than useful. Remember that he came in at a pretty tough time as well when they were 59 for 4. He leaves his team in pretty good shape. 144 for 5. Scotland 11 will need 145 to keep their tournament alive.
Yeah, you can see the little wagon wheel there. He's hit it to all parts. Well done. 50 not out. But I just think Scotland's last few overs were pretty good, and this is still very much game on, Vinny.
I mean, the 9th only went for 4 from Hogarth, and that was a stunning turnaround compared to his first over that went for 22. In fact, Hogarth, if you look at him, his last 10 balls went for 8 after that horrendous start. But, you know, credit to Norway and in particular Mandeep Singh and Mohammed Shersahart for the way they turned that around. Well, Scotland 11, they know exactly what they need to do. 145. Certainly we've seen plenty of these 140-plus chases. It's been a feature of this European Cricket Championship. There are no more second chances for these two teams, and one of the Blues will be heading for the door after the next 45 minutes. As Garden and Hogarth, the two fourths teammates, have a chat. Well, I was ready to go, and well, I hope you're ready to go as well. Time to dance, and well, Garden, there's Twinkle Toes there to dive to his right, the early wicket. Tolkizar Ahmed, who went 4 and out in the first. Gowrie, though, he's such a good player. Rolled the dice a couple of times on the pull shot. Got a bit lucky with one that did get caught, but you could see that Gould just landed on or over the rope before he could release the ball. So that was a bit of luck and frustration for the young pacer, Mackenzie Jones. But one thing about Norway, they're going to keep coming at you. And although they lost those 2 wickets early, and then it would become 3 soon after that with Sajjad fooling Iqbal with a slower ball that just flicked the stumps. And then when that one went, it was kind of trouble for Norway. Seemed like a 59 for 4, but then this partnership really took off.
Yeah, there's me enjoying myself with my big forehead as you were having fun in the combox, Vinny. And there it is again. That was that slower ball.
But talk me through this partnership. I mean, Robertson bowled pretty well. They had good patches, didn't they? Scotland 11. But ultimately, this partnership of 60 for the 5th wicket made such a big difference.
Yeah, you're right. It was a really impressive partnership, Vinny. And, well, every single time I thought, well, maybe Scotland are slightly ahead with those early wickets, they started to pump boundaries. There was a stage where they hit 4 sixes in a row, and that really swung things. Also a noble 6. This was a big miss, though, that could have changed the way the innings went.
I think 9 times out of 10, Garden holds on to that. And look, you can't credit the effort from the Scots here. They know their tournament's on the line. They were throwing themselves around in the field. That was a handy one at that stage. Shersahart just played some audacious strokes. Backs to the wall. These guys, they don't go into their shell. They come sprinting out of it, don't they? And just watch some of these balls flying away. So Norway, in the end, if you offer them 144 at the beginning, they probably would have taken it. As late in the piece, that was a good catch, wasn't it, from McBride? He's caught well. The momentum shifts. It goes one way, then another. Sahak, with a single off the last ball, brings up his half century. And Norway have set 145 for the Scottish 11. As we saw, Raz Iqbal early with 14 off 6, Gowrie 22 off 7. Pretty good strike rates there, but it really was that partnership, Mandeep Singh and Mohammed Shersahart, that shaped this total of 144.
Yeah, what an innings. 50 off 20, 37 off 19 for Mandeep Singh there. Everyone chipping in a bit, 12 extras, 144's more than competitive. We look at the bowling figures, and Sajjad got pumped, and that really hurt them. For everyone else, they came back well, I thought. Hoagie second over, brilliant. English standing again, and Lyle Robson was the pick of the bowlers for me, 2 for 21.
So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And should be a pretty exciting conclusion to this one. It's a decent target, but Scotland 11 have more than a decent batting lineup. Will they finally fire here in Group F? Join us after the break to find out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you after this short break with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It is Saturday here. The weekend is here, and the end is in sight in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the third edition, won in the inaugural tournament back in 2021 by England 11, Netherlands 11, raised the trophy last year in 2022. Will it be one of those two teams? We're a new champion. In a week's time, we'll find out. Currently, there are still 10 teams in the frame to raise the trophy, but that will reduce to 9 after this game. Contested by Norway and the Scotland 11. The story so far, Scottish captain Chris McBride won the toss in the Norwegians. They put 144 on the board, Scotland 11, 145 to win. And that is what the Who Will Win predictor is telling us. Pretty much 60-40 to Norway. Sounds about right. Scotland 11 though, their batting could click at any moment. Ollie Hares is going to start. Oh, there was a bit of an appeal here. Can't say I was convinced. They're going to have a look at it. Interesting they go to the left-arm spinner first up with Sunil Dutt. I wonder what's going on here. I mean, he was pretty confident. I'm not so sure. Let's have a look. Oh, well, he's just got something back.
Yeah, that's okay, Vinny. That's okay. This is a brave option early to go to the left-arm off-spinner Sunil versus Ollie Hares, because if Ollie Hares clicks, he can pump this. They need him to click today.
Ollie Hares has had a couple of nick-offs in this series to seem as early. And now he's going to smack the next one. So a close call for Hares, but he's away second ball. Maximo! Scotland with the early charge.
Oh boy, I reckon this is a really big risk from Norway early. Ollie Hares hasn't maybe had the timing against the seamers in this tournament, but when you put this man up against, he could take this over for 30 if he really clicks, Vinny.
I suppose that's true no matter who bowls, but
he's been getting out to a little bit of pace, so slight risk. We'll have to see.
Ciao, boy.
Yeah, just like that. It looks like it's 48-52, so they've raised 7%. Now goes the same way, and he's going to get the same result. That one's a fence buster. Maximo! 6 more to Ollie Hares. This is the kind of guy. He's very capable of going out there and whacking a very big score and ending Norway's tournament. Can he keep going with it? See, Scotland 11 just need a bit of a roll on, don't they? I like to see him back at the top of the order. I think that's where he belongs. I know he's been quite unselfish, I think, Ollie, as well, with trying to give opportunities to some of the other guys at the top, but here's an English. Pretty good opening combination. There's the next one, slower, and Hares misses out. So now, hasn't really worked so far. They're hoping just to get out of this over with no more damage, I think, Norway.
Yeah, very big risk taken. Hares has 2 sixes. Can he get a third?
Well, he goes to the skies. Now, how far is this going? I think it's far enough. Maximo! A third for the over. Hares, 18.
Oh, Norway, Norway, Norway. I'd love to know what happened in the Brain Trust meeting to assume to go to a left arm. Well, slow outswing, sort of hybrid to Ollie Hares. Like, he struggled against pace sweep, but honestly, Vin, he pumps spin. They've taken the risk. Last chance to get out of it.
Yep. 50% record for Hares. Has 3 dots and 3 sixes in the first over. Scotland 18 without loss. Yeah, of course. We are still waiting for that golden ball in this ECC, and it feels like a middle of the road kind of target, doesn't it? Considering what we've seen in this tournament so far. Now they're going to go to Ravi, who's kind of their regular opener in over number 2. Yeah, about 84 matches. And of course, golden ball will happen if there's a tie. The batting team get 1 more ball to score 2 or more to win the game. If they don't do that, they lose the game. Now, can Ravi get the breakthrough? English has had a pretty good series as well. You can probably count on a couple of fingers how many Scots have had what they would call a good week so far. Scotland, with that first over, slight favourites. First one, just pushed away by English, and probably not a bad thing to get Hares back on strike. He's been on so far.
I think what a lot of this going to come down to, Vinny, is the Norwegian fielding. Probably their one facet so far this tournament, their fielding's been pretty poor. Batting's shown some extreme highlights and ability to hit the long ball. The bowling's got good variety, but the fielding's been below par. If they can field well here, they'll probably go through, but if they drop a couple of chances against some big players, it'll come back and haunt them. Look how deep in the crease he is. He's really setting himself to just press forward. Can't go back when you're that deep.
No.
He's going to try bomb this straight.
Wants to get under, doesn't he? And he does, but it's pretty much in the air. Sahak will take the catch. Well, you wanted to know if they're going to hold their catches. Well, Sahak, he throws it and takes it behind his back in celebration as Hares 3 Maximos and done. He's walking back, and the score 19 for 1.
And the pace works again against Hares. And, well, Sahak with a really important catch. I mean, we touch on the fielding, and there's no easy catch in cricket, it feels. And that's a massive wicket, because if he bats 20 balls, you probably win the game.
Yeah, it was what was required at the right time, wasn't it, from Norway? They make a chance, they take a chance. And, you know, that shows me a lot about how teams have adapted to the unique kind of dynamics of this tournament to have a fielder there. I mean, a year or two ago, I think that's going for 4. Hares frustrated, no doubt, but he does get the first over off to a rollicking start. And Scotland 11, 19 for 1. And so, I suppose, run rate fine, and an opportunity for Liam Naylor to show what he can do. And we've seen it before, haven't we, from Naylor? Is this the day that he can break out in this Group F?
He's a good player, Vinny. He's a very good player. Just maybe hasn't had the big innings. Him, English, they've still got plenty of batting there. McBride, Norway was a big wicket.
But you're a fielding, or a field nuffy, let's say.
Just sorry, Vinny, to interrupt you. Definitely seems like something's going on here.
Up.
Something's up. The match referees, they're all up on their feet.
Maybe an illegal shoelace tie. I can't see. That's all I can see going on out there. I don't think there was any issue. Well, there's no issue with the catch.
You reckon someone's changed the shirt number randomly, quickly?
Norwegians are bad with that, actually.
They are bad with that.
But look, I'm going to go back to the field that's set. It just shows the captains and coaches are adapting to the fact that that's how you can get good players out. That's an uncontrolled shot, just a nick. So it's kind of like the new slip. It's like a slip on the boundary, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Sahak was there waiting for it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's happening more this year with these top edges flying pretty fine. So good captaincy this time from Norway. Naylor's first ball. He's had to wait a little while. Might be a tad nervous.
Yeah, you don't like to wait around that much long, I don't think, when you come out to bat. But anyway, here's Ravi. And Naylor on. Maximo. First ball throws the hands. That one almost goes to the napping couch, but 6 runs to Scotland. They're going to go at this.
And that's right on cue, isn't it? That's nowhere near the middle of the bat, but it's flown very comfortable for 6. Feet didn't move, and maybe a little bit more of a splice than just the edge. And there it goes, through the napping couch, and 6. So this is going to be an interesting chase, Finn. This is going to be really hotly contested.
Ravi does induce that kind of uncontrolled shot. Now this one hit pretty hard at cover. To the left arm up Raza Iqbal, but there will be a single. Coin toss at the moment. If you look at the odds, English, he's had a pretty good time here, as we said earlier. Ravi, he's a proven performer at the Carlton Oval. Would be great to get to Norway and actually to get to Scotland at some point for some ECN action.
Well, that would be a good trip, wouldn't it?
Steps across. This is miles in the air. There's nobody back on the boundary. Not that it would have mattered. Oh, and it's taken. And Dave has taken 2 in a row. I said for legal reasons, he was instructed to stop attempting catches, but he said, no, I'm backing myself. That's 1 yesterday and 1 today. Well, Dave, I hope we've got this on the replay. This was a mile in the air. What a catch.
Yeah, what a fantastic catch. And, well,
Oh,
well done. It almost took his teeth apart, but he holds on to it.
It's his lucky hat. Yeah, looks like he should be driving cattle somewhere, but yeah, Dave, Good to have you in the action, Rob. He's not impressed. He goes for a Maximo, and now he's going to go for another, as this is short. That's going to end up in the bushes. Maximo! Scotland with a pretty similar start, to be honest, to Norway. Losing a wicket, but also whacking quite a few after 2 overs. The score, 38 for 1.
Yeah, this is going to be game on, Vinny. 38 for 1. You got to believe they've got a chance. This was how the table ended up, but right now it's the elimination final.
Yeah, Germany and Portugal to play qualifier 1 in a little while. But look at that net run rate from Germany in what we thought is a very even group with the other opponents. Their net run rate of +4. That's basically saying that an average game, they're winning by 40 runs. And that's quite a significant margin. So that game will be coming up. And just a reminder that the matches to come are all 30 minutes earlier than originally scheduled, or 30 minutes earlier than normal. So you won't have to wait too long for qualifier 1 after this. We'll start in about 55 minutes time. It's Shinwari, the left armour. He gets hit to mid off, but an early call of no from Naylor. Sends English back.
They'll be a bit nervous, Norway. I think yesterday they were in that score against Germany. They would have been so confident. It was in the 150s.
Yeah.
And they got chased down comfortably.
True. Shot. Yeah, hits through the line. Yeah, this is the Naylor we know, as he hits double figures in pretty quick time.
Oh boy, this is a very good power play for Scotland. I think Scotland, one thing this week, their bowling and fielding hasn't been up to par, but their batting has shown serious firepower as well. And, well, this is game on.
Ultimately, what good teams do as well when their backs to the wall, they play their best cricket. And certainly, Scotland looking pretty good at the moment. There's 4 more. Cracking drive all the way along the carpet. Cuatro carreras más. And the Scots right now flying through this first 3 overs.
They've got to find a Yorker or something else besides length, because that is lay straight. That's a really good cricket stroke. And, oh, boy. Boy, oh boy, here come the Scots.
End of the power play can't come quick enough for Norway at the moment, so they can just protect these boundaries a little bit more. They make a change now with mid-off going back on the rope. And
I think 3 more balls of pace and then they're going to go to their spinners.
Yeah, they tried one in the first over. That didn't work out too well. A rare miss.
Yeah,
this momentum could be reversed in an instant with a wicket, couldn't it?
Yeah, but that first over was more swing. I reckon they're going to go to Shabazz, but Iqbal, they're going to try and take the pace off. But what a good start for Scotland. We got a corker on our hands, Vinny. This is going to go deep.
Shabazz is a lock for me in the 4th over to come on. All right, gets this wrong. And can anyone get there? The bowler has to go, and he's going to spill it. Well, there was some thoughts about whether it's a keeper's catch, but the keeper wasn't going to be able to reach. It didn't go that high. Shinwari spills Naylor. Oh, what drama.
I told you, it would come down to their fielding. You don't drop good players. They don't often give 2 or 3 lives, and Shinwari spilt that, and he's got to catch it. He gets there. He hesitated at first, but he has to catch this in an elimination final. Oh, that's a goober, Vinny. He made it comfortably in the end.
Yeah, right.
Mine. Oh, no.
Yeah, well, he was kind of running almost flat chat to get there, but it's a big one, isn't it? English hasn't faced too much, and when he has, he's looked pretty good. He's 17 off the 4 balls he faces in the power play. Scotland bring up the 50 in the 3. It's 51 for 1.
What a missed opportunity. Would have been a wicket, dot ball, and a new player on strike for the last ball of the power play, so it's a massive swing. And Scotland, they believe.
Well, they might. Having a look, what a strange first innings. It was parabolic, wasn't it? If you look at that innings, after a good start, though, both teams having pretty good power plays. 51 to 48. Scotland shade out the Norwegians now. As expected, they are going to the leg spin of Shabazz Butt.
Yep. No 45 in place, only 3 on the leg side, so don't be surprised if you see one of these Scottish batsmen get across and try to play a little bit of a lap sweep for a couple here.
Yeah, they want to see him hitting across the line. They'll need no invitation. First one is up and is down to the ground. Too short from Butt. Result is a Maximo.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. He should have been caught. Just what was he dropped on, Vinny? Make a note of it.
15. He has 7 runs since then, including the one that they ran when Shinwari put him down. Fielding's important. Now this is hit straight, and it's hit around the fielder. Maximo, 6 more once again, but allowing the batter to get on the back foot with disastrous consequences for Norway.
They're in deep trouble, Norway. They are in big trouble right now. They need something. Another 6. This over could really blow out here. They need a wicket.
Got to pitch it up a little bit. Doesn't. Decides to slide it through and
lost confidence with the leggy.
that's his variation. It's kind of like a back spinner, comes out the front of the hand.
He's lost a bit of confidence with the leg spin here, Vinny.
Let's see if he has the you-know-whats to toss one up. He does, but spins too much. It's going to be a wide.
So even that, keepers can't let that go for an extra run.
Momentum is all with the Scotland 11 at
It
the moment.
is.
You can feel it's an intangible, but you can feel it around the ground. Is there a turning point?
4.
Wow, that means it's a slightly better ball, maybe overpitched that time, but that's nailed by English. Like I said, he hasn't had much to do out there, but what he's done well. 21 off 5.
They're coasting here, Vin. This is good hitting. Another, the leg spin is 2 straight, and he crunches that one.
That was crunched. All right, 18 off this over. Where do you go to now? If you're the Norwegian skipper. There we go. Well, be thankful for small wins there.
Partnership 50 or 14 as well.
Yes, quick stuff. We thought with Hares, maybe Scotland might have been heading down a dangerous path, but right now, it's the Norway side that are under attack. That over will go for 19 in the end from Shabazz Butt, and after 4, Scotland 70 for 1. Yeah, so yeah, what do they go to now? And it looks like Mohamed Sher-Sahak, well, he had a really good time with the bat. He's going to get the next over, so we're going to kind of right arm seam. Scotland ahead of the rate. And right now, with these two there, and batting to come, I mean, I know these guys haven't been in fantastic form, but you got guys like Callum Garden. I mean, Taimur Ahmed actually is having a pretty good week. He's just been a bit inconsistent. You got Chris McBride still to come. You know, they got batting. They got someone like Sajjad, who stepped up for them last year on finals day.
They're almost at 2 a ball required, and when you need 2 a ball, good teams will usually get that quite comfortably. This man's the key for me. He got 50 off 20 earlier. He has a very good back of the hand slow ball. He's got some genuine clicks, but he needs a very good 12 balls with the ball in hand.
All right. Mohamed Sher-Sahak. Well, this could be gone. Oh, just climbs over. I really didn't have a lot at English. Gary's a good fielder, but he couldn't quite climb the ladder. 6 runs.
English has just got some brute power, and the Scots are coming hard. Norway trying the best. There's that back of the hand slow ball. Actually isn't the worst delivery I've seen, and wasn't a half volley, but what a shot.
Brilliant shot, trusts himself.
They're in trouble, Vin.
80-20 shot almost now. A better ball from Sahak, gets up in the block hole. He's got to start somewhere. I mean, as a coach, how do you try and turn the guys around? Like if you pulled them in right now, what are you saying, Corey?
Yeah, you've got to jam in a couple of Yorkers here, don't you? They're getting any length. Even if you miss, get it to be a low full toss. I don't mind his slow ball. Look, don't be too afraid that you got hit for your first ball for 6, because I think it is effective. Well bowled. Well bowled. That's what you want. The last 2 balls, don't get bored. Don't overthink. Can you do that? A couple more deliveries.
Yeah, he's slippery, isn't he, Sahak? He's having a really good game, and that's your genuine Yorker. Yorker pitches between the batter's 2 feet in the stance, and it's something that you could see there on the replay.
Just can't believe that dropped catch, Ben. You got to catch that. It could be a dropped catch that kicks him out the tournament.
Well, I bet you Shinwari's got it on his mind at the moment, even though you try and just forget what's happened before. The only ball that matters is the next one. Another almost Yorker, but this is hit for 4. It's quite a remarkable shot from English, because he misses the Yorker here by, I think, maybe 20 centimetres. But English so quick to get on this and nail it for 4.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you've got someone bowling yours, you can have 3 men straight and squeeze at the top of the field, but they don't. They've got a deep cover, which I'd have him behind the bowler. Squeeze at the top end if you're going to bowl this very full. So they're not changing the field much. They're just hoping for a prayer.
Slow ball.
Yep.
Here it is. It's too short, though, and it's pulled away. So Sahak has some okay moments in this over, but he's going to go for plenty. 18 off it so far with the ball to come.
They're in so much strife. I mean, right now, this is Scotland's game to lose. They've done all the heavy lifting. The dropped catch from Shinwari. And Norway, they got the runs on the board a few times this tournament, but if your bowling unit doesn't click, No, it doesn't matter how many runs are scored in that first innings. Teams can chase anything down now.
Shrug's got a good point in the comment section. Hello, Shrug. Saying we saw Norway in Dresden, actually, in Germany, and the ECI is bowling pretty well, but it's just been a little bit off. Just a little bit matters, doesn't it? They've got that rate down to 11 and over now, Scotland.
I think it goes back to their fielding a lot. I mean, the other day when they got chased down 157 by Germany, they dropped 3 chances at the start. And the first day I remember watching them in the sun, and they dropped 4 or 5. And you're right, the bowling's not been up to par, but the fielding's been well below par, and it costs you games. They need a wicket right now, this ball.
They almost get one, but it'll be a dot, and I'm sure Scotland 11 will be happy with the 18 off the over. 5 overs in. It's 88 for 1. Once again, want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Corey Rutgers with me. Rico Full will be taking us home in the evening session as well. It's a tough thing, isn't it, momentum? I've been in games where you're feeling like it's when you should be the most kind of focused and digging deep, but it's just this feeling that's just not happening for you, and I think that's kind of what Norway are experiencing right now.
I sort of think in this T10 format, there always seems to be when, I reckon it happens a lot, 2 batters click at the same time. I think they feed off each other's energy. I've seen a lot with the Spanish guys. Sometimes when one gets going, the other starts to go with him, and we've seen it a lot in Group F. Again, when one batter goes, the other batter goes with him, and then the fielding team are trying everything. But
it's a really good point you make, and we kind of saw it with Mandeep and Mohammad Shahak in the first innings as well, about the batters feel maybe less pressure, they feel more freedom because they're getting that support at the other end, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So Norway, they're fading away here. They need a turning point. Maybe that strategic timeout comes at a good time for them.
Well, the thing is, they've got 5 overs, otherwise it's adios, and they're a team, a lot of people pick them as the dark horse to get through, but if they don't take a wicket right now, Vinny, it's bye-bye.
Yeah, well, we won't be saying bye-bye to you after this tournament because we've got more cricket coming up. And, of course, next stop will be Croatia. I'll be there with Rico. I know that you're going to come and get back on the mic in Malta, so I'm sure you're looking forward to that. And then we've got Barcelona in Spain, of course, 25th of November. And the ECCW, excited for that the first time. And the ECL will return on the 26th of February in the new year. So if you want to watch those games, all you have to do, it's free to subscribe. Our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. Join over 370,000 others that watch on YouTube. Of course, all those games broadcast on fan code in the Indian subcontinent as well. So here's Kamar Mushtaq. Well, he's had a bit of a rough week as well.
Yeah.
It's got a great time for him to step up.
He has to arrive now. If they don't get Naylor here or English, it's goodbye. Last chance saloon you sort of feel for Norway in the next 10 minutes.
Well, almost breaks his ankle, but does make the stop. Just a single first up. And Mushtaq doesn't want any magic spray. He wants to get back and bowl the next one. So even a 1 at this stage feels like a win for Norway. I think at least you're pushing that rate up a bit again. But you just got to dodge the boundary. Simple as that. Hit pretty hard.
Massive delivery to English. 39 off 12.
Batting so well. This should be cut off. They like the idea of 2 here. Probably not required at this stage.
No, they don't need to do anything silly. 1 or 2 boundaries and over kills this. I mean, this is Scotland's to lose here. Like I mentioned, they've done all the heavy lifting. They've gotten away.
We've seen teams...
What can Norway do?
Yeah, well, we've seen teams win from 4th place before.
Yep.
Albi Zalmi...
whoever wins this game, Vinny, they'll truly believe they're very close to going all the way.
Well, if you win this game, you're actually in the same position as everyone else then. You need 2 wins to raise the trophy. Raise the group trophy, I mean.
This is good, okay. From Mushtaq's off, he's keeping it simple. He's going, I'm bowling Yorkers. I might miss it. I ain't going slow balls. I ain't going into the pitch. I'm trying to bowl Yorkers. So I like that. Sometimes just keep it simple, but can he execute? Now, a big difference between execution and missing your lengths and lines, and it's up to him and his ability now.
1s are wins at the moment for Norway, obviously. They want a wicket.
No.
Slower ball, he runs out of patience, and this one travels probably 110 metres. Maximo, big hit, big result for the Scots.
Oh, Vinny. He just went with the slow ball. He lost his patience, didn't he? Thought he'd get creative, and he bowls up that, and that is going to get sent miles, and sometimes bowlers overthink it, and I think that Norway, 1 nail in the coffin.
Yeah, the thing is, at least if you can take the boundaries away for a few balls with dots and ones, the batters start going looking for them. You know, as long as they're hitting them, they tend to just not need to go looking for them because they've just got such high confidence of backing themselves. It's a great take down the leg side by Khizar Ahmed. It's a big difference, kind of needing boundaries versus not really needing boundaries. That's a subtle kind of way to say it, but right now the batters don't feel under pressure at all, I think. And you need to try and build some from somewhere, and I think those Yorkers are a pretty good way to do it. But yeah, ran out of patience, and Mushtaq got hammered. 79 of 26 this partnership.
See, that's fine. I mean, even that wide he just bowled was the right length. He just got the line wrong. And just go back and bowl that again. Don't get too creative. Don't try different. Just sometimes simplistic is the right answer.
Yeah. Yeah, you could even say to the batter, look, I'm going to bowl your Yorker here. They still got to hit it.
I think they... who else is going to bowl, Vinny? They're running out of pace options. Maybe Raza Iqbal, the captain.
Oh, that's big wide. You know, it's great keeping. Once again, this one he genuinely had to dive one glove. And he's had a pretty good week, actually. Khizar Ahmed behind the stumps. Not a great delivery, though. Maybe trying to follow him there?
Yeah, I just think he's trying to hit that Yorker leg stump, and sometimes you just miss your line. He's actually got the length of his delivery. He's pretty good this over. He's got some decent pace. 100 came up with that wide Vin, but really, they need a wicket.
Nice chance for Mushtaq this over. Not quite the Yorker.
Hit him.
Well,
oh, no way.
would have been gone. I mean, it's half chance, really.
What's the bowler doing? Did he get back there in time?
It happened so quickly, I don't think the bowler has time to turn around and get to the stumps.
I thought he made good ground.
Yeah, it's a one-stump job for Raza Iqbal. He's trying to head back, but there's no position to get behind and stationary. End of the over then. It's 101 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, you look at the batters to come. Still McBride, Ahmed, Garden. Hoagie, I think, might come a little bit lower, but there's plenty of batting to come. This is still Scotland's to lose. Can Norway somehow find the will and get back into this game?
So, I like they're going to this guy. He's having a brilliant game, Sahak. With the ball. He's had a mixed time, and it's not going to get much better here because this is going to be 4. It's going to roll. It's going to end up on the stage. Well, it's lights, camera, action at the moment. Naylor, remember, he did get dropped on 15. He's found his way to 36.
Yep, and it's going to hurt you, isn't it? Norway really trying everything they can, but unfortunately don't seem able to buy a wicket. And until they take a wicket, they're not going to be back into this game. These two are hitting it hard, hitting it well, and it's been an impressive partnership.
Short, goes after it. There's 6 more. Oh, writing's on the wall. It's all the ones now. 1-1-1 for 1. Naylor with the Maximo moves into the 40s.
Yep, and it's almost all she wrote. Nice shot, that one. Bangs it in, just has to go with it, and the ball flies, so that clears the rope pretty comfortably. And well, Scotland, they've rocked up with the bat, that's for sure.
It's nicely fielded. Is that Marzi down there doing the work? Slower ball, but hit pretty hard. Just a single this time. Yeah, so talking of teams that have won groups from 4th, I mentioned Albi Zalmi. The other one that springs to mind, as Kevin correctly points out, didn't get a chance to mention Hornchurch.
Any
Group A in the ECL.
Any national teams?
I don't think so. Bottom of the bat. Yeah, just trying to think back. Pretty rare.
What do you do here if you're Norway? Do you I think they got scared off from Shabazz Butts over the 4th, but do you go to spin the next and try something different?
Yeah, as different as you can. So I'd say Shabazz would be my pick. He's had a pretty good week. It's a Hart. Just kind of length, cramps the batter for room a touch here, and there is Shabazz doing the fielding, but just got to try and keep that runs required above balls remaining as long as you can. Little wins. So little wins. Break it down. Okay, you can't win the game this ball, but you can stay in it. You can stay in it by not conceding a boundary. So trying to work out your best option to prevent the boundary. For me, most of the time it's the Yorker. Like you said, you don't have to be too
A wicket
too
here.
cute.
A wicket here could open things up.
English on 48. And he will bring up his 50. Maximo! What an innings from Michael English. He didn't have a lot of the strike early, but he never seemed to go stale at the other end. He's come out, he's whacked him in this must-win contest for the Scots.
Yeah, and he's on 54. He does a little bit of gardening on the artificial pitch, and a good innings from him.
That'll be the end of the over as well. The score 120 for 1.
It looks like they're going to stick with the pace, but it hasn't worked for the last 5 overs straight for Norway. I think a little bit shy here to bowl spin, and you can understand why, though. You got 2 players absolutely smoking, and Scotland, it's not written in just yet, but they could be in qualifier too.
It would seem so at the moment. Of course, the next game will start in about 34 minutes. Got some toss news. Portugal won the toss, and they're going to bowl, so Germany to bat first.
Interesting.
They've done most of their work chasing so far in this tournament. All right, here's Mushtaq. No full toss, just a single. Have I told you this? That, you know, obviously I played almost all my cricket on turf as a senior. So occasionally when I've played games since, like kind of more social games, and they're on artificial, I do garden, and I feel that's a way to assert dominance. It shows that I'm used to playing on turf.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
No, I don't.
I always come in and I'm always patting the pitch down.
You're just weird, Vinny.
Yeah, well, takes 2 to tango. English 54. He's going to move to 60 with a little clip. That one could be in the fan zone. It is Maximo. Right now, this game is on borrowed time.
Tell you what, this is going to hurt Norway a lot. It really will. They fancied their chances today, and when they put 144 on the board this morning, they would have really believed they had the chance, but the bowling group hasn't rocked up, and unfortunately, it's just not going their way. They are almost bundled out of this tournament, unless there is a freakish ending here, but this is Scotland's game to lose now.
Yeah, tough one, and you're spot on about Norway. This is up in the air, curving away from the field. Again, can't fault the effort, but it's going to be 4. So yeah, you've got to hand it to the Scots. Have really, really done a number here. And their batting seems to have clicked at the right time. Having said that, we've only seen 3 of them. But what we have seen has been, as you would say, sumptuous for the Scottish viewers.
Delicious, Vinny.
Yeah.
Poor old Norway.
Batted like 3-day-old haggis, didn't they, for the first 2 days? But now they're really coming good. Now that's 6 more. Well, this is where you kind of hope it's ended quickly, because Norwegians are suffering at the moment. English is turning it on. 70 in the eliminator and counting.
The fact that they've got 2 left-arm off-spinners and they haven't bowled them to this right-handed pair just shows they got a little bit scared of the leg spinner getting taken to. And I reckon they've missed a few tricks here in Norway, but that dropped catch also. And, well, credit to the Scots, Vinny. We're going to see a bit more of them today.
We will. And for Norway, I mean, they're a lot better than the team that's going to finish 4th in the group.
Oh, absolutely.
I think there's no doubt about that. We always knew this group was going to be tough. I mean, even Luxembourg coming 5th. I mean, they're certainly not a team that can really be summarised by that position or that number. As this is edge, it's going to be a consolation wicket to Sahak. And so, well, is this a free hit? I think it was called, actually, that last one. So it won't be a consolation wicket. It was a 7-up. I missed the signal. And so everyone else knew it, which is the most important thing. It's a heart with a nice bit of fielding. So 6 to win now for Scotland 11. Naylor, 45, could bring up his 50 with a Maximo and bring the curtain down on the Group F eliminator. Won't do it here, though. We'll get another chance. Yeah, so Norway, it's a tough one to swallow, isn't it? I mean, they're a team that they've played some good cricket here at the ECC, but I suppose when the finals have come around, they haven't quite been able to bring their best, and kind of mirrors what we've seen in the past from them as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can be a good team in the group stage, but finals day is all that matters, and the bowling group hasn't rocked up, have they? They've been hit to all parts, but credit to Scotland. They've batted really well here.
Naylor Might be his last chance to make a 50 here in the eliminator.
No.
Maybe not, because he'll retain the strike and gets a pat on the back as he goes through from Michael English as we get to the end of the 8th over. The score 140 for 1.
Also, I think for Scotland's day, I mean, Germany and Portugal, well, if you lose that game, you get a Scottish team starting to ride high in confidence. That's a scary game to get.
Huge game coming up. And, you know, we talked at the kind of 8 over mark of the first innings, or actually the 9 over mark. I think we talked about, you know, this could be 140 or it could be like 157 or something like that. And even at this stage, it still could be game on if you got high 150s, but with only 5 to win, I think we know what our top 3 is going to be here in Group F. Javed Khan to try and keep the game alive. This will be a big wide to start off.
I just can't believe they haven't gone back to any spinners here. But I guess it's all she wrote anyway. The last thing we'll see is if Naylor can get a boundary to bring up a well-deserved 50.
Yeah. And we won't talk about when he was on 15. I mean, Norway hearts are hurting already. Another wide. This is one way to stop Naylor from getting the 50.
Just bowl 3 more wides and say no.
Yeah. If you can't win, get petty. But look, yeah, I mean, Norway, you got to feel for them. I mean, I'm also excited for Scotland 11 that they're showing a bit more of what they're capable of.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, we're neutral. We just want to see teams play their best cricket. And so, Scotland 11, certainly the batting here has been something approaching that. And Naylor will finish with his 50, and Scotland 11 stay alive. It's the end of the road for Norway. Yeah, you got to feel for them. They played an outstanding 3 days of cricket, but they were up, they were down. In the end, they finished down here because Scotland 11, they chased this target with 11 balls to spare.
Yeah, Norway, they are out of the competition. Not many people would have thought that after that 144 on the board, but total credit to those 2 men that are shaking hands in the middle from Scotland 11. They go into a preliminary final later, so they qualify too. And they truly believe they can win 3 from 3 today and get to championship week.
And why shouldn't they believe? I mean, every game's winnable. And, okay, from this point forward, all 3 teams are kind of in the same position in that they need to win 2 games to win the group. And that's true for Scotland 11 now that they've taken care of business here in the eliminator. What a great partnership that was between Liam Naylor and English. For Naylor in particular, nice to see him showing a bit more of what he can do. Change of number, maybe making a bit of a difference for Liam as his luck seemed to change. Of course, he gave that chance on 15, which is certainly a moment we'll reflect on when we have a look at the highlights. But, well, Scotland the brave here as they go through to qualifier 2 later in the day. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it was Hares. Didn't he start with a boom, boom, boom? Let me hear you say AO because Scotland were up and going in the first.
Yeah, Ollie Hares would have enjoyed facing some spin. He pumped 3 sixes in the first over, and that was a sign of things to come. As you can see, the Scottish players were pumped up. This was a big wicket. We thought Sher Sahak had taken a very good catch, a smart catch there, and maybe this was going to be Norway's day. But it actually was the last wicket they would take. Liam Naylor and Michael English came together and put on a fantastic partnership. Some of this ball striking, Vinny, sumptuous.
It was something else, wasn't it? And Dave's got his catching boots on, doesn't he? Maybe his catching hat. But this was a huge moment, wasn't it? The Shinwari was his catch. Just lost it. He was yelling, yeah, mine. Down it went. And Naylor wouldn't really give another chance. As we saw his balls flying out of the ground. Scotland 11 really, we know that they're capable of this, but they just haven't done it too often in this group stage. 15 sixes in the 49 balls in this innings. So there were balls flying all over the place. Marzi doing a bit of fielding there. Fantastic in this European cricket polo. But really, Norway on the slide, they just couldn't turn things around. It was kind of indicative of their tournament, how sometimes the momentum went away from them. And we'll talk about the fact that they kind of blew a big total earlier to Germany, couldn't defend 154 here. Something similar, I suppose. Once again, just not able to stop the bleeding. Scotland 11 though, they will return a little bit later in the day. They're a team that perhaps starting to enjoy their trip a little bit more, and why not? like all the other teams now, they're just 2 wins away from that spot in Championship Week. And so the next match will be Germany versus Portugal. It'll start in 25 minutes, and I can tell you that Portugal, they've won the toss, they're bowling. So all the matches from here, they're 30 minutes earlier than the regular timing. So just check out those timings there, have a second look, because we don't want you to miss the start. It'll start in 25 minutes time. And you can see now that the lights have been turned out on the Norwegian team here in Group F. And so, well, at the end of the day, it's going to be Michael English and Naylor who are going to be the heroes of Scotland, as they end up with a huge partnership, came together with a score at 19, and they couldn't be removed. 146 for one in the end. English 71 not out. Naylor brought up his 50 with the last ball of the match. 1 for 20. Ravi, the only successful bowler, but his over went magical. Just look at those economy rates. No one had the answer, did they? And really, it was unfortunate, but it was just supreme batting from the Scots. And that's the tail of the tape. Might take 1 second to show you the fantasy dashboard here, because it has come in. Now we have that toss information. Portugal winning the toss and bowling. Now, Germany, they've consistently batted second, so let's see what they do first up. Portugal, I think that when they've been on, their bowling and fielding's been a real strength of theirs. So that should be very, very good. Just looking at Vasi Karan in the lineup for Germany. Remember, he's been struggling with a side strain for the Portugal side. Interestingly, they've left out Nippo, so no left arm spinner in there. So that game is coming up in around about 20 minutes. We'll join you just before it. Okay, I better take a break then, and you can join us after the break for qualifier number 1 for a spot in the final. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. We'll see you in a few short moments for more excitement here on Group F Finals Day. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, sun's out. That's why it's called the Costa del Sol. Right now, we've been treated to a really entertaining Group F finals day so far, but it's just the beginning now. We'll see the top two teams from the group stage going head-to-head for an automatic spot in the final. This should be a cracking game. It is Germany versus Portugal in this one. Rob Kemming out in the middle has the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Yoko. Head. It is heads. Yeah. We're gonna bowl.
So Portugal win the toss and their captain Najam Shahzad has elected to bowl first. Now I think this is a pretty interesting scenario because Germany, although they were flawless with a 4-0 record in what's been a really tough group, but all four wins have been chasing, so they haven't actually batted first in this entire series. Now team news for Germany that Aritharan Vasikaran is playing. We know he's been bothered by a side strain that he sustained on day one. Yesterday he came out and batted but looked in a lot of discomfort, didn't he? But they are gambling on Vasi and it's likely we'll see him at the top of the order. For Portugal, well, I think their fielding pressure is going to be super important here, especially because they're electing to bowl first. So yeah, their bowling and their fielding is something they've been working really, really hard on. Then with the bat, I mean, someone like Golia, I think he's having a very good week, but we know that they have a pretty strong batting lineup as well. And it's no mistake, it's no fluke that they have made it through to the top two. So of course, a spot in the final for whoever wins this game, but whoever loses this is going to have to go through the Scottish. And I don't think either one of these teams want that after what we saw Scotland do, particularly with the bat earlier on in the day. Corey Ruckers in the commentary box. And Corey, nice to have a little bit of sunshine here. You know, you're a little ray of sunshine as well. Why don't we get ready for the first ball with the news from the toss that the Germans, they've been inserted by the Portuguese. Let's see what happens here in qualifier one.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back, everyone. Qualifier 1, Germany versus Portugal. Both these teams with plenty of good players and hoping to get fast-tracked through to the final later tonight. Looking forward to this one. Should be a good game of cricket. Germany being sent in and batting first for the first time in the competition. Well, we'll also add a little bit of extra pressure to that top order. Jamshed Khan, Vasikaran is playing. Afridi, Singh, Khan, Mandy, Shakur, so dangerous, even Basir as well. All hit the long ball. Good to see Amadi pick the spinner again. Portugal, well, they're going to rely on those fast bowlers. Junaid Khan, Henry, Sawa with a bit of swing. Myson bowls pretty handy as well. And can they get more runs out of Machado in the middle? There's plenty of good players there. Question marks will be if they can pull this off and get fast-tracked to the final, the Portuguese. Both teams in red, both teams are looking to get to championship week. We are almost set to go. Looks like a deep mid-on, a deep backward square are the two boundary riders. Vasikaran is going to be on strike. He's recovered from a serious injury day one. He's still grimacing in pain a bit, but we'll see how his fitness is going this game. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, all our network partners. Hope you're well out there and on the chat. Welcome back. Group F coming to its close. Junaid Khan with the ball in hand. Loves a wicket early. Just a little bit of a dummy run up there. So we're almost set to go. Just waiting for the clock to tick over right on 1:30 p.m. local time. It does. Umpire says play. Here we go. Ball one of qualifier. Starts with a play and miss, Vasikaran. And I think one thing for this German lineup, not batting first in this competition so far. Quite interesting, isn't it? They've chased in every single game, and being sent in is a different proposition. Portugal very, very loud out there. Might be the old double hit high on the bat then and lower on the bat and all the way down to mid-on, but that'll be the first run of this game. That will bring on Jamshed Khan, who not long ago set the record books tumbling on the ECN network, a 22-ball 100, smashed the previous record by a couple of deliveries. One thing about Jamshed Khan, what we've seen, he doesn't mess about. He really tries to hit nearly everything for 6 and does it pretty successfully. Ideally, your perfect T10 opener. Bats one way, doesn't worry about the situation, and if he gets going, it's a great thing to watch. And that is a remarkable shot, first ball. Unbelievable, really. That's not the worst ball you'll ever see. I don't even think it was that short. And he somehow just hoiked it straight over mid-on for an 80-metre 6. It's not okay what some of these players can do. He's hit that so flush. Oh, it beggars belief sometimes, the ability of some of these men we get to watch in ECC. That is a ridiculous hit. This one ties him up for a bit of room. Vasikaran says, let's go, and they'll get through for a leg bye. So, big start to this one. That one a little bit closer to the body. Wasn't able to get contact with the ball. Would have flown away if he did. Junaid Khan's been good with the ball so far this tournament. He's picked up a lot of early wickets. This isn't a bad start with the ball either. Now that's short, that deserved to be put away, and there's no deep backward square, so that will go for 4. That's a disappointing delivery that time, and Vasikaran opens his account with his first boundary. Still grabbing that side a little bit. He's not 100%, but he's a brave player. And he just gets enough wood on that to go for 4. So last ball the first. Good start here for Germany. Portugal will need a couple of wickets throughout this innings to make sure it doesn't balloon out. Oh, well, Goliath does all right there. The keeper just gets across. Not the most stylish keeping you'll ever see, but it's just the wide. And Portugal as well, they'll need a pretty big game here from Sarwar, the other seam bowler. Najam Shahzad will bowl some seam. Amandeep Singh selected as the spinner. No Nepo in this lineup. That one cramps him for room again. So that'll be the end of the first. And Germany, they'll be okay with that start. It's 13 for none after 1. Have a look at what's happened so far, and you can see Scotland, 11 have got themselves to the game later today. Credit to them. We say goodbye to Norway, who will be disappointed to be out now. They were a dangerous T10 team, probably the best 4th place finisher out of all the groups by a long way. And Germany, Portugal, the winner of this will be all the way to the final group game of this tournament in the Group F final later tonight. So it's going to be Shahzad early with the new ball. Usually bangs a heavy length and gets a bit of outswing, and good opportunity now for me to bring back good friend, co-commentator. Nice shirt today, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Very nice of you to say, and we've been treated to a nice spectacle so far.
How was that first shot from Jamshed Khan?
It's ridiculous. To even think about playing a shot like that, it's kind of that wound-up energy. He's going to give us a bit more now. That is bludgeoned through the covers, 4 runs.
Oh, I like a bit of Jamshed Khan. It is just, he's the ideal T10 opener.
Couldn't get a game during the for Germany in this format, and they picked him just the right time on the back of his performances in the ECS. And really, the ECS is really important, I think, in comparing some of these guys in the format, and I think they're very happy they selected him at this stage. Short, and again, it's that straight pull, and he gets plenty of it. Maximo, Germany off to the races.
This sort of baseball-style home run derby shot straight is ridiculous. It's not easy, but he makes it look easy.
Because if you get that even slightly wrong, we're judging the height, then it's probably going to go straight up in the air. Not probably, definitely.
Ugh.
But he just judges it so well.
He's just added this extra layer to the German lineup, that is for sure. And he's flying along.
Like a good strudel. Shazad pitches up, edge and gone. So, unfortunately for Jamshed, the show's over, but it's a pretty good one while it lasts. He's gone for 16. Shazad breaks through. Goliath cleans up behind the stumps, 23 for 1.
Well, wide of off stump, and he'd be disappointed he couldn't get any more bat on that to get it over the ring field on the offside, but a good take from Goliath. Shazad wins the battle. Massive wicket, Vinny.
Needed to weather that early storm, and I suppose they do in the end. Portugal just chases the ball. Okay, not a lot of foot movement, that's for sure. So he's playing away from his eye line. Huge edge, really. Flew through. Jamshed on his way for 16. It's 23 for 1.
Yep, that's the way he plays. High-octane cricket. Back to the sheds now. It was there. He got caught back on the crease. He doesn't really move his feet too much, does he? And the edge goes straight through to the keeper in the end. Big wicket. That brings out number 3, another Man Mountain. You know this man can also hit it a long way. That's boom, boom, Afridi.
Yeah, it's certainly a star-studded batting lineup. Mini boom, boom, turns up. Doesn't have to do anything here. Goliath this time gets off his feet. That does make the stop. I want to say a quick hello to everyone that's watching. I'm getting a lot of messages in. I know Thomas Langridge is watching from Tasmania, so shout out to all the Tasmanians. We seem to have most of Tasmania watching because I seem to get a lot of messages from there. Say hello to you, Thomas. Hello to Mickey. He said he's been watching the action from Australia. Loving it so far. Would love to see a T10 World Cup in the future. I agree.
You never know.
You, Mickey G. Sensible Australians. Wide.
He's getting this ball to talk a bit, though.
Yeah.
He's getting some late shape here, so that's what drew the edge. The previous ball was a wide down the leg side, also drew an edge.
Yeah, so I think it's a good time slot in Australia. That's why we've got viewers all around the world, though, and that's one of the great things. Having such a long day as well, so kind of like a 10, 11-hour day allows people in North America, for example, especially a bit later on. It's a good time for them to turn on. We're so happy that you've elected to join us here at the Euros of Cricket. Here's Shazad. Hits the bat, but hits the pad of Afridi. He'll get a leg by here. But, yeah, I'd love to see a World Championship of T10, and it's a matter of time because it's the fastest growing format. And that's one of the reasons we talked about a bit yesterday, that they couldn't have a T10 in the Olympics. The IOC said for it to be an Olympic sport, there needs to be a World Championship of it, which I don't even know why that would be a rule. It's not like it's a different sport, it's just a shorter version of the same sport. But in the fact that cricket is in the Olympics, I suppose, is a positive on the balance, but I just feel it's not the best way to present cricket to the non-cricketing community. It's nicely guided away, and that's going to be just inside the boundary. 4 runs, and so Vasikaran, economy of movement, but gets the result.
Yeah, it just goes to show there's still some room in this sport and in this game to guide the ball, and he just hung his bat out there a little bit, but I think he knows what he's doing there, looking to elevate over the offside, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, we do see an outfielder back there, but even then it's a bit of roulette about where you put him.
There's definitely some roulette to this power play and where you put your 2 boundary rides. They're going with deep mid off and deep mid on, so if the ball flies square at all, you're guaranteed a boundary.
This one beats the bat, so Portugal fighting back a touch through that over, and they do get rid of Jamshed Khan. It's 30 for 1 after 2.
I think he's lucky to get away with that last delivery. Any better than that would have flown. This was how the groups ended up, unfortunately for Norway, who finished 3rd. And they were now eliminated with Luxembourg, and Scotland's probably sitting on the sideline watching this with both eyes wide open.
They sure will be. And so, yeah, Ian Latin, actually, if I'm saying it correctly, is watching. Hello, Ian. Nice to see you. Hopefully the family as well. You said, yeah, maybe a 10 over World Cup with slightly bigger boundaries. I wouldn't go more than 55. no matter what the level. I think the dynamics are so special because batters are encouraged to go for so many shots. You know, so you want to make the boundaries difficult to defend. That's kind of what makes this edge, and it's just going to get over the fielder in the circles. Another edge flies away. A freebie off the mark with 4.
Yeah, nice shot. And once again, they've got deep mid on and deep backwards square. And if it's outside off, and when you've got the ring field on the offside, all you have to do is get the elevation, and it's going to go for 4, and he does that. So good batting.
Hello to Daniels, who's also watching, tuning in for the first time. So I know we're getting lots of people who are discovering ECN. This is how a lot of people discover us, and then they realise actually we've got cricket all through the year, which you can watch for free. Same exciting format. It's a long way across here. Shahid Afridi, another leg by. So Portugal just clawing their way back a little bit in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, just a little bit, but I still think Germany's very happy with this start. Yes, they lost Jamshed Khan, but you've got some very dangerous players at the crease and still to come. Junaid Khan's last 4 balls. Can he pick up another big breakthrough?
This is going to be hit to the field and no run. There's a few comments as well about when you're allowed to change your gloves in ECN cricket. We are really quite strict on things like this. We're trying to keep the game moving all the time. So, okay, if you've been batting for 7 overs in 40-degree heat or something, that's one thing. But we're really trying to keep the game moving. I think it's something that at higher levels it's been difficult to enforce. Maybe sometimes I'll just say it out loud, egos of players sometimes, kind of wanting to, I suppose, take their sweet time with certain things and be quite finicky about these things. But I think with ECN, players totally understand that. And the spectators want to see fast action, and that's what we're going to give them. Junaid Khan has an incredible record of wickets in the first over, but he couldn't break through in the first today. We'll cut away, kind of catchable height, but it's into the gap and it flies past Andani. 4 more to Vasikaran.
Yeah, nice shot, really nice shot. Came skipping down the crease, but plays a violent stroke through the offside. He laced that as well. Yes, it was in the air, but look how far those fielders have crept in from the inner ring as well. Not too sure I'd be doing that against the Germans.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. All Reds this clash as well, and it's pointed out as well by Copy Paste. Nice username.
Shot.
Right, yeah, lifted up and out of here. So Vasikaran is going to send that one onto the roof of the Royal Box. Maximo. And for a guy that we know is not 100% fit, he's still doing a very important job for Germany at the top of the order.
Yeah, I love that sort of pick-up shot. Really good batting, isn't it? Just goes with it. And you get any bit of bat on that, it just goes. And that's a big 6. This is a good start now for the Germans.
Is it the kind of shot that was causing him discomfort with, I think it's like that right side of his body getting strained, and we thought at one stage we wouldn't see him again during this tournament, but he's made a recovery. He's out there and he's doing what he needs to do. Last chance for Junaid. And it's going to be a similar kind of shot. Well, that's great batting. And once again, it's going to end up in a similar area. Maximo into the power play. Another big one here on finals day, Germany. 52 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, massive respect for Vasikaran. He plays the shot and then grabs his side because he is in a little bit of pain. So, well, 2 consecutive 6s, the 50 up in the power play, and you can see the players there very, very happy with what he's able to achieve. And it looks like we're going to go to a bit of spin and some pace off.
So another big power play, 13, 17, 22, Junaid. I mean, so often he's been the one bowler to tie things down for Portugal, and some of the others have been, let's say, par or worse. Well, this time, someone else needs to step up, I think, with the ball. It looks like they're going straight to spin here in the 4th with Amandeep Singh to come on. And Shrug also mentioned there was a T20 International overnight that was pretty noteworthy.
Yeah, geez.
To say the least.
It was. Amandeep Singh to come in and bowl some right arm off spin, some skid.
All right, important change of pace here. First one's too short though and gets pumped. Maximo! Boom, boom, bringing it. as he has so many times here at the Khartoum Oval. 6 runs to Germany.
Oh, it's going to put him under the pump. That one did not come out correctly, and unfortunately, that's going to be 6 off the first. Got to be careful not to drag it down because these players do not miss out.
Yeah, it's a powerful strike. Amandeep is too short first up. Now draws him forward, but this one also flies. Well, that is some hit from Afridi. Maximo back-to-back to start the 4th.
The Germans have just brought this sort of the German way, the machinery 6-hitting machine group. This is just brutal. I love it. They've finally, I think the last few years, they actually, I'm going to be a bit opinionated here, disrespected the comp with the teams they brought. They've actually brought a T10 team this time, and they're looking good, Vinny.
Yeah, they're really flying at the moment as well. Wow, there we go. There's the bouncer. Etches it into his helmet. And that is the surprise delivery Amandeep's been working on.
It's a risky delivery, but I guess he gets away with it. It hit his bat into the helmet, and they might have a quick check here because I think the protocols are if you do collect one, you might have to go on. Yeah, it's gone up into the grill.
Yeah, he's kind of turned his head at it as well, so it's kind of maybe side back. Afridi's just shaking it off, saying it was a glancing blow, so they're going to let him continue. And he will continue by hitting another 6. Goes and fetches that from outside the tram line. And well, what's the best way to hit back after getting hit? Just like that, Maximo, a 3rd for the over.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. 6 hitting machines.
6-6, hitting the helmet 6.
Oh, great team to watch with the bat in hand.
They are exciting.
I like that they've picked the spinner again. That's the one thing I was saying yesterday. You've got to get a spinner involved.
Ghulam Ahmadi. All right, Amandeep. We'll get hit away again. This time it's 4. The 4th over goes magical, and the sirens are going off for Team Portugal.
Oh, they're going off all right. Afridi, boom, boom, living up to the name. And he's just brutalising this ball. They're probably the most dangerous top 3 that I think I've seen. It's just a top 3 of 6 hitters.
Well, you called them a machine. They've got all the components, don't they, with the bat. Well, there's an edge, and that's going to fly for 4 as well, so nothing rolling Portugal's way at the moment. And Nippo, the subfielder, he's not on the field at the moment, but he collects that one from the fence, and they haven't picked Nippo in here, left-arm spinner. Probably hasn't had the best time of it of late. But, yeah, Germany, the thing with their machine is if they lose one component, they have the replacements, don't they, to come out and still continue the job. End of the 4th over, the score 78-1. And here's the other thing. I mean, you know who's coming in next? Rohit Singh, who last night, he was on track for a 9-ball 50 until, okay, slowed down a little bit, but he was quite incredible. And for a player who was very, very talented, I think it's the best I've ever seen him bat yesterday in that game. Came out in a kind of slightly awkward situation, and he just started hitting 6. I think he started with 5 of them.
Well, I don't mind this change. They go to Stoneman, who's actually worked on his bowling a lot the last few years and got a couple of decent varieties. Not going to be easy, though. The field is spread.
All right, here we go with the 5th. Slow ball first up. Vasi Current drags away a 1, but the Boom Boom has been the man with a hot hand in the last couple of minutes. He'll get the chance to face Faf Stoneman. He's worked really hard on his bowling, hasn't he, Faf? I mean, he used to be a batter that kind of could keep wickets a bit and bowl a bit.
He's improved a lot in all facets of his game the last few years, so good on him. What a time to come in and bowl.
Hello to Bucks and Anna, who I'm sure are watching on from Portugal. Always miss you guys. Rolls the dice with a length, and Freedy, rare miss from him.
Yeah, rare miss. Still, this is a dream start for Germany, isn't it? With wickets in hand and the scoring rate above 18, they're looking at something massive.
Yeah. Portugal just need to kind of start again, don't they, really? Try and hit their spots. Just worry about the next ball. Stack up a few small wins. Slow ball goes wrong. Probably lucky that wasn't straighter, I think. He'll just get away with a wide.
So it looks like
again.
It looks like what Stoneman's trying to do is back of the hand or cut a slow balls into the pitch, but really try and take the air out of them. So brave, but could be effective.
Normally you see him hitting a lot of Yorkers, but he's been a little bit off with those in this tournament. Oh, it's a long way across. Worth a thought. Umpire says no. A couple of things there, maybe the height maybe slipping down the leg side. Down the leg side is what Ian's saying.
Yeah, I think height for me. It looked like.
Is he saying also Stoneman might have impeded his vision? This will be an interesting replay.
Yeah, it will be. Let's have a closer look. The height for me, I think, is the one that looked like it was going over. He's a big man. It's him above the thigh, around the thigh region.
It's a good shout. Benefit of the doubt on that one, but it wasn't far away. Wow.
Good
That's
over.
another miss. Yeah, he's come on at a really difficult time here for Stoneman. He's shut it down, but that's the thing. He's not out of jail yet in this over with 2 to come.
I don't think they're picking if he's bowling a slow ball or not, so obviously he's disguising it well, and some are pace on, some are slow balls. Deep breaths from the young man who's bowling a sensational over.
Yeah, he's a guy who'll give you everything. So many players here. And cross seam here, see, look at the grip. So either a slower ball or a cross seamer, trying to swing it. He tries that Yorker again. This is almost catchable. Stoneman has to turn on his heels and do his own work. So continues the good over. A bit unlucky not to pick up a wicket there.
Very unlucky. This has been a sensational over from Faf Stoneman, who's might have a small niggle himself. Deep breathing. He's a fit young man, sucking him in.
Easiest way to calm yourself down, deep breaths. I get plenty of practice with you in the commentary box, actually, Corey. Last ball of the over coming up. Slow ball, but that one's picked. He doesn't get out of the over unscathed. Maximo! But still 9 runs, a lot more reasonable for the Portuguese. And at the halfway point of this first innings in qualifier 1, with a spot in the Group F final on the line, Germany 87 for 1. I want to welcome everybody to the Dream Box. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Always great to have your company on ECN. Got Corey Ruckers with me. Rico Full, he'll be here and making his way from the Sunset Beach pretty shortly. But right now, we've got a battle of the Reds. We've got Scotland lurking in the background. Obviously, none of these teams, or neither of these teams, would want to have to go through Scotland. So it's a big game, and Germany have made a wonderful start.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to fast track to that final and then get a bit of rest. I think that's the other thing people don't think. This T10 game's a bit explosive. It's a long day if you're at the ground playing 3 games as well. And Scotland looked better. And that's a worrying thing. So you lose this and you lose, you feel down on confidence. Scotland's confidence high. It's close.
Yeah, exactly. And nice use of the hands there as well.
Thank you, Vinny.
Speaking of hands, how about the hands of some of these German batters?
Crazy.
Really kind of primed and bred for this form of the game. They get a lot of practice. We just spent 4 weeks in Germany in the ECS. Portugal, of course, they had their ECS a little bit earlier in the season, around March, just after we left at the ECL, but also they had the night series. So, both these 2 teams quite experienced in the format. And one thing that I never do, never judge a game in the first 5 overs, because there's a lot still to be written. Portugal could still fight back in this 5, maybe keep it, say, 130s or something like that, bat well and take the victory. So, yeah, plenty can still happen.
Well, the thing is, Portugal bat deep. So if it's 140, 150, 160, they'll still back and says, and we're seeing scores get chased down. It is I think this is a chasing tournament, personally.
Yeah, well, it seems that way. And Germany, interestingly, this is the first time they haven't been chasing in the tournament, because all 4 wins were batting second in the group stage. And so now we'll head to over number 6. And say Mysom is going to get a bowl. So again, he's a
cutter sort of bowl, similar to Faf a little bit.
Yeah, he's similar. He's kind of an end of the innings type bowl. He's got a very good Yorker, a good change of pace as well. So I think it makes sense. And with Stoneman, I think you keep him on to bowl the 7th after this. Anyway, here's Mysom for the first time. And he loses his run.
Yeah, he does. Loses his run up. Afridi on strike, 31 off 13. Vasikaran, 32 off 12. Big couple of overs up for Portugal's game.
He digs it in.
Oh, my word.
Well, he gets told, doesn't he, by Boom Boom. That has gone so far off the bat. Quite incredible. Maximo. 6 to Germany.
That's up there with the young Bubba Khans from Spain. That's gone to the far, far tent, Vinny.
That's triple digits, I'll tell you that much.
See that far tent, the far one? Not many players clear that or get it near that. That was pretty much in line with it. Wow.
To hit a straight pull that far, I don't know how you do it. Now he's going to go again. Does he have the legs? He sure does. Not quite as far, but far enough. Maximo. And if you want to know why Shahid Afridi Jr. is in the side, well, just look out to the middle of the Carnamore Oval. This guy whacks it.
What he does well, compared to when I saw him a few times in the past, he used to run around a bit the crease.
Yeah.
I think someone's tapped him on the shoulder and said, you know what, stay still and just rely on your power. You don't have to get funky. And he looks a much better player than I've seen in the last few years. So credit to him, he's worked in his game, and that power is phenomenal.
3 sixes in 3 balls, if you include the last ball of the 5th as well. Change of pace, good change up from Mysam. Just fools Shahid, but
I mean, Vinny, they're 99 of 5.3. We're saying it's a chasing tournament. 140s are getting chased, 150s getting chased, but a 160 or 170 we haven't seen, and you
don't expect teams at this level to be able to let you chase 160 or 170.
We've seen 150s, but a 160 would be too much, I
It'll
think.
happen at some point.
Oh, well, you're right.
And we've seen a 175 chase this year, but that was in the European Cricket Series. The highest chase here was set by Switzerland, 158. Goes this time. Now, right back to the line, and 6, Maximo. And that's how strong this guy is. And the dynamics of the game. Amadik didn't see a lot of it, though, looking straight into the sun. There's 3 out of 4 in the over. And Afridi, in the blink of an eye, it's 49 not out.
And with his bowling as well, I mean, if you were looking at some of the best batters in continental Europe, Vinny, in the top 10, I think Lala Afridi, he's got a name to him, he's a character. I think he'd have to be in there because he is powerful.
Yeah. Lovely guy as well. Right now, he's brutalising Mysam. He tries a full he tries a slow ball, comes out of the full toss. This is going to be a 5-er. High five as Shahid Afridi brings up his 50. Hitting that high ball for 4. He's got a party now because free hit to come.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is ballooning out. Well, you said Germany haven't batted first and maybe it doesn't suit them.
I didn't say it doesn't suit them. I just said they haven't done it. I don't think they care. I don't think it affects them too much.
53 off 18, 6 sixes, 4 fours. It's free hit time.
Sometimes teams batting first are a bit directionless.
Yep.
I don't see that with this German side. They know which direction they're going, and fast. All right, free hit. Wide, so free hit stays in play.
Well, puts him back to 6 a ball, so 2 sixes here will go for 36 off the over.
We saw Norway just kind of losing the handle on an innings in the last game, didn't we? As the Scotland 11 came out, and English and Naylor in particular just kind of knocked him around. And we're seeing more of it here. Shahid Afridi Jr. nicks it, but it's free hit, and no one's remembered. People remembered. And so, yeah, Goliath runs in, and probably 3 steps in, he realises.
Yeah, I think that foxed a few players
The
there.
wide after a no ball, it'll always get you.
Yeah, it'll always get you.
We even had one in Sweden where nobody remembered it was a free hit, and the batter's walking off the field. The umpire was collecting the ball, and then someone has said, "Hey, guys, that's a free, that's a free hit." Crazy. Anyway, last ball of the over. I'm trying not to go supersonic, but it's going to be a ridiculous shot from Shahid Afridi. It will go supersonic. Maximo. Well, he lurches to the off. He gets enough, hits it out of the ground, and it's 117 for 1 after 6.
They've gone to the factory, Vinny, and they've gone and bought some 6 hitting machines. That is a ridiculous stroke. That's off the middle of the bat as well. And yep, Lala is la-laing. What a hit.
It was a crazy shot because one hand came off the bat because he had to reach so far, and he still got the timing to get it up and over the fence.
I mean, they've hit, how many? They've hit 11 sixes now. No, 12. 12
2 and over.
12 sixes, and that's not even including the 4s, Vinny. They've hit 8 4s. They've hit 20 boundaries in 36 balls.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Oh.
Portugal, I mean, like I always say, I don't call anything too early, but I mean, they'd be pretty relieved that they have the double chance, I think, at this stage. Vasikaran, he's been almost mellow in comparison, as we're going to get Ranasawa here in over number 7. Interesting they didn't go back to Stoneman. I would have thought, you know, especially with that over getting out of control. Stoneman bowled a good 5th. Yes, he got hit for 6 last ball, but yeah, Runner's a good bowler, don't get me wrong, but I would have thought you'd stick with something that did kind of work.
Yeah, potentially. I don't mind that call from you, Vinny. I guess they're just a little bit lost at the moment. One, Henry's been selected as well. He's a genuine seamer, and they're holding him back, so maybe he's going to bowl 2 overs at the death. I'm not sure.
Obviously, you want bowlers that want to bowl, even in the face of what is an all-out assault on the Portuguese here. 4 overs remaining. Starts with a big wide from Ranasawa. Yeah, Germany, you mentioned that they've brought a team that they expect to do well. No more excuses. They're saying, look, we're going to put our guns out there that have proven themselves in the European Cricket Series, and right now they're giving a very good account of themselves. I wonder what Scotland are thinking watching this. Low full toss, hit straight. Amandeep gets eaten up by it, and that hurts really. It's one of your best fielders down there, but he can't deal with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, what a nice shot. What a really nice shot. And it goes for 4.
Hello to Louis Bruce as well, who's tuned in. Hello to Maya. She's loving this action from Germany, and I'm not surprised, Maya. Say a quick hello to all of our friends in Germany and Portugal for that matter. All right, this is going to have enough bat in it to get it to run away. Vasikaran to 40 now. Sawa tries the slower ball, but he doesn't really locate it. Germany continue to plunder boundaries.
Well, this is such danger signs for Portugal, Vinny, because we're talking about seeing chasers in the 140s, 150s. But I tell you right now, if they make 165, 170, 180, it's over. We will not. You would have to see the most freakish 10 overs for a team to chase up 180. So they could be battered out the game here, and that is not what they want.
199 pace at the moment. And that is probably just a single. And Shazad does the work, brings Afridi back on strike. Afridi plays the cricket for MSC Frankfurt. And I know that they're a team that we have seen here in the ECL before. They've previously made the final in the ECS as well back in 2021. So hello to all the guys from MSC Frankfurt. I know they'll be watching.
Just brutal.
Harsh. Don't mind that. Attempted Yorker turns into a low full toss. Afridi, rare one, he doesn't time up.
Who can they look? We know Faf Stoneman's going to bowl 1. Who's bowling your other 2? Are you going back to Mysam? Are you going to go Amandeep Singh, Shazad?
I don't think you can bowl Amandeep Singh considering what happened earlier. I'm probably give Juan Henry a bowl. At least you find something out about him here, because potentially if they do lose, they'll have another game to come. All right, up in the air and gone. So finally, the show's over. Vasikaran didn't have a lot of the strike during that partnership, but what he did pretty well. And right on cue, I think that is Juan Henry that takes the catch. So Germany, after that colossal partnership, they've lost a second wicket, 128 for 2.
What a partnership it was. Vasikaran did a really good job, but just didn't get that one out the middle. And that means the partnership does come to an end. It was an off-cutter. Maybe it was there to go, but hit high up on the bat.
Yeah, rare miss hit, wasn't it? It was well taken out there. Yeah, for me, I think something like Henry, give him an over, and then you see where you're at. And then if he bowls a good one, then maybe he's in your plans for the next game, whether that be the final or whether that be qualifier 2. But good inning from Vasikaran again. They picked him. It was a bit of a risk with his injury that he's carrying, but 41 of 16 certainly is good production. And look at this guy throwing to the crease. Rohit Singh, he was on track for a 9-ball 50 last night. Ended up with 48 run out, but these two together actually were incredible on the chase last night. Right now, they're chasing a very big score. They would love 180, 190 here. To Ranasawa, not a bad over results-wise at the moment. 11 off it. And breaking the partnership. Here's the last ball of the 7th. It goes full.
Oh, that's really close. I reckon they're going to go and have a closer look at that. Well, that's a tight one.
Looks, yeah, my instinct is it's high. Remember, they're really harsh on these. We'll get a good look at it here.
You can't miss the pitch
It's in
by
his
that
crease.
much.
That's your shot.
That's it. I reckon that might be called. Nope, not called.
Yeah, just below the waist to be standing. So, I mean, it's about as high as you can get away with. So it'll be 1 to finish the over, and Germany 129 for 2 after 7. Having a look at Championship Week, and, well, one piece of the puzzle will be revealed today.
Will this be finally the first group where the non-favourite gets through?
Yeah, so you're saying that the teams on the left are all favourites?
Well, that's how the seeding worked,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So they were all in pot 1. I mean, you'd think Germany are favourites at the moment in this group, but I mean, Scotland did look a lot better.
Well, we've got that up. Unluckiest team not to make the championship week, just on...
Oh, good question. I think Denmark were pretty handy again, but then lost their sort of mojo a bit.
Oh, yeah. That's actually good reaction. He gets his hands up.
Well done, Faf. Oh, thankfully, Faf. He's got a smile on his face, but that could have been so much worse.
Yeah, I think he hit him in the chest, I think. But he knocks it away. I mean, can't really call this a catching chance. See?
Oh, that's scary.
Brilliant reflex.
That is unbelievable reflex. I'm glad he's still smiling. I'm glad he's still got those teeth.
All right, well, this one isn't going to go in his direction, but will go in one direction, and it'll go a long way over the medical cube. Maximo! Oh, Freedy here. It's something quite amazing that we're seeing. He's 66 off 22 balls in qualifier 1.
Yeah, he's smoking them, isn't he? And these are big daddy sixes, Vinny. I think Denmark were probably one of the more impressive sides that didn't get through. Really enjoyed watching them.
Pierce mentioning the Swiss side. Yeah, the Swiss side did some good things. Hello to Osama Mahmood, who's in the comment section right now. Slower ball. Good change of pace that time.
Also, I think the Swedes had moments. They were another team, but I think Norway's actually. If you put Norway in a couple of other those groups,
I've got Hungary in there as well. I mean,
they were too reliant on one. They were impressive, but it was one.
But by the end of it, I think you couldn't really call them a one-man band. Obviously, it made a huge difference to those players around.
That's also true.
Zemus also had a good finals day. Well, they just keep on coming. Rinse and repeat for Afridi. That one bounces on the bitumen. Maximo as Shahid Afridi Jr. booms his way into the 70s.
Oh, just striking. And it's impressive to watch. It really is. He is hitting sixes that are clearing these ropes by 30 metres consistently. Yeah, there's been a few good teams that are a little bit unfortunate to make, but I think Norway, if they were in any other group, they could have easily made the final.
Yeah.
And they've come fourth in this group, so that's rough on them.
Yeah, it is rough, but I mean,
I thought France improved a lot. I was impressed with them as well.
Definitely. Think about what France have done in the last 12 months.
Faf's had actually a brilliant spell here because amongst the chaos, he's beaten the bat a lot. And 22, when your team's going off 1.5, when your team's going at 18, is actually very good.
For sure, to a ball. If you're going to a ball and that's it, you're actually probably pretty happy with that, all things considered.
This is crazy hitting from
Last ball
Afridi.
of the 8th over. Slow ball, Shahid's after him, and he gets him. Just Maximo. Well, if there's a fielder on that line, and it's probably caught shoulder high, but the fielder was chasing and couldn't really make the yards. It's the end of the 8th over, 148 for 2.
Good call from you, Vinny. It's one thing that they could have done, Portugal. They've had a deep cover point for Afridi the whole time. Now, if he gets caught at deep cover point, I'll eat my jacket. He's either going to get caught on the leg side or somewhere around there, so maybe they could change. Look, for Portugal right now, if these 2 overs go for 15 and 15 and you're chasing 178, it's sayonara. We'll see you later versus Scotland. They have to somehow keep this to a 10 and 10 and chase 168. I'm thinking best case scenario.
Well, you'd love it.
I mean, Juan Henry hasn't bowled, so what?
Well, yeah, he hasn't bowled at all. And they're going to go back to Sawa here in the 9th. Oh, hits the crease. And sometimes this happens. That's actually quite good keeping by Golia because it really jumps. And I don't know if it would have bounced on the field again.
It's the worst case scenario. They get a free 2 runs and Freedy's back on strike.
Yeah.
So now there's the 150 up in 8. 12 balls to go. And yeah, you're right. Good work from Golia because he wasn't expecting that.
No, there's a certain place around where the crease lines are that we've seen some really jump. That was excellent reflexes. All right, but you're right about that.
3 minutes to bowl 6 balls, Vinny.
Yeah, Shahid not really thrilled about the prospect of a single at the moment. You can understand why. But you got Rohit Singh at the other end. We kind of glossed over him a little bit.
Rohit's a serious batter.
He's such a good player. So yeah, Germany, if you don't take early wickets and get them kind of concerned about getting bowled out, then they really can express themselves with alarming regularity. Good length.
A rare 2-dot balls.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been a long while since we've had 2-dot balls. Just an impressive display from this German machine of 6 hitters. Freddie's got 10 sixes. There's been 15 overall. There's actually been 25 boundaries in 50 balls. So they're hitting a boundary every second ball at the moment.
Freddie on 78, 10 balls left in the innings. Oh, don't bowl short to him. You cannot bowl short to him. That one has gone over every structure that we've got in place on the Carlton Oval. Maximo, that was a boom, boom bomb.
Look, there's someone up the hill. Is that Conrad getting the ball up the hill in green? Look, he's up the hill there, Vinny.
Oh,
That's someone.
I'm going to count how many throws to get it back.
Watch up there.
Yeah, look.
So it's gone all the way up that big hill.
Oh, that was a monster.
I think the Portuguese coaching staff were out back and then they've just seen it coming. Oh, boy. This is crazy. Well, don't jinx it, Vinny, but I know you're thinking what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking it was like a par 5 to throw the ball back to the middle. Wow.
Germany.
I wouldn't be bowling short. I just can't emphasise that enough. So pitches up a bit and...
You know one thing I'd say, and this is a risky style to do, but against Afridi, he's missed a lot on his body. He's been hitting the pads a lot.
Yeah, a little bit, but sometimes he hasn't.
No, you're jinxing him.
Yeah, I'm just
Don't
saying.
jinx him, Vinny. Why has this come up? You're jinxing him.
We've had 3 of these. I won't say the word. Could we be looking at another one? Running out of time, though. 8 balls left. Not on strike for this one. Rohit Singh takes centre stage. Wide. Yeah, that's all it'll be. What a... What a...
It's just a display.
I mean, like, you want to see a competitive game. The way it's looking, we'd have to see something remarkable for this game to be alive kind of halfway through the second innings. But I suppose this is ECN and remarkable things happen. Up in the air and... Yeah, well done. I'll only take the one here.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Just the one. Good fielding from Juan Henry out there at backward square. Well, Germany are trying to do... What was it? Jersey got through undefeated. We got Spain. Who else got through undefeated? Did the Irish drop a game?
Nope.
Ireland through undefeated. I mean, Germany are trying to do a clean slate. Not easy to do.
Not just clean slate, but like bludgeoning other teams that are really not that far below their level. Walks at this one, Afridi. He will get the strike back. It'll be on 85 as we hit the last over. That's the end of 9. And Germany have hit 160 for 2.
160 for 2. Can somehow Portugal keep this to under 10? We look at those bowling figures. Sawa actually did a good job, and with Faf Stoneman were the 2 standouts. Everyone else has been going their journey. 1 over of 30 really hurts, and 1 over of 26 effectively. The 5th bowler's gone at 56 off 2 overs. Germany hit a 15-16 run over here. We would have to see the highest ever run chase on the network, regardless of ECS or night series. We've seen it was 175, Vinny, in Rome. We saw
175.
So, I mean, if they hit more than 15, we'll have to see a record.
All right, so Shazad is going to bowl round the wicket. Last over coming up.
Oh!
And that one's gone as well. That's gone so far. No one's in danger, I'll tell you that much. Maximo and Afridi into the 90s, not looking very nervous.
There's a giant hill that goes behind these tents out back on the leg side. That's up the hill. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's around the wicket, it's in the slot, but he's got every piece. He's living up to the name Shahid Afridi.
Shahid Afridi Jr. now has his highest score on the European Cricket Network, beating his 78 not out, which was against the Netherlands 11 in the ECIs earlier in the year.
Shrug, I said Jersey. Stop trying to... He's such a
Did you say it out loud?
I did say Jersey.
Okay.
Anyway,
91 for Afridi. 5 to come. Oh, no way.
Oh, boy.
He has a good old belly laugh for that one, Shahid. He picks the slow boys. I actually think he blinked twice before he decided to swing here.
Yeah, he did. He sort of just hovered his shot.
I think I actually saw him lick his lips.
To be honest, he actually deserves 100 here. He does. This has been a serious knock.
He's never made one in 44 matches on the network. Yes. Yeah, right. That's
okay.
Big boy moves.
Well,
Yeah, I'm on board with it.
Okay,
Hey.
I'm not fully on board with
If
that.
he's not
but
a 91, I'm not. You hit the 90s.
I don't think that's the team game, but hey, it's an entertainment business,
Rohit's his
right?
captain. He didn't have a problem with it. Rohit's very unselfish.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right.
That is funny.
About this time.
You got to run now.
He hates it, doesn't he? Need to try and go offside. They're clever bowling from Shazad.
So it's as if Rohit gave him one chance and said,
look,
if you want to get your 100 chance, but oh boy, that's slow. Would have been
any way
a
you
what?
can get it back. Okay, it's still how many to come? Only 2 to come. Where are we at? Yeah, can't see it happening now.
No,
Yes, we have like a wide +1 or a no ball or something like that.
you never know.
Here we go. 2 to come.
Be one.
You know what? You'll get one more opportunity. And I suppose it was no ball plus, you need like a 7 up or
Nah,
like
it's
a
just
no
not-
ball plus
look,
4.
We know what has to happen, but he might, hey, good luck to him. Might end on 98 not out if he gets to that middle.
What a knock.
What a knock.
How do you bowl to this guy?
Well, Shazad's bowled 2 moon balls and he's scuffed them both.
Yeah.
I think he's going moon ball again here.
Get me Pavel on the phone. Need Florin. All right,
Mr. Florin.
Jet him in. All right, here we go. Last ball coming up. Germany. Any score will set 170s. And it's going to crash into the stumps. They'll get 1. So that probably saved 3 runs. I think that was probably heading through the sight screen. But Afridi's going to finish on 93 not out. Germany, 169 for 2. It'll have to be the perfect checkout, 170 for Portugal if they are going to go straight through to the final. Well, what an exhibition. Stand up and applaud that man, Shahid Afridi Jr. Fantastic performance. And look, Portugal have to acknowledge it, and good sportsmanship from them as well. But yeah, it was hitting unlike you'll ever really see on a cricket field. Well, you wouldn't see it too often.
I think he only hit 1 6 that stayed inside the barriers. I think every other 6 he hit had to have gone 25 metres plus over the rope. So good to see the sportsmanship. He'll get a very warm round of applause because we've witnessed a special innings. And, well, it's going to take a mammoth chase. It would be the 3rd highest ever on the network if they do it.
If I had a penny for every time I thought something was beyond a chasing team, I'd be a very, very rich man. So I'll go back and we'll have a look at the highlights of the first innings, and I'll grab the popcorn and sit back and watch balls flying out of this Gardner Oval. There were 15 Maximos in this innings along with 10 fours. Germany putting on 169.
17 Maximos, Vinny. Get your maths right. 17 Maximos, 10 fours, 27 boundaries. Vasikaran, Jamshed Khan, and the man Afridi, they just went bonkers. This was the first wicket. Portugal were, well, cock-a-hoot at this stage. They were pumped up, Vinny. A little bit of shape away and a feather edge through.
I'll take Mongolia there up and to his right, but yeah, you're right.
That was the end of the fun for a while for them because what ensued was just violence.
Yeah, 93 off 36 here, and he had 12 Maximos to his name. And Vasikaran also, I mean, the gamble pays off to play him, even with that side injury. His 41 was an important kind of supporting role. I say supporting, but he himself was going at over 250 strike rate.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just the size of the sixes. That was a surprise bouncer that actually clocked him. It was good to see he was okay. But it's the size that the man hits, and Vasikaran as well. They really have a power-hitting machine of a team.
Yeah, I mean, he did get clocked by the bouncer from the spinner, Amandeep. But if anything, it kind of knocked him into more action, didn't it? He went 6 next ball. And look, I suppose there was occasional one that was missed out, particularly maybe some of the slower balls. Occasionally, they kind of snuck one through that slid into the pads. But plenty more disappeared, didn't they? That one wasn't a great moment for Amandeep. But yeah, some of these sixes, and you're right about that. These aren't just sixes, these are huge bombs. Vasikaran was caught well on the fence by one Henry, but the Afridi show wasn't over. It was almost lights out for Faf Stoneman. He did really well to get a hand for that. That came back so quickly. But these balls weren't coming back very quickly because they were going a long way. We had some hill-toppers on the leg side. It was quite incredible.
Yeah, to get a hill-topper on the leg side, we need to mark that out, Vinny, because some of these pickup shots were ridiculous. And you can imagine the dugout was enjoying it. He actually struggled, unfortunately, off the slow ones.
He struggled off some of the balls he'd expected to whack. The last ball counted into the stumps. Tyrone Peters That could have been a shin buster for TP.
He's a giant man.
He is a massive unit. Shahid Afridi Jr. And I remember the first time you saw him here in ECL 22. He was doing things that were quite remarkable,
I'll
and he still is.
credit.
93 not out here in the first innings.
I'll give him credit, Vin. I think he's improved a lot because he stays still now. He doesn't run and try to play Hollywood shots. He just goes deep to increase. Look, credit to Vasi Karan, who's playing for through an injury. Jamshed Khan also 16 off 5. It's a great way to start an innings.
Yeah, so 170 will be the target for Portugal with the ball. I had a few guys I think did a pretty good job, and Stoneman, I'd probably put him in there, even though it kind of got away from him a little bit at the end. Maybe they should have brought him back straight away rather than waiting. Ranasawa 1 for 23 towards the end. I think he was quite serviceable as well. Shazad 1 for 25, but look, there was nowhere to hide out there, that's for sure. Portugal, well, they've got nothing to lose. Net run rate doesn't matter. They're going to give it a crack. 170, 17 and over required. Can they get a big innings maybe out of a Golia, perhaps a Gamire, something like that? Shazad, of course, very, very good as well. But it's a mountain of runs, and they'll be chasing them after the break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. We'll see you after this short interval. Back for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back to the Euros of Cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It's Group F Finals Day. The sun's out. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon right now on the Costa del Sol on the coast of the Mediterranean. And it's great to have your company. Got Corey Ruckers with me here. Portugal, they're chasing a bunch, aren't they? And 170 the target after Germany put on a show in the first half of qualifier one with a spot in the final at stake.
They need a minor miracle. We would see some records tumble in the, well, good luck to them. That's the records. It would be the third highest ever chase. That graph would have to be redrawn. Here we go.
Well, it's going to start with, I think, a wicket because this is skied by Goliath and he's going to go. So worst case scenario start. Goliath has scored some runs, but right now he's trotting off the Cardimer Oval. Time to hit the showers. It's none for one.
Yeah, the problem with this is that Golly is actually that one player that can go at a strike rate of 300 when he gets going. So, well, the German team are playing the perfect game so far. 61 deliveries into this game and they've controlled them all.
Yeah, Goliath takes it on. You really can't waste a ball when you're chasing 170. And that's the difference, I suppose. In the first innings, that kind of a ball was getting muscled out of the ground. But unfortunately, Golden Derek makes an appearance. This must have been the most ever Royal Ducks or first ball of an innings Ducks I've ever seen in this tournament. It's so many of them.
We have had a lot, Vinny.
And one in each innings yesterday in one of the games. But anyway, Andani comes out. And look, I suppose doesn't really waste any time. Golden, just the one ball. So Andani, can he have a heater here? Does have a century on the network.
I think I'm going to Jam Shazad here. I would have just said he needs as many balls as possible. And Dani's a little bit more of a technical player, but let's see. Maybe it pays off for them.
Walter Bear, a successful bowler first up. And this is quite a nice pull shot and well handled in the infield.
Well, Machado's been elevated as well. He started the competition in the middle order. Miguel Machado can hit the long ball. He needs to get going straight away.
Yeah, it was a good catch by Abdul Shakur and then a good bit of fielding to follow up. He's a very good fielder. This one, it's not going to be called either. So,
well,
Machado comes out to open the batting. What do you think about Miggy at the top here?
Yeah, not a bad option. That stays inside. That's well bowled.
Seems back.
Tell you what, the leave's a brave option when you need 17.5.
You know, I would have left it as well, but the movement he didn't anticipate.
Vinny, if you see width, throw hands, and if it's a wide, it's a wide. I don't know why they've gone to a lot of change, but maybe they feel that Machado and he's thought more fancied at the top. But I think when you need chase ace, your best striker has to face as many balls. And I think Najam Shazad's their best striker.
Got a bit of a theory as well that maybe you're using this to get some more batting into somebody that you need more batting, and Machado would kind of fit the bill there. It's the slow ball that he picks, and he hits it up and over the top. Maximo! Miggy goes biggie and gets off the mark.
Shot Miggy, and he needed that just to get himself going. First big one in this huge run chase. It was the back of the hand slow ball. He picked it and hit it well.
Obviously, you'd love to make history, right? But if you might be thinking like someone like Machado, he needs a hit. You know, if we lose this, we've got a huge game coming up.
I don't think you're that early going and just giving someone a hit for the sake of it.
Now it goes on the hook, and this will fly as well. Going, gone. Maximo, 2 out of 2. And yeah, you know, you just got to try and break this 170 into 10 lots of 17. And we have seen overs going for 17 or more. Right now, it's on, well, not quite on track for the 17. In fact, that's the end of the first over. 13 come off at 13 for 1.
Yeah, so They've put him to the top. He gets 2 sixes away. But you're right, Vinny. They're going to need something massive, and a lot of players are going to have to turn it on from the chase. This has been 85 games since a gone ball. I'm sure we're going to get one at this ECC.
Yeah, we're waiting.
We're waiting.
We're lucky that Nish got us out of a jam in Rome with a golden ball 2 days before the ECC started. Otherwise, we would have gone past the record if it wasn't for that one, which was 405 matches without a golden ball, and that was through the middle of 2022. Charlie Hunt broke that streak. Anyway, this is going to be Fayez Khan. I mean, they score 169. Someone like Fayez Khan doesn't even get a hit. Mandy as well, didn't get a hit. Quite incredible in the first innings. Germany, can they continue in that vein? Now this is pitched up, and it's going to be a simple catch for Vasikara, and Soandani doesn't fire either. He goes for 1 off 2, and Germany have 2, 13 for 2.
All right, and the opportunities are going to come, aren't they? And you just got to take as many as you can. Nice safe catch in the end for Vasikara, and then Dani has to go.
Yeah, and again, you got to take that on. He just tries to drive it up and over the offside. Pretty good catch by Vasikara, because yeah, the sun's always a factor when you start getting kind of mid-afternoon. It's about 2:30 local at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely heating up, isn't it? That the cloud cover's just starting to go away, and it's getting warm out here.
Sure is. There's Andani. Unfortunately for him, it's just a single. 13 for 2. All right, looks like Stoneman coming to the crease at 4. So maybe it's a matter that certain guys they want to bat in the power play. Maybe Shazad they want to hold back. But look, I think it doesn't matter who they send out here. They just need to all have that attacking approach. Portugal, okay, it's looking unlikely to say the least, but they'll have a huge game with Scotland that they'll feel they can win. Remember, that Portugal beat Scotland in the opening match of this group.
Yeah, Stoneman's improved a lot in the last few years with his all-round game. This is a big ask, though, isn't it?
He's played some good innings out here as well, Faf Stoneman. And he's going to nick off first ball. Well, that kind of sums it up at the moment. Fayez Khan, 2 balls, 2 wickets. He's on a hat-trick. And Portugal, well, the writing's in pretty big font on the wall at the moment. It's 13 for 3.
What size font do you think they're using, Vinny? Because this one is not looking great. It might be an early fizzler. A little bit of the way swing. Feather edge has to go.
Yeah, I think it might be font size 169 if I'm honest. But yeah, it's just unlucky really as well for Stoneman. On another day maybe he misses that and he survives. But on this day, in this reality, he gets a big edge behind. Doesn't even wait for the umpire's decision. Fires with the breakthrough. This will be a really good look at it. Look at that seam position.
Yeah, just enough of weight. Good slow-mo that. What do you think Scotland are feeling from all this, Vinny, who are sitting on the side and probably know early who they might be playing?
Yeah, I mean, for Scotland, they're in the position where they have to beat both of the other teams no matter what. So, for them, shouldn't matter really, to be honest. They'll know they've got 2 games to win. They'll know who they have to beat in those 2 games. Whether you come second or third doesn't really factor into things. Anyway, hey, hat-trick opportunity here.
Hat-trick ball.
Now we're due for a hat-trick, aren't we? When was the last one? Okay, we've had so many this year. I think 37, I'm going to say. 37 hat-tricks. Toby Greatwood in the Group E final. It wasn't that long ago. That was pretty memorable, that hat-trick from Toby. Anyway, Fayez can't do it with the first 3 balls he bowls in qualifier 1. It is Shazad that comes out at 5. Hat-trick ball for Germany. Oh, it's pretty close. I wasn't in control of that, Shazad. It just looped past the bowler. So no hat-trick, but no real worries for Germany at the moment.
No real worries. I think that 2% to Portugal is pretty high, actually. I mean, this would be the most remarkable next 51 balls if they get close.
Somebody to
it's these 2.
100.
It's these 2.
Yeah.
Najam Shazad can hit it pretty far, Vin.
Oh, that's great keeping. That's a genuine full-length dive from Mandy behind the stumps. And oh, this is top-class wicket keeping. Look at it swing after the stumps. Outstanding work.
He's a lovely keeper to watch. Aesthetically pleasing, Vinny.
Sure is. Good player, good batter as well, actually. Yeah. I mean, look at the required rate. It's 18. Well, it's past the old point of no return, but yeah, you're hoping that someone can pull out a couple of magical overs, basically. Well, that might help, and it's going to beat the field. It's going to be 4. They had a pretty fine deep third there, but wasn't fine enough, and that's 4.
Yeah, it's trying to pump it over the leg side, isn't he? And gets a feather edge through. Well, not a feather, bigger than a feather. And it goes away for 4.
Some feathers are thicker than others, to be fair.
Really?
You know, they've got vultures around here. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, Ben.
There's a few vultures. You know, was it the Caminito del Rey? They were quite hard enforced, but they're well fed, apparently. Wide. Some sort of appeal. Not quite sure why. But yeah. Vitre is what they call it here. Vultures are circling, I think, for this Portuguese innings. Well, what's going on there? Well, that might have been where one of Afridi's sixes landed.
Barbecue?
It's causing a small, maybe more than a small fire. Straight pull, nice shot. Really good shot by Shazad. That'll go all the way. Maximo. Got to start somewhere. So, like I said, the approach here, you're trying to get that 18 and over. So you're approaching the next over like it's the last. If I'm in this situation and I'm saying, look, we need 18 to win, and then try and do that again and again and again. And okay, it's pretty unlikely, probably about as likely as getting 6 numbers in the lottery, but still, you just got to go one at a time.
Yeah, you just keep chancing your arm and hope things fall your way. Shazad, 10 off 3, he'll take that. Nice little start for him.
Now he's going to get more. It's going to be 4 runs. So if Fires Khan tries to bang it in, even that over goes for 16, which is not quite what's required, but they're heading in the right direction, Portugal. It's 29 for 3 after 2.
Yeah, digs it in and just goes with it. 1 bounce, 4 into the little fan zone area. So 29, despite the 3 wickets. It's a decent little start with the rate. This is how the groups ended up, but well, right now, we're on track for a Portugal-Scotland potential preliminary final.
Yeah, potentially. Hello to all the Luxembourg guys as well. I'm sure they've come in or they're on their way in. Hopefully they were able to have a few consolation victorious evaders last night. And obviously,
they got a tough group, didn't they?
Tough group. And
probably the toughest group.
Having said that, they didn't quite play to their potential. And I've seen them play a lot better than they showed this week. Yeah, so any ideas what the burning is in the background? I'd like to know. I mean,
just a good old-fashioned barbecue, Vinny.
Good old fry-up, you think?
Yeah.
All right. Bear's back.
Oi!
Bear gets hit. Wow, that's so high, and there's nobody home. Where's it going? Oh, wow, it made a slightly concerning sound when it landed in the fan zone, but Maximo, what a shot by Machado to start the 3rd over.
Yeah, boy, oh boy. He got that one straight out the middle, went very high, but also got the distance, cleared the tents on the left, and we've seen some mammoth sixes in this game.
Sometimes the car's out the back loading up the food supplies, and it has worn one before.
This might suit Machado at the top. That's the last 3 balls, hit 3 sixes.
Yeah, they're still searching for their opener, aren't they, to open with Collier?
Well, why not?
Yeah.
Why not it be Machado?
Yeah, just giving a good account of himself here. Ian Ramirez just checks that for any extra tomato sauce, but
they probably lack a left-hander to Portugal. That's one thing that would be handy for them to have.
Paolo Butchermatza. This is hit pretty well. That'll be 4 as well. Yeah, beats the fielder. So Machado to 22. Magical start for Miggy.
Yeah, he's flowing here. Obviously favouring the leg side, trying to drag it across, but he's doing that successfully. Well, you never know, Vin. If him and Shazar can get going for 3-4 overs, I'll be flipping tables everywhere, Vin, if they get there.
No. 6%.
Well, 39 off 14 balls.
The run rate's not too bad at all.
Oh,
needs to go up. He clonked it off the bottom edge.
He missed out big time there. He really did. Any bit of bat on that over the top, that was flying for 6.
Very fine. Deep 3rd. So, yeah, genuine cut up and over was going to be 4, probably 6. Can't hit them all. Bear on the hunt for a second wicket. Oh, shot! Has so well timed. And that's going to end up over the Royal boxes. Maximo! Slight error from Volta Bam, but what timing from Machado. Good signs for Portugal here.
Good signs for Portugal. Machado's got ticking here. That one was on the pads. He's really deep in the crease. And look at this. Nice high bat lift. Just comes down on the ball. And he got that a long way.
You can't time a ball better than that. That was spot on. And his teammates enjoying it as well.
Yeah, nice shot from Miggy. 45 off 16 balls, Vinny. Do you believe?
You know what happens when you attack a bear? Let's find out. And here he goes, he stands, he delivers, and he goes again. Maximo! Well, the counter-attack is certainly starting to become something of a concern because Portugal, yeah, they lost those 3 wickets, but they haven't wasted balls here, and they get a good power play. 51 for 3 now, still a ball to go in it.
Tell you what, hit the next ball for 6, and you've taken the power play at almost 20s. Ah, this
they're
game.
up with the rate. I mean, 17 and over, and they want to be 51 after 3.
They have to hit it this flush for another 4 overs, Vinny, at least.
One more chance for Volta. He walks at him and he hits this one, not quite 6, but it's 4. So incredible hitting from Machado, repaying the faith invested in him at the top of the order at the end of 3 overs. Portugal 55 for 3.
Yeah, that was the back of the hand slowly, and he bottom hands it straight. So, gee.
Here's the thing, right?
Vinny's scores are being chased down remarkably. What is going on?
So they do have a Marty for a bit of variety, but that's something that obviously we've commented about a lot. There is a bit of a sameness to this German attack.
It looks like Amadi's going to come into the attack now, and I think he's a very crafty right arm off spinner. When they were playing 10 overs of right arm seam yesterday, it was not the right call. They're going to bring the spinner on now, and you have to give the batting group different things to tackle. It has to be a bit of variety, and I reckon this is a good decision.
Even Voradak with his left armers.
Not
maybe
selected.
He's not in the side, okay. Well, he probably won't bowl. But yeah, I think variety is important. Well, credit to Portugal. This looks like to be a fizzler, but it's more of a fizzer than a fizzler at the moment. He's going to start with a 1. So let's see if Machado can adapt to the spin of Ghulam Ahmadi.
Oh, 6-6 would bring up a 50 runs off 12 balls.
That's it.
Yep, I'm getting there, Vin. It's only my 9,000th game.
Your grasp of numbers is certainly the same as it always has been. But anyway.
I like this ball. I think he's crafty.
Does Mickey run at him? Stays at home, gets it wrong, but he gets it right in another way because it's going to be 4 runs. Well, that's a slice of luck. And if you think you're going to chase down 170 without a bit of luck, well, you're delusional. Mickey moves into the 40s.
Yeah, that was a little bit lucky this time, and top edge, and in the end, balloons over the keeper and goes for 4. Could counter-punch this from Portugal. Maybe some belief going into that 10.
Yeah, Marty. Don't let that bother him. Got that traditional off-spinner's grip with the kind of split fingers. Oh, yeah, well, this is super close. I feel like it should be out. McMichael doesn't look too confident, but he got the bat back pretty quickly, so he's given himself a prayer, but he decides to run second ball. I think Amadi had a sense he was coming. This will be an interesting replay. They've gone to the third umpire.
Oh, I think this might be out. The keeper was quick as well. Was he quicker than the batter? It bounced a low. This is close. Wow, wow, wow.
So he only got the bat down super quickly, so that's why it looked like a regulation something, but he had to go high.
Oh, he's going to be gone.
He's just out
Yeah,
there.
he's
He's
gone.
just out. Well, that is so close. And then there's a little slide on it, but he's gone by the barest of margins.
Great keeping, Vinny, because that ball bounced a lot.
And sometimes you got to kind of put your technique away, especially when it bounces high, and you just got to kind of, you almost go a bit of crocodile style as a keeper there, because you don't really ever, or you rarely kind of put your fingers up. So he kind of crocodiles it and gets it down pretty quickly on the stumps. Machado, well, he'll be disappointed, but, you know, he can at least know that he's swinging it here on finals day, and we know we'll get another opportunity, but as he departs, 60 for 4.
Yeah, 64, nice innings, really good innings, 42 off 12. And, well, it has to be said, he's given his team at least a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, here's Amandeep Singh, and he's a pretty good striker of the ball as well. Nice to see Machado timing the ball well. Good signs, because, yeah, we will see him again. We know Portugal, they're not out of this, no matter what happens. Mandy, though, good keeper. You've seen him back, throwing himself around. That time, yeah, he did that perfectly. Needed to be quick as well.
Another appeal. I don't think they're going up to the LRS this time, but this is exactly why you have a spinner in your lineup. Sometimes they'll get collected. Spinners it's not their day, but this over has just given Germany all the control again.
Yeah, that time, I don't think the foot goes anywhere. Yeah, Ghulam Mamadi, where have you been all my life? Really could have used him yesterday.
Similar to Yassir for us, I think. Similar sort of action as well.
It goes straight and well hit, and 6.
Shots.
Maximo. Amandeep Singh off the mark.
Yeah, off the mark, and a nice shot straight goes for 6. They've kept that rate to around 16s the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. I like his action. Hamadi. Nice shot, though, by Amandeep.
Very good shot. $104 off 37. It would be remarkable.
Slightly quick one there. And looks like that'll be the end of the over. And the score will be 67 for 4. And
yeah, well
you can
bowled.
see, yeah, it's nicely
Rated.
executed to finish the over. Anyway, it's what's that now? 67 for 4. I mean, they've kind of read the. I always think these are like riding a mechanical bull. I was going to have ridden the mechanical bull.
You ever done that, Vinny?
I have. It's
Have ya?
difficult. But you know how you can stay on for a while, but as the bull gets quicker, you're going to fall off at some point, and you feel like that point might be coming shortly. Having said that, Shahzad and Amandeep Singh will do whatever else they can do to stay on. All right. Over number 5. And Adil Khan comes on. His first ball is driven for just a single.
Yeah, just the one. Let's
See?
get going.
I was just going to say 17 and over, so you're looking here at getting to 85. So you're treating this over like it's your last.
Well, they've gone at the rate so far, thanks to Machado. Shahzad, though, with the batting to come as well. Shahzad, someone's going to have to play the 60 or 70 run innings, you'd imagine. Shahzad is that player. Oh, I reckon he's just caught one on the end of the finger there, and we might be getting a 12th man come onto the field,
Vinny. It's a magic spray situation. No, I don't think we've even had a magic spray situation today. Let's see who's in. Is it Mary? No. Wait, is he going to go straight off? Yeah, it looks like.
I reckon he just fielded that previous ball. Maybe a cut nail or something's happened.
Yeah, so it will be the subfielder coming on. That's Janpreet Singh. Yes, it's straight off. Probably not a great sign. Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
He knew straight away. As soon as he picked up that ball, it just obviously collected him
You can lose a nail sometimes.
Split webbings happen a lot. So
webbings are nasty.
And he is. So he's off at the moment. 12th man's come onto the field. And
cricketers are pretty tough though, aren't they? Just kind of get on with it. No rolling around. And so it is Janpreet that's come on.
Yeah, I think they're just conferring, yeah.
Confirming that.
Yeah. All's good. They continue on. Umpire says play, and we get back into it.
All right. Deal. And you speak to the players, they'll say the deal's pretty slippery. And it gets it through. This is one thing we were talking about last night, that cricket on TV doesn't really do justice about how quick it is. It looks a lot slower when you look at it on TV. If you grab a bat head out there, it's quite a lot faster. I think.
Yeah, he's got a lovely action, gets it through at good pace, and yeah, it does mix it up quite a bit. Very slippery indeed, Vinny.
Got to swing away here. Would be 85 after this over.
Well bowled.
Over deal, slipping a few past Najam Shazad.
Really, really well bowled. Maybe he saw Najam Shazad just open up his stance a little bit, but kept it wide of him, and that had some serious pace on it. So another dot ball.
Yes, one side of the wicket. Again, this is one thing with Shazad I talked about yesterday. Yeah, that left leg has that habit of basically putting it outside leg stump, makes it really hard to access that line. This time it was down leg side.
Oh, come on. Oh, Vinny, that is mayo.
That's proper mayonnaise from Mandy, but that's okay because there was the one that he did have to dive.
That is mayo on mayo on mayo.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it. But all you have to do if you do that, you have to, you know, like the end of a gymnastics floor routine, you have to kind of, you know how they finish with the little hands in the air. What do they call that at the end of gymnastics? Present. All right, goes to the skies here, and it could be the end of Shazad. It's called off, and Shakur takes the catch. So Adil's bowled a good over, and he has some reward now as the Portuguese skipper has to go for 15, 69 for 5.
Yeah, Portugal were putting up a mighty fight, you have to be said, with 169 on the board, but now it sort of feels like that's just going to slip away with Shazad going. He was a really key batsman in this chase. Unfortunately, he'll go for 15 and a nice safe catch in the end.
Yeah, it is. Shakur's got a really good pair of hands, as we've seen, not only throughout this tournament, but previously on the European Cricket Network. And yeah, just a tough one for Shazad. He knows he needs boundaries. It's not an easy ball to drive, drives it on the up. But yeah, went to the air.
Have you seen that, Finny? Oh, that's good. 12th man's just tried to throw a bottle all the way off the field and he's thrown it backwards.
Oh, I hope we've got that.
Oh, please tell me that's on camera.
I think we got it because this was the worst drink bottle throw I've ever seen, and I really hope we can get that up because, oh, that was crazy. Ranasawa comes to the crease in what feels like a look. Here we go. Here we go. Ready? He's throwing me the drink bottle. He's trying to throw it to the bottom right of the screen. Ready? Here we go.
Wow.
And then he had to go and get it himself. Oh, well. Maybe the Portuguese will be able to raise a smile at that, because right now, it's no laughing matter. I suppose they've played their way into top 2, so they do get the double chance. Let's see if Rana can hit a few bombs. Wow. It's a good piece. In fact, it goes straight through the fielder here, Basia. Really should have done better. And it'll be 4 to Sawa to get him going.
Yeah, well, that's a nice shot, isn't it, for Sawa? He gets 4. He'll take it.
But again, you know, the importance of fielding, especially as we get to the business end, it just was completely misjudged by Abdul Basir. Yeah, so
interesting
ball on this over.
Interesting dynamic coming up as well for interesting dynamic coming up in this next game as well.
Yeah, this one's going to get through the field as well, and it's 4 more to Sawa. It makes a solid start, but even with those 2 boundaries, Adil's only gone for 10 in that over, as this chase is sliding away from the Portuguese at the moment. 5 overs down. Walking sticks, 77 for 5 after 5. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo in the cube. Well, it's not really the cube here, it's the dream box, isn't it? And it's nice to have you with us. Now, Corey.
No.
This isn't a goodbye, but I know that you will be able to do a couple of games around your coaching during Championship Week. But this is kind of your last day of the year exclusively commentating in the competition. So I want to say thanks. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Vinny.
We've had our ups, we've had our downs. And, well, you know, you make more enemies than probably a commentator should, but still,
what am I doing?
You're a rich part of the fabric here at ECN.
Thank you, Vinny. I think I've got 5 games next week. I'm helping out a little bit because I know it's long days for most of the crew here, but always a pleasure, and looking forward to Championship Week in the box and also on the sidelines.
Yeah, maybe a week away from your team being in the final. Who knows? Anyway, we're back, and it's going to be a wicket to start the 6th. Spasier comes on, and he had a few blushes a minute ago, but the first ball that he bowls is hit straight down the throat of Jamshed Khan, and so Portugal lose another 77 for 6.
Yeah, he clipped that nicely, but there was a fielder situated right there, and well, nice easy catch as Portugal's fight starts to dissipate, and Unfortunately, it does look likely that Portugal will have to do it the hard way today.
Yeah, they will.
Who-
At least there's a way.
Portugal, Scotland. That's it. We're assuming we don't see the best next 100 runs ever on the network.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that sort of game. Who goes into that as favourites, or is that a genuine 50-50?
Yeah, I mean, Zamandeep goes for 8 after the couple of boundaries. Look, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, we know that when they met in the first game, Portugal were able to get the chocolates, chasing down 133. And so I suppose the bowling of Scotland's super important. Their batting seems to have clicked, but again, it's kind of 2 guys really, and Hare's at the top. I think that's good. He hit 3 maximos, but yeah. Win predictor probably, yeah, it could be another 50-50. It's going to be an interesting one. Gamire gets batted 8. He's a good bat. And that shows it. That's not your typical number 8 shot, is it really? Comes out. He's a guy that we've seen opening the batting. Hasn't really happened for him. So, yeah, maybe a positive here for Portugal. And someone like a Gamire finds his touch going into the next game.
Yeah, Vinny, he's a serious player, and to have him coming out there at this level in the batting lineup just shows that Portugal bat deep.
This cricket's crazy. I mean, the fact that's a run-of-the-mill shot here. Something else. Now he's going to go second ball. So at least he'll have a highlight. The next ball gets a bit big on him. It's a little edge through to Mandy. So Gamire 4 and out, and Portugal 81 for 7.
Yeah, 81 for 7. And, well, another wicket will go down. Germany fast-tracking themselves to the final, and credit to them. They have been an outstanding team.
They sure have. But, yeah, Gamire not really getting inside the line of that one. And Mandy didn't really have to move. And if Mandy could have managed to dive on that catch, then I would have been really impressed, because that was pretty much straight to the keeper.
I still think Portugal have slight positives to take away. That they've got Machado at the top, who's in form. They've got a few others that are starting to click. So they've shown that they've got more match winners than just a couple, and they'll come back strongly, that is for sure.
Yeah, they will. Germany 1 foot in the final, but you know that spooky things happen under lights. Obviously, the Swiss had a very good qualifier 1, remember that, in Group E, but the tables were turned when the lights went on. In Germany, of course. We did see them last night with a pretty big win over Scotland, 11. There's his first ball from Junaid, is edged onto his legs, and it's going to be a single. And the other thing is Portugal, if they do make the final, they're the one team that haven't played a full night game. They played 1 and 4 each day.
That does actually pose a few different challenges that you have to think about, that is for sure.
This, I think, would have been out if he'd hit, be able to kind of throw blindly, but it pinned the tail on the donkey. Party game we were talking about a little bit earlier. Big woof from the batter, Runasawa. All right, well, how about you? You're going to tip one team or the other in the next game? It's very hard to call.
I'm going to tip the chasing team.
Okay.
Because I think both teams will max out at about 140 batting first, something like that, and I think the chasing team will get there.
And I think they'll both want to chase.
Yeah,
whoever
exactly.
wins the toss will definitely bowl.
Oh, that is big. Well, boom shakalaka, Sawa has crunched that.
Yeah, they bat deep, don't they? That's a 10th topper. It's time for the 3-ring circus. As that one headed up to the circus tents, and that's a good way to finish the over for Portugal. They're 88 for 7 after 6. Yeah, got all of that. Geez, the ball striking's been clean in this ECC. I don't know what it is, but these balls are flying. And yeah, a few people wondering where that ended up. Well, it was on the roof. Anyway, 82 off 24. 20 and over. Imagine this. I mean, you got Junaid Khan is also quite good down the order in pressure situations, and he can go out and whack a few boundaries. I mean, not saying it's on.
I mean, there's decent. I mean, they do bat deep, this Portuguese team. They I mean, Syed Meisam can bat as well.
Yeah.
The selection of one Henry's interesting. If you're going to pick him, you have to bowl him, I
would
think.
have thought, especially because they were getting a pasting. They needed to find it over from somewhere. Anyway, need 6s. There's one of them. Maximo And Junaid right on cue. No, we're not going to see them back on with a percentage on the win predictor, are we? Surely not.
You just never know. I mean, this ECC has been offering up different things that we haven't seen before, and the scores have ballooned, and teams are struggling, I think, to contain the opposition. But you wouldn't think so. You never know,
If
though.
another one gets hit, they got it back below 20.
25 run over this over.
Miss, but they'll get a run. Mandy won't be happy with that. Misses a fairly regulation take, and it'll be a bye. So Rana's turn. See if he can do something as Amadi's been brought back here in the 7th.
I think Portugal have shown, though, they can be at a seriously good scoring rate against Germany if they do come up against them again tonight.
They were 1% for a second, and they've just gone back to 0.
There you go.
Somewhere in the middle of 0. Certainly non-zero. Anyway, Sawa goes large. Does he get the distance? Don't think so. Shakur takes the catch. Doesn't really want to give it away. Doesn't have to. Just slightly misjudged that, but Abdul Shakur, very, very solid. And they might run out of batters here, actually, because that's 8 down now. It's going to be 3 snowmen, 88 for 8.
Yeah, 3 snowmen, Vinny. And I guess when you're trying to chase scores like this, you're going to offer chances, and Germany haven't missed them. They are 1.5 foot into the final later tonight.
Yeah, Portugal, it is what it is. And they got blown away with the bat. Let's say if they were to meet Germany again in the final, they'd just be hoping that the batting innings doesn't click the way it did for Germany.
And they've still got some good bowlers, Jim, but I think Portugal can take away from this. Their scoring rate's fine.
Yeah.
It's just the wickets column, of course, but Portugal aren't out of this comp by a long way. These last 3 teams truly all believe they'll be at Championship week.
Yeah, definitely. And so there's a fair chance they might get rock and rolled within the 10 here, but it doesn't really matter, I think, for Portugal. They've all had a hit. One Henry comes in at 10, so Meissen, one of the better number 11s going around, actually. Let's see if one can do something here. First one, big swing and a miss.
Well, Meissen all the way at number 11. He can play.
I think he's just kind of lost a bit of confidence with the bat at the moment. And, I suppose he can just concentrate on his bowling. At the moment, they do have a lot of options. Yeah, one Henry goes large. That's a nice shot. I mean, remember, this guy's batting 10. Maximal 100 up for Portugal.
Yeah, it's also important to prove to everyone that you can also hit all the way down. And a lot of these teams stack their lineups to number 8, 9, and 10 now. I know I look to try and have 9 guys that can at least hit, and then maybe 2 genuine bowlers. So there's Machado. He batted well before. Happy for his compatriot.
Yeah, that's good. And Juan making his debut for Portugal. He's going to get another 4 here. Well, it's a rare lapse, isn't it? And Fayaz, who, let's just say his thumb isn't what it used to be at the start of the innings. He's a little bit tentative on that. And Amadi, less than plussed as we get to the end of the 7th over. It's 105 for 8.
Yeah, 65 for 8. I mean, Vinny, crazy things do happen. Imagine if you saw a 25 over run here.
25 run over. Yeah, true. Well, we know the winner goes through to the Group F final. Rico will be in with me for the following 2 matches. The loser, of course, will take on Scotland 11 in Qualifier 2. That match is coming up in around about an hour and 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. So about halfway through at the moment, and really still it's up for grabs. Germany, though, with the clear path with a win here over Portugal. Yeah, look, Henry, it'll be a nice little start for him, get him feeling positively as the deal comes back. And he gets hit pretty hard by Junaid Khan. Well, what do they need? 65 off 3. That's a pretty good start to the 8th. Maximal. And let me tell you something about Portugal. They've pulled off some pretty remarkable run chases in the T20 format. There was one at Europa Point where Junaid was involved with a 9 down, just recovery. I think about 30 were chased, 9 down. When they needed, imagine like you need 30 off 30, I think it was, with your last wicket at the crease. Late on this one. Probably just take 1, that's fine. So what would you normally do? You'd be going for 1s, you'd be taking it easy. They just went whack, 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 and they won it with about 3 or 4 overs to spare. So, look, there's a chance.
It's a long shot, but you're right, there's always a little bit of chance. It's been an impressive effort, I'll give them that. After losing 3 early wickets, they've kept their rate pretty high.
That'll help. Another one to the total.
Yeah, just one more to the total. 57 off 16. What are we talking about? You hit 5 sixes in your last 16 balls. That's 30. That would leave 27 off 11. Let's say 6 sixes. If you can hit 6 sixes in the next 16 balls.
21 off 10.
Yeah, then you're game on. So
You can't hit sixes.
You can't hit sixes, but you could hit 4s.
Yeah, maybe.
So if they can hit 6 sixes in the next 16 balls, I'm on it.
The only ball that matters is the next one, and it's Adil Khan bowling it. Juan gets a little bit funky there. I mean, it's not really a percentage shot, is it? We got a very fine third on the boundary, and so that's one. Probably has to throw his hand through it or try.
Yeah, that isn't the percentage shot. You've got to be loading deep and trying to bomb it.
I like this field. They've got fine leg, genuine fine leg. They've got like a very fine third. They've got a more square third. And so 3 outfielders behind. And just knowing that Henry probably isn't going to bomb a deal over his head. Got mid-off up in the circle. So I think it's a very clever field. So, yeah, Portugal, they fought. And they'll fight again. Yeah, Portugal, Scotland to come, it looks like. And Scotland made 132 when they met in match 1. English made 65. And then Collier replied with 63 of his own as Portugal chased it down. Right in the air. Shakur's got to play on this, or does he? He does not. Maximo! Well, I said he's probably not going to bomb him back over his head. He does just that. So, nice signs here from Juan coming out at 10. And, well, he's almost broken the computers there, hasn't he? As that disappears out of the ground. Isn't it nice to see the Grizzly flying through the Costa del Sol sky?
We've seen it a lot, Vinny. We've seen a lot of these Grizzly balls flying. That's a great shot. Well, last ball this over. Can he get it for 6?
Well, he can hit it high. And Mandy's got this one covered. He'll take the catch. So, again, it was a nice innings from Juan Henry down the order. A sign that he's more than capable with the bat, but he'll have to go. And, yeah, Portugal have lost a 9th wicket.
Now, it just goes to show that if your number 10 can hit 6s like that, you have a very dangerous batting lineup and something for them to definitely be thinking about, these opposition teams. When Portugal come back later today, you'd imagine. You've got to take 10 very good wickets.
Yeah, so Meissen will come out at 11. Germany. I mean, one thing they haven't had to really deal with today, at least, is, I suppose, bowling under pressure. They've always kind of been in control of this. Okay, Portugal had some glimmer of hope along the way, but I mean, I think about Norway today, for example. They were really under the pump for a while. Obviously, Portugal were in this game as well. Under lights, anything can happen. But Germany, at least they'll be at the big dance. They got their ticket. Portugal will have to fight for it.
Yeah, Portugal and Scotland will have to do it the harder way. You'd imagine Germany will get a pretty good rest. This man's had an unbelievable day.
How well did he bat? Junaid will pump the first ball of the new over for 4. So, yeah, nice shot from Junaid. I mean, he's another guy. I mean, the way he's going, I'd always kind of bat him when a wicket falls maybe after 7. I know he's very consistent at coming out and hitting boundaries straight away.
Yeah, maybe you should get funky with the order and bring him up at some stage. Maybe send him out at 3 just as a pinch hitter, Vinny.
Yeah, maybe. Machado batting well at the top. Some positives here. But now down to their last wicket. Apologies as well. Just lost the score bug at the bottom of the screen, but I can tell you that it's 9 out at the moment. And the score is somewhere between 100 and 170. But, yeah, I mean, Boom Boom, how well did he bat? I just don't think I've ever seen him bat as well as that for as long as that. Often he'll make a 30 and find a way to get out, but this was his highest score ever on the European Cricket Network. And that'll do it. So Portugal all out, and it's fitting that Afridi puts the final touches on as Junaid gets knocked over. And now we know that Germany, they are the first team through to the Group F final.
Yeah, and deservedly I need a break, Vinny. Deservedly, they are the team that go through. They have played a seriously good game of cricket, but Afridi, that man on your screen, he destroyed them with the bat. He got them to a very high score. Some of the best hitting we've ever seen. And then they've bowled well enough here. They've taken their opportunities. And, well, credit to Portugal. There was a brief moment there we thought, wow, could they? But just a little bit too much
look,
class.
Credit to Portugal, all credit to Portugal, but they are going to have to go the hard way. We've got Germany 5-0 now, and they're straight through to the final. And they've set the standard. And the question is, can they maintain that standard in the Group F final tonight? And for Portugal, well, they've got the tough way, that's for sure, against Scotland 11 that hit their strap, certainly with the bat in that last game. I still think there's a few questions with the ball for the Scotland 11 if they can do it for a 10-over period. Credit to Junaid at the end. He threw the bat around. It wasn't probably his best game with the ball, but it's all to play for. 3 teams remain. 1 will have to go after the next game. So now we know that it will be Germany versus the winner of Portugal and Scotland. And that next game is coming up in an hour and 15. Let's roll the highlights. And it was a highly improbable 170. But Portugal, they certainly were keen to get there or as close as possible. Worst possible start for them though. Golia first ball. But we saw Machado really timing the ball well, and perhaps he's the answer at the top of the order for the Portuguese.
I think he is, Vinny. He actually timed it beautifully. He was the main reason they did get off to a flyer. There were some wickets at the other end, but when you get one opener that really clicks, it does set the tone. And you can see Portugal, they were still celebrating as much as possible, and Dani was at 3. I thought that was an interesting choice. Not really his style to be such a power hitter at number 3. Miguel Stoneman came out, and unfortunately, got a little feather edge. He had to go. Nice ball this, Vinny. Just a little bit of shape away. 3 early wickets. You thought it was game over, but then a bit of a partnership.
Yeah, and look, it was the pilot light was on, wasn't it, really, for Portugal. Some acrobatic stuff behind the stumps from Mandy, who is always giving 100% for his team. And Portugal, they knew it was a bit of an Everest that they had to climb, but they were determined to go for it anyway. And I've got to say, Machado, some of his timing was exquisite. And in the end, he went for a long walk and never made it home, though he got close. The bat coming down in time, but was just on the line when it bounces. And Mandy did well to be quick enough to whip the bails off. Yamire watched on, saw him down the order. It's, they didn't all fire, but they all had the right approach, and that was probably slightly unnecessary, but beautiful to watch nonetheless. But I don't know, if you're Germany, you've got a bit of time to recover now. I suppose you just want to see 2 teams punch the lights out of each other in qualifier 2, because they'll be a little bit weary. Whoever makes the final against Germany will be playing their 3rd match of the day. But yeah, Group F, certainly Germany setting the pace, but they haven't won the race just yet, Corey.
No, they haven't won the race just yet, but they are looking like the team to beat. It's a funny thing, finals, though, they'll have some pressure later tonight under lights, and some teams do choke under lights, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, good game of cricket overall. The Germans have been brutal in Group F, and their good form has continued into this qualifying final. I like Shakur down at deep mid-on, doesn't drop many, really calm with the ball overhead as well. And, well, good to see Portugal. They had smiles on their face. Also, I think it was good to see that they batted so deep, and it's something that could come into the play a little bit later today.
Yeah, look, in the end, Germany, they've been flying throughout this tournament. I mean, they've got a real air of confidence about them. It was Shahid Afridi Jr. that went boom, blew up the stumps to finish things off. And in the end, it was all 10 wickets gone. So yeah, toss happening very, very shortly. Watch out at our website, europeancricket.com. You can see at the bottom of the screen there to find out exactly who wins it. I think 2 teams that want to chase Portugal and Scotland in the next game. As we look at the scorecard, 42 for Machado. He was really, really good. And just 12 balls for his 42 as well. A few bit part kind of upstarts there. Najam Shahzad with 15, Ranasawa with 14, Junaid with 18 at the end. And nice to see Juan Henry hitting a few around as well. Truthers galore. Fayez Khan as well as Ahmadi Adil Khan and Basir with 2 wickets apiece. Walter Bear and Shahid Afridi Jr. with the 1. Afridi just used to take the 10th wicket. Well, it's time for Corey to step aside now. And well, Corey, I know we'll see you in the in the finals week. Best of luck. Next time we see you, we'll be coaching Spain on Monday morning. I know you're really excited about that.
Well, if you keep the camera off me, you won't see me then. I'll see you commentating on Tuesday, Vinny, but thank you very much.
All right, so we'll take a break. Rico Full stepping in for the second half of the day. In the meantime, it'll be Daniel Weston speaking to Richard Cox on ECN, plus a bit of bonus content for you. But we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about an hour and 5 minutes with the intro to qualifier 2. Who will it be to face the Germans? It'll be either Scotland 11 or Portugal. Find out after this break. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with you for ECN, and we'll see you after these small messages for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Richard, wonderful to have you here on the studio. What are some of your first memories of cricket?
As a kid growing up, parents played, mum and dad. Dad was the big one really, and took me everywhere on a Saturday and Sunday, and it became life, and has been ever since.
What was the name of that club?
That was Old Edwardians Cricket Club in Birmingham. He was at King Edward School in Birmingham, and I followed in his footsteps. And then, at the age of 10 or 11 years of age, he thought, well, maybe there's something in this kid, and he took me to a Birmingham League club, which is called West Bromwich Dartmouth, and yeah, that was the start of my playing. So yeah.
Wearing your whites and playing with a red ball, obviously, and big focus on technique.
Absolutely, it was. Yeah, I was lucky enough to play in the county age group system at Warwickshire County Cricket Club. So, started out in the under-13s, went all the way through to play some county second 11 cricket. Never good enough to get to the next stage, like many of us. But yeah, that and together with my club cricket was the staple diet. Yeah.
And you're a batter, a bowler, or all-rounder?
All-rounder. Yeah, a seam bowler and a batter, right-handed, both of them. Yeah.
And obviously you're a very influential coach and mentor to a lot of cricketers in Europe now. How did you get into coaching?
I got to around about 19 years of age, and this period I just talked about, and I started to do my coaching courses, and fortunate to have one of the tutors on the course sat me down at the end of my level 2 and said, listen, you could be okay at this. But you need to knuckle down, stop messing around and stop being the wise guy, because there's a chance here for you, but you need to work at it. And then that was kind of a moment in time where I thought nobody had ever said this to me before, either educationally or from a cricketing point of view, that there was something in it. My dad was also a cricket coach, so I had another push from that, and it really went from there. So, and then fortunate when I didn't make it playing professional cricket, that Warwickshire County Cricket Club took me on, and had 20 very pleasant years there. So yeah.
Right. What do you think are the most important aspects of being a cricket coach?
To understand people, first and foremost. I think we spend a lot of time looking at technique, or coaches can get carried away with technique. So really understanding the person that you're dealing with and getting to know them, getting to know what their drivers are, how they tick, and getting to understand how the best way to communicate with them. And once you know that, I think then you can start to work on any aspects of the game. So that will be the critical element. A lot of people jump in with technique, but actually we're all different, and you need to have lots of strings to your bow as a player, but you also have a lot of strings to your bow as a coach to know how to approach different people.
Yeah, but for myself as a cricketer, it was technique, and it used to drive me crazy because I thought that technique was the only thing that was going to make me successful. Now I'm the cricketing coach of a 5-year-old boy, my own son, and for me it's never been about technique. I've put his bat on his knee, he knows how to hold it, and then I just tell him 3 taps and I'll throw the ball to you. So he taps it 3 times, and it's just a funny way of doing, because I always wanted to hit through the V, and now just the way that he enjoys hitting the ball, he's just hitting the ball anywhere he wants. So how do you find short form cricket and playing T10 cricket now? Has it differentiated the way that you approach coaching?
Absolutely. I mean, I grew up, as probably you did, in a 50 over era, or your background was probably 2-day cricket. I grew up in declaration cricket, which is probably not too dissimilar. And so coaching that and now learning how to coach this. And the fortunate thing about having this fantastic event is you can get to see other coaches in action, you can talk to them. And when I first started this, I thought it was just about batters hitting the ball out the ground, bowlers being able to get the ball through to the wicketkeeper, and fielders, you know, being the best they could be. But as time's gone on, there is a finesse to this. Absolutely, there's a finesse. There's a few trade secrets with batting, bowling and fielding, and it's critical that you keep up with the game and make sure that you know what's a good game plan for your team, and also what they can produce, because clearly there's a wide disparity in abilities. So making sure that you're really clear with those 3 elements of the game to your team, and that they can go out, they use the phrase, don't they, execute the skills, which I hate a bit, but go out and do it basically. Practice it hard and go out and do it. And like with any sport, it's about volume. So even with your 5-year-old, it's about enjoyment first, then it's volume. And it's not rocket science, really.
Yeah, now, I've got 50 foam balls in a bucket next to me, and yeah, it is volume. I think hitting a lot of balls is absolutely key. But when you say there's a few secrets to T10 cricket, you don't have to expose those secrets, but I guess those secrets change depending on the opposition as well,
They
right?
do, yeah. You know, we've seen, you know, throughout this tournament here that people that have got variety are the ones that perform best and have got success out of it. So having a left arm bowler, having a right arm bowler, having out and out pace is an absolute gold dust, as we've seen. Having people that can spin the ball even on an artificial surface and change pace. And if you've got those mixes with the ball, then you've got everything at your armoury. If you've got 4 right arm seamers, then you're going to be limited to the way that you can control the game. And then having the ability as a player to work out batters if you're bowling. So where do I need to bowl and where don't I need to bowl to this guy, but doing it quickly. And that's a skill in itself that comes with experience. I think batting wise, getting bat on ball is absolutely critical in this cricket, even if you can't smash it out of the park. Making sure that the scoreboard's ticking over. Simple stuff like maximising power plays, calling well, running between the wickets well. And if the boundaries come along, then that's a bonus. And I think when we grew up, you know, you talked about playing yourself in, getting your 1s and 2s, 4s and 6s. This game is about, can I hit 6s and 4s? And if I can't, then I need to come down the gears and make sure that I rotate the strike. And for many people, that takes quite a mental change to do that.
Yeah, I think, and even a single is a win to the bowling team, absolutely. Right? So if you're used to getting a good length ball and you're going back and across and punching to the cover boundary for one, this is such a huge win for the bowling team. But also, if there's 60 balls, I mean, if you can bowl 60 different balls, then it's going to be an advantage. But for your bowler now on TV and to only have 12 balls to bowl, for him to execute those slow balls and the change-ups and the Yorker, the wide Yorker, the bouncer, the slow bouncer, that's a task in itself. Yeah. So everyone's on their feet.
That's right. And it's critical that you practice it. You know, we spend a lot of time on the field here going through, as all the coaches do, going through drills in the morning, trying to make them as realistic as we possibly can. And I'll do some stuff, I might stand at the umpire's end, for instance, rather than with the mitt some days. And as the bowler passes me, I'll just shout out Yorker, wide Yorker, slower ball, so that they have to change technique, because a batter is 25 yards away from you right now as you get into your delivery stride. He might look to get deep in the crease, he might look to come at you, and you've got to be able to adjust quickly. And that takes some training and some skill from them. So it's really important that you practice.
Yeah, and being head coach of the Cyprus national team, what are some of your first memories of cricket in Cyprus?
I first went to Cyprus around about 30 years ago on a holiday. Really loved the place. Read about cricket in the newspaper there and thought, blimey, there's something, there's cricket here, is there? And then I went and watched a couple of games quietly, and then within about 12 months found myself selected on an MCC tour to go and play Cyprus for a week. And we played, I don't know, 6 or 7 games in the week. Mike Gattin was our captain on that tour, and as most countries do, they always pick your brains and, you know, how do we do this, how do we do that? And I was very fortunate at the time. The chairman was a guy called Steve Carr from Yorkshire, and he said to me, would you be interested in coming back and helping? And of course I did. I eventually bought a house there for some time, and I've been going back and forth now for about 20 years, save and except when I've been in work in another European country. So you can't obviously be a coach of a national team when you work in another European country. But when that changed and I was back in the UK, Mohammed Hussain, a fantastic chairman of Cyprus cricket, he said, listen, will you come back and help the boys again? And other than COVID, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic story. And Mohammed has done a phenomenal job there. Yeah. Cyprus is actually built for cricket, right? I mean, the weather that you have there all year round.
Yes.
Cricket.
Yeah.
There's a lot of immigrants from cricket-loving countries as well. And yeah,
There
sky's the
are,
limit there.
you know, there's, you know, when I first went there, I would say there was a fair amount of expat cricket, but it was predominantly South Africans, English, Australians. There wasn't the volume of South Asian cricketers that there is there now. And there was probably down about 6 or 7 teams playing quite friendly cricket. You look at it now and they play T10 cricket, they play T20 cricket, they play 40 over cricket, and 20 to 30 teams, you know, play across those 3 spectrums, which is fantastic for the volume. Where they've struggled historically is on facilities, so very reliant on the military bases. Up in Decalia near Larnaca and down at Akrotiri Episcopi down near Limassol. They've got their own ground at Ipsinus, which you'll know well from ECN cricket. So they've got 3 kind of good bases, but there's still an infrastructure to build, and I'm sure when Mohammed tells his story in part 2 of this, he'll talk about the fact that they're now registered with COA, the Cyprus Olympic Association, and the Sports Association, which should be an absolute boon to the sport and the growth and development and finance of it. And I know he's really excited about it.
Yeah, Mohammed works really closely with the local government and talking to politicians, try and unlock this ground. I think there are a lot of football fields in Cyprus, and maybe unlocking something that's a multi-sport or somewhere close by, you know, where there's land there that's flat and it's ready for cricket. You know,
it is, and you, as you rightly say, you can play, you know, across the Mediterranean strip from here to Malta to Cyprus. You can almost play 11, 12 months of the year. So, you know, fantastic. Well, Gibraltar as well, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you can. So, no, I've had a fascinating time and a fantastic time working with Mohammed, and I was there for several events as well, and see them there. It's a place where cricket can grow. I think it's a place where Mohammed's also doing a lot in the youth development with schools and like yourself, coaching coaches to help them get more and more into schools, because the people that are there playing cricket, I think they're going to stay forever, and their children will be able to take this thing forward.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, having a national team is important because you need a flagship. You need to have something where somebody knows where they're going to go. What's this all about? Male and female, by the way, as well, and I think that's one of his priorities, is the female game. Certainly the growth of cricket in schools, and there's plenty of international schools as well as, you know, Greek Cypriot schools as well. And, you know, with this development with COA and the local government and national government, I think we could see infrastructure there grow, and they could have development officers. I know they'll probably be in a central office somewhere with other sports, which is always handy because you can feed off one another. So I think it's quite exciting, and they could catch up a lot of countries quite quickly. I hope we do.
Yeah, it is. And what are the best months of the year for you to go out there when you have your house there?
Around about March time is a beautiful time of the year, and also right now, actually October. It's a little bit too warm for me and actually cricket stops in Cyprus for a period in the high summer, and rightly so. It's ridiculously hot. But really, from this period on, is a fantastic time of the year to play cricket there. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. No, Cyprus is wonderful. It's been wonderful having you here. Thanks for all the support you've been given to European cricket.
Thank you.
In a wide-ranging number of fields and in different ways, the way you mentor and coach cricketers. So thank you so much for that on behalf of European cricket. You're a star, and we appreciate it. So
thank you, Dan. Without
you,
I think we would be much the worse. It's been brilliant.
No problem. No, thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through finals day here in Group F, and what a day it's been so far. We have seen some balls smashed to all parts of this Cartama Oval, and now it's time for qualifier 2. No more second chances for these two teams. It is going to be Portugal taking on Scotland 11 in this one. Let's go out to the middle. Rob Kemming has the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call.
European cricket.
It is European cricket.
We'll have a ball.
So I thought whoever won the toss would want to bowl, and that's how it works out, with Scotland 11 winning the toss, and they've sent in Portugal. So we know that this morning Scotland 11's batting kind of clicked finally, didn't it? Their top three kind of really battered them into an unassailable position. I think Hares with 3 Maximos early, although he went straight after that. But Michael English, along with Liam Naylor, they batted beautifully for Scotland 11. So in the second half, they'll be on the chase again. I think they are must-gets for Portugal early in the innings. Portugal, okay, they actually batted pretty well, I think, in that last game where they were chasing a bunch. The first thing they need to do, I suppose, is try and get a solid score on the board, and I think they could potentially then defend it. So these teams, very hard to compare or try and split them, but I know that only one of them will make it through to the final. Germany are waiting for them. Well, I've been waiting for this guy as well, but he's finally here at the Cartama Oval here on a beautiful sunny Saturday. Rico Full to take us the first ball. Qualifier 2, Scotland 11 winning that crucial toss. So Portugal to bat first. Maybe a blessing in disguise, Rico. What do you think? Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Buenas tardes, mi familia. ¿Qué tal todos? Hello, good afternoon and welcome. Good to be back. And what an exciting match that we have up for you here. It's another eliminator. And in this one team goes through to the final. The other one, well, we'll have to say goodbye to, and they will have to watch as part of the fan zone as we get set for the big final later on tonight. What do I think of the coin toss? Good question there from Vinny. Well, remember last time around, Scotland did bat first, put 132 on the board. Michael English made 65 of 27. Tama Ahmed was good as well, and Christopher McBride, the captain, both making 25. But Portugal knocked the runs off, didn't they? And they did it with 9 balls to go. Kulit Gulaya was their star with 63 of 19. Portugal really do need him to get back into form for this one. 109 to 112 in favour of Portugal, based probably on that last meeting between the two sides. So that's why I think that Scotland are wanting to put Portugal in. They don't want to bat first and have the same feat as what happened last time around. Put them in, let them get to whatever, and then you know what you're going for. That's the plan here for Scotland. They were fantastic in the run chase against Norway, weren't they? Norway 144, but Scotland got there with 11 balls to go. Michael English, he's certainly been their star at the moment. And what about that partnership with Liam Naylor, who finally came good as well with a half century himself, and a 127-run partnership, getting them the win in eliminator number 1. Portugal, they're here because they couldn't get past Germany. Germany outbatted them, scoring 169 in match number 12, that first qualifier. Portugal falling 46 runs short, being bowled out. But they need to come back good, and it's the openers really that's got to make a good start. Machado, I think he batted beautifully in that last match, made 42 of 12. So I'm not surprised that he's up there. But Kulit, can he get going? It's going to be Mackenzie Jones to bowl the first over. We wait for an official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give us the thumbs up. And, well, not quite yet. Jones wants to go, but Sulman Sahid is still waiting. Tick-tock, tick-tock, play, says Sulman. So here we go, the battle of bat versus ball. Straight up in the air, it could be a first baller for Goliath. And it will be. So what a start it is for Scotland. And Kulit just can't get going. And listen to the noise out there. They're absolutely pumped. Of course they are, because the one guy that really did terrorize them last time round with 63 of 19, Kuldeep Gulaya, will go first ball. It's another royal duck here at the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And Kuldeep just tries to flick this one away, but the ball, well, it's pops up at him, doesn't it? It's a good length bowl, no mistakes there behind the stunt from Callum Garden. And the first wicket will go down. Gulaya gone. Well, that is a big loss. Kuldeep going first ball, and there's the golden Derek in the house. Never a nice sight to greet the batter as he goes up those famous cardamom steps with no runs on the board. Royal duck, a golden duck for Kuldeep Gulaya. Not the start that Portugal wanted. Rana Sawa comes out at number 3. Mackenzie Jones will be, well, even more pumped up now. That's that short of a length delivery. Bowls a good heavy ball, gets good bounce on it, doesn't he? We've always said that from this end, the lake end, that the quicker bowlers, I believe, and even the spinners, are going to get just that tad more bounce, a bit more lift. Sawa gets off the mark straight away. And Machado batted very well in that loss to Germany. And he starts beautifully. What a shot that is. Shaba, manos. Arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras for Machado. I think he knew what was coming his way. What a blast. This is sensational strike. Well, he cuts this brutally over the cover boundary, and immediately there is a change in the field. The first boundary of this qualifier, number 2. And now it's a thick edge and we'll sail for 6. So a little bit of suerte ahí por Machado, porque eso es 6 carreras también. Well, it's a swing hard and maybe get a little bit of luck, and he does. And I suppose that's why you pay for every bit of that bat, and you might as well get a good return from every bit as well. He paid for the edge, he uses the edge, and he goes for 6. So 2 sixes from Machado. Slightly overcast here today as well. I think you probably heard that last night was a little bit windy and breezy. Goes for another. It's a bit of a miscue. It's a chance. And Machado, after hitting 2 sixes, will go as well. Mackenzie Jones, he is absolutely pumped. And 2 sixes and out. That is going to be the end of Machado. Ball number 3 for him. Mackenzie Jones picks up another. Portugal 13 for 2. And yeah, I can understand him wanting to be aggressive. But sometimes I think you got to take and be happy with what you get in an over. Could have quite easily maybe just pushed this for a single and say, right, okay, job done in this over. Continue to rebuild, but he offers the catch to Lyle Robertson, and Robertson does not put it down. So second wicket goes. Machado gets a warm applause, but he will know that that's not the job that he was sent out to do. And the batter, the only batter really, I suppose, who was in good form for Portugal in that battle against Germany, makes his way back. And now Francois Stoneman comes out. And if you ever needed Francois Stoneman Faf to be at his best, now is the time. Mackenzie Jones still has this one ball in the over. And this one is wide as well, but they do put the fielder out there who makes the stop. Francois does get off the mark, and that is the end of a very adventurous and exciting first over. 14 runs from it, but 2 wickets as well. Portugal 14 for 2, trying to get to a big score in this very important qualifier number 2. This is how teams find themselves where they are. Germany winning qualifier 1 and booked their place in the final, waiting to see who they'll play. One of these two teams, and at the moment Scotland, you'd have to say, have the upper hand. As you see, Sajjad walking to his mark. Has continued to have problems in getting the ball in the right areas, but when he gets it right, he's dangerous. And he has bowled a fair few extras in this championship. And this one ain't going to be an extra. It's going to be Seis Guerreras. Stoneman goes big, hits it hard. It flies over the offside boundary. Ginna Sona, Shakka lag gaya. बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग पोर्चुगल 2 विकेट जल्दी उड़ गया ਹੁਣ 5 ਦਿਨ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ फ्रांसिस टोमन ਤਾਂ ਰਾਣਾ ਸਾਵਰ ਮਿਡਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੇ बैटर है not the best of starts there from Sajjad ball थोड़ी short ਸੀਗੀ wide ਸੀਗੀ ਤਾਂ फ्रांसिस टोमन ने बट के छक्का मारिया next ball to come and making a slight change in the field here, so I get the feeling that Sajjad is advertising that he's going to go slightly shorter here. And he tries. It's a horrible wide. Fingertips or glove tips there from Callum Garden. Stops it being 5. But the batters do make it into 2. Yeah, it does very well here, does Callum. So I think he advertised it because he does move the third man back. They got Ollie Hayes in that catching position as well. Oh, that's even wider. So this is the issues that Sajjad has had. He's just not been able to get his accuracy and his radar right all the time. So he's always giving away a few extras. Portugal trying to rebuild after losing those early wickets. That one's probably pretty wide as well, and you can see that.
Oh, not so good, Mikey.
Sawa, a bit disappointed that he's even got bat onto that. I think Sawa looks like he wants to hit more down the ground, whereas Faf Stoneman, a bit like Miguel Machado, who's been the gone, likes to play more outside the off. Well, he gets this one clean. That's going to be 4. It's there for the hitting, wasn't it? Once again short, but this one didn't have the venom in it. And the venom comes from the batter. So Sawa gets this one away, brings up his first boundary. Big crowd here gathered at the Carter Oval today in the fan zone for the group's finals day. And down the leg side once again, it's going to be another wide. We can see Sawa's a little bit disappointed that he doesn't capitalise on it. That's the thing here. I mean, he'll take the wides, of course, and the extra deliveries. But, you know, sometimes batters will feel that if they can get like that one there, he gets a little bit of something on that. It's going to go all the way down to the boundary. So he feels that he's missed out. Slower delivery. And, oh, I think there's fingertips on this. The batters will come back for 2 because the pace is taken off it from the fielder. It's a splendid effort. And that's Liam Naylor, who himself found his form in the last match with the bat. Well, Scotland, maybe they are coming good when they have to, but have a look at this. It is a slow delivery, gets fingertips to it, but not able to hold on to the catch. Sawa survives. And now he drills this hard down the ground, but there is a fielder there. And it's sort of bowled back in. Oh, the man is out there. Looks like it's the captain, Christopher McBride. He's taken plenty of catch in that position. A warm welcome to all of our viewers in the chat. Chris Smith, John Gray, Christopher Ward as well. Kroom, all enjoying the action. Oh, this is another Gundy wide. So that's the 4th wide in the over. So looking to rebuild. Score-wise, Portugal now 31 for 2. Yeah, the 2 wickets hurt you, but they're still scoring at a pretty good rate, and that's what they've got to believe. And sometimes an over like this just helps the batting side get back focused on the task at hand and forget about what's happened before. Full toss, nicely played. They just plays it down. He's quite happy, Faf, to just take the single. The over comes to an end, and 19 come off it No, 19 off the second. And the score at the end of 2 overs, 33 for 2. $33 for 2 then. Yeah, it's the Cardamom Oval looking just a little bit greyer today. You can see normally we're looking at clear blue skies and can clearly see the mountains at the back there, the Sierra de Cardamom. But not so much here in Cardamom, but I know in Benamadima there was a fair bit of heavy winds and rain also last night. So a change in the climate. And maybe these conditions could suit the bowlers, especially those that like to get the ball to swing around a little bit. Robertson comes into the attack. See if he can get a breakthrough in the power play. And not with this one. This is going to go all the way. Balle, ginna sona. Shakalagya, que guay, que genial, que grande. And looks like he's hit that so well that he might have damaged his bat. Let's have a look at this again. He clobbers it sweet out of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowler Rasmalai. But I think he's hit that so hard that the bat says, I can't take any more. And I think the 12th man will come out with a few options. And let him have a look at what he wants. So, good shot though. I hope you like your music, and if you do, well, you love what day it is today. Universal Music Day. It's an international day, whatever kind of music that you like. It's a day to enjoy your music, whether it's classical, rock, country, and a bit of pop. Well, enjoy. Well, this one. Yeah, that would have been the wrong kind of music for the batter. It would have been a little bit of goodbye, because that's not that far away from knocking Sarwar over. Robertson again. But this one's played away. It's going to be 4 runs. Tries to repeat the same, but he doesn't. Well, that's the music that Portugal want to hear. Sweet music. There's that one. Gets played away. Nice pull shot. Gets himself in good position early. 4 carreras. So Portugal continue to rebuild. Very important partnership this. Still have got batters to go, we know that. But they didn't all click in the last contest. So this partnership becomes really important. Sawa playing his part in this. 18 of 8. And he doesn't get this right. It's an opportunity. Who's going to get there? Fielder should, and Fielder will. That'll be easily taken there by Taimur Ahmed. And the partnership does come to an end. Ranasawa miscues this one, trying to go into that vacant cow corner area. And Ahmed comes and takes the catch. Ranasawa will go now as well. 44 for 3. Portugal with the ball still to go in the power play. So they want to play their shots. They want to be aggressive. I don't mind that, but you just got to keep an eye on the amount of wickets that are falling here as well. High fives all around as Robertson gets the breakthrough. Taimur Ahmed taking the catch. Wasn't even required today in that victory over Norway. What a batting performance that was. And are Scotland going to be the typical sort of top trump team? You know, a team that could have problems, and they have had their problems. And let's face it, let's be fair, let's be honest. They haven't played their best cricket. Sometimes they've been below average. But what do good teams do and good players do? When it matters, when it counts, they come good, they unite, and they perform. Top performers show their class, and that's what they've done. That's what they did here this morning. Michael English, 71, not out of 21. Liam Naylor finally came good, 50 not out. And that 127-run partnership was enough to get the win against Norway. That's delicately played. That's going to be 4 runs. So Najam Shazad, he's known for his brute force and his brute power. Well, he shows a little bit of his finesse here as well. As he caresses this ball to the boundary, it is the end of the power play. And a score 48 for 3 at the end of 3. See that Francois and Shazad having a chat. Concerns, of course, on the face of the captain. But when you have a look at this, in terms of the runs per over, ignore the wickets for the moment. They're going okay, but they just need to get that partnership going. Concerns there, of course, for the coach, Conrad Greenshields. I know he must be very, very nervous there. Paolo Butsamazzi there as well. Paolo and his family, the wonders and the hard work that they've done for cricket in Portugal. Now trying to see if they can get their team into the final later tonight. Hoggy comes into the attack, and he's going to get a wicket straight away, and that is going to be the end of Stoneman. That is a big wicket, and well, Jack Hogarth, as he so often does, comes in and gets wickets. And he's going to be gone. A few people in the chat and talking about the European Cricketers song would be fitting to hear that. Well, maybe we can organise that at some point. Well, thanks for the shout out. John Gray, Christopher Ward there as well, Shrug in the chat as well. But at the moment, well, all the singing and the dancing on this International Day of Music, perhaps being done by Scotland. That is a big wicket to get. Stoneman departs. He played one delightful shot, didn't he? For 6 outside the off, but that's all it's going to be. He's going to go for 9. So wickets falling and falling irregularly. So Hoggy, Jack Hogarth, gets the breakthrough as well. And once again, it was a straightforward catch. And Robertson doing the catching again. Amardeep Singh now comes out. These two good players, score lots of runs in Portugal. Now's the time for them to click. And Jack Hogarth comes into bowl his next. A fine time to welcome back into the commentator's box. Buenas tardes, Vidi Sandu.
Buenas tardes, Rico. And Taylor, 2 first balls for Hogarth. Remember, the first one he bowled was off the charts in the first game, not for the right reasons. Got whacked, and I think his first 2 balls went for something like 18 or something ridiculous. But strike straight away here. Easy conditions. Just speaking to Jack, he was telling me it was really tough to grip the ball this morning because of the residue from maybe a slight shower overnight. It was very humid, but not having too many problems here. Portugal, we've seen it all, runs and wickets so far.
That's in the slot and has to go, and it does. It goes over the cube. Here's a lovely strike from the captain, the Jamshazad. Will he come good for his team here? He's been dependable and reliable on so many occasions in the past. He's been the man that's been able to get them out of trouble. He's been the man who's able to get his club and his country to many a victory. Can he do it here today when it matters? Hogarth to finish his over. Go short. This is another one that gets guarded. It's another opportunity. Should be taken. It is taken. And the answer to that question about Shazad is no. Is disappointment. It's not the best of deliveries, but you can see what Hoggy's doing here. It's slightly shorter. He doesn't pitch it up, and Najam Shazad goes for the same shot. Doesn't get it right. Puts it up in the air, and he's going to be gone as well. He'll go for 11 of ball number 4. And though the score is good, the wicket count is not good. That is the 5th wicket to go at the end of 4 overs. Portugal, 57 for 5.
Yeah, just too many wickets lost. But as far as Hogarth is concerned, he's pretty thrilled about that over, which ends up going 2 for 9. Shazad threatened, but he can't follow through. He's gone for 11. Well held by McBride. He has buckets for hands, doesn't he, down there at long on. And Portugal, 57 for 5.
Yeah, McBride hasn't dropped anything. I tell you what, if you needed somebody to come in at this sort of situation when you've got a few runs on the board, which is pretty healthy, you just need somebody that can stick around and get a plucky partnership going. Azhar Andani's not a bad guy to come out now, is he, Vinny?
Yeah, he's kind of gone down a slot or 2. But, I do think he's very, very talented. We've seen him. He has a century to his name, and he'll get an overthrow here. So a bit of a throwaway. This has been out. I thought he was going to get back.
Would have been close in a Vinny. I think it would have been close because he has to turn and go. And Hoagie, you heard them say, Hoagie, get it in. He does. Doesn't miss by that much. It's a close call. have a look at it here again.
Just home, I think.
Only just, yeah.
Worth a throw, though. I mean, the value of a 6th wicket here, we're not even at the halfway point of this innings. English is coming on, and didn't he bat outstandingly well this morning? Pretty handy with the ball as well for Scotland, but he's going to go for 4 this time. Well placed away, Andani off the mark.
That's a lovely shot. There's been a fruitful area that for Portugal. I think batters have found a way to get the ball to the boundary. He waits on this one. He knows that there is a player out there, but by waiting on it and playing it late, he gets it finer off him through the gap. 4 runs, nicely played.
Big hello to a few people in the comment section. Hello to Shrug, of course. Hello to Christopher Ward, Stephen Kelk, Chris Smith. Anyone I might have missed? Looks like James Stewart's in there. Nice to see you, as always, James, watching from Estonia. And Maya, of course, keeping an eye on this from Germany. And I know why. Because they're Germans. They're into the final already, and they're waiting to see who they're going to play.
Yeah, terrific performance from Germany. So far, the undefeated team in this group. We know that we've already seen the 3 teams that go through to Mondays, start on Mondays to the championship week without dropping a match.
I'll tell you something, though. No one has been undefeated and then lost the final yet. Every team that's gone into the final undefeated has stayed undefeated.
Well, this is... Oh, where's he running? He's going to be gone. He's going to be gone. He's going to be gone. Where is he going? Oh, this is shocking. And Dani, that's a bit of brain freeze. I don't understand this at all. He plays it straight back to the bowler. He starts to run, and he just literally gives his wicket away. He's waiting to see if he makes it back.
He doesn't.
For me, he doesn't.
Look, it's just a bit of nervous energy from Andani. He wants to run, but it's just not there. I mean, first it was a big hanging slow ball. But you see, it's actually really smart. It's actually really smart work from English, who cheats another kind of 3 or 4 metres. See there, and it's good night, Charlene. And maybe we'll need, he's sliding on the spine of his bat as well. But yeah, Azza might as well keep on walking. But yeah, see, English, he could have thrown off balance, but yeah, I mean, he hasn't made it.
Yeah, I don't think he makes it. I think even when you look at the bat there, because he's gone with the wrong side of the bat down, I think the bat, watch this here, this is the shot.
I know he's kind of in the way, but not much.
Yeah, look at it. He's a long way short.
But file that under you for unnecessary, Rico.
Terrible.
As Andani's run out, and it's 62 for 6, all kind of going down the gurgler at the moment. And Portugal, they might as well keep swinging here. I don't think you're looking for, a brave 100 or 110 against the Scottish 11. I think you're looking to go large, but it's going to be 4 and out for Andani.
Yeah, and he plays such a beautiful shot as well. We know that he's one guy that can really get things going. That was sort of set up for his sort of innings, but yeah, maybe he panicked, maybe it was nerves. I think he felt the bat on board, he wanted to go, but it was a really weird delivery from English though, wasn't it?
Yes,
when it first came out of the hand, I thought it was going to be a big no.
I know you didn't pick it because you're right, but it was such overspin on that back of the hand slower ball, and it dips. And Andani, maybe kind of frustrated that he didn't pick it, maybe, or that he hadn't played a more attacking shot, went looking for a run that just wasn't there. Gamira, the new batter, and he started well in the earlier game, but he starts with a dot this time. And look, on another day, these two could quite easily be opening the batting, let's say, for Portugal. They're good enough to do that, both of these guys. So they just need to put these 6 wickets out of your head. I think you're going for broke. Honestly, I don't think you're trying to, be more conservative here. I think if you go down swinging. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with you. As well, he's got to be playing at that one. That's at a zone you've got to play at. He's got to get that foot across and hit through the ball and try and get it over the covers into that vacant gap. Yeah, I'm with you, but one thing they've got to make sure they do is bat the 10 overs.
Yeah, true, but you'd kind of want to do both. Do you know what I'm saying? You'd want to hope that you can still bat, quote unquote, normally, and still bat the 10 overs and maybe end up with 130 or something around that, rather than just batting out the 10 overs to say 100, 110 and going down wondering what might have happened had you played more shots. Well, right now, it's a bit of a tester for Gould down there, who's looking right into the sun, but he's got the old Richie Richardson hat style. I like that on Gould. You probably need it down there at this time of the day. This will be the end of the over, end of 5, and the score is 63 for 6. Want to welcome you into the commentary box, of course. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here with Rico Full for the first time today. Welcome to our coverage of the Group F Finals Day. F are fantastic and very unpredictable, I think, as we've seen so far. We had to say goodbye to the Norwegians. They had a great time here, though, didn't they? Just couldn't quite perform when it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at all of Norway's performances, they've already shown that if things had gone a little differently, they could quite easily have been the team in the final. And they've already shown from the squad and the way that they played, the amount of runs that they were scoring, that, you know, on another day, it could have been them. And that was the thing about this group. I think we know that about all of the teams in this group. Any one of them could have actually gone all the way into the final.
Definitely. It was such an interesting group. Just a quick moment to pull away and tell you about the World Food Project. If you're not aware, there's a QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Also, I'll put the link in the comment section. So if you'd like to donate, only 70 cents can provide a meal for somebody that needs one. And it's such a great organisation. We're thrilled to have them as our official charity partner. So obviously, we always aim to keep ECN free for everyone as much as we can around the world. And we have a lot of entertainment during the year, I think you'll agree. And if you'd like to kind of give a little bit back, that's our kind of way that we'd love for you to help out. And a little bit goes a long way. And I know I've been doing it this week a fair bit. I've made my pledge, as you know, one per empanada, and I'm going to stick to it. Oh, what a seed from Hogarth first up. Hogarth, if he gets it right, he's a handful because he's got that traditional leg spinner that goes right to left. But he's also got the back of the hand googly that'll go left to right, and you can't really pick it at the speed that arm comes over.
Ooh, well. Not out. So.
Yeah, Jack liked it. And hey, I like that Jack waits 6 or 7 seconds to tally it in his own head, and then a polite how's that. But this is the top spinner, I think, kind of hurries on. Mira had to watch his feet, but they stayed in.
He gets bad onto this one. He doesn't look too comfortable out there at the moment, Gimiri, but he's still there. Amandeep Singh, well, he's been at the other end and he's seen a few wickets fall. And can he produce a few big shots here? And, well, he might get away with this one, will he? No, he won't, because it's good work from Ollie Hayes. He reads it well, doesn't he? Sets off early, gets himself in a good position, and maybe the cap, or one of the caps, one of the two falls out of his head, but the ball stays safely in those hands. Another wicket goes, and Amandeep Singh, another good batter, another man who on his day can score loads of runs. He departs for 3 of just 4 balls.
Oh, this is asking for it as well. I mean, Amandeep basically got out Amandeeped here. It's a bouncer from a spinner, whether it be intentional or not, from Hogarth. The quicker ball, way too short, I think, but Amandeep doesn't get in position. He's probably surprised by it. Don't blame him. But Hares took a nice catch running back. And so that's 7 wickets down. And Portugal needing some sort of turnaround, no doubt. Still plenty of time to go in this innings, but the score 64 for 7. And Abdus Samad into the side for Juan Henry in this one. And so he's going to come out at number 9. Got to say, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go Junaid Khan in this situation, considering that he's actually been hitting the ball pretty well. So we know he'll bat 10, I would assume. And then who else haven't we seen yet for Portugal? They've still got, that's it actually. You got 10 and 11. So you got, sorry, it's Mysam who's come out. Okay, it was listed wrong. So, okay, so you got Mysam there. Again, interesting they've gone for Mysam. This situation, he batted 11 last game, and he is a good bat, don't get me wrong, but I think he lost a little bit of his confidence.
And this is going to be another simple catch. So Hoggy keeps on impressing. That's 4 now for Jack Hogarth. And what a way to finish his spell. And Portugal, they're in tatters at the moment. It is 65 for 8 at the end of 6 overs.
That's a full-blown disaster now, isn't it, for Portugal? Yeah, still, I wonder what the approach is here. Normally, you'd be saying, okay, let's see if we can get 85, 90 and defend it. I just don't see that happening. Probably go Junaid Khan now. Again, how good can you play the game where you just pretend that that isn't the score and go out there and back yourself to hit boundaries? I still think they kind of need to do that. Can't be overly conservative. Gamire, unfortunately, it just wasn't his time here, was it? He goes for 2 off 7. 65 for 8.
Owen Gould takes a nice catch. But yeah, I mean, Portugal losing those 2 wickets, I think, in that first over from Mackenzie Jones-Hurts, Kuldeep Gulai going for a royal duck. And he's a guy that's got to give you a good start. Then Miguel Machado, 2 big sixes, then he gets out. Ranasawa the same, plays some nice shots and throws his wicket away. I think, you know, yeah, you got to be aggressive, but at the same time, I think you got to read match situations as well, and sometimes be a little content with what you've got. Gets played away. They want to take the single on.
My instincts are telling me that you have to risk losing by a lot to give you a chance. You know, like I know normally you'd be, and look, again, this guy is having an incredibly good qualifier too. Junaid Khan is out there now at number 10, faces up for the first time to Robertson. And this will be one. But as they say in the classics, guess who's back? Back again. Hoagie's back, tell a friend.
Yeah.
4 for Jack, who had probably the worst possible start to an over or a match you've ever seen this morning. But when he's bowling well, he's a threat. I think the Germans are taking notice.
Leg side, they'll take whatever runs they can get at the moment. But the old saying, you know, class is permanent. Form can come and go, but class is permanent. And we know Jack Hogarth, he is class. The likes of English, who's shown his class as well. The likes of Naylor, and of course, you got Ollie Hayes out there as well. This is a bit of a risky one, and Hoggy, this one just gets away from him. Otherwise, I think a quick pick up and throw there could have been interesting.
That was a bit of a spinner on Hogarth, I think, but he might have been counting his wickets on one hand and was momentarily distracted by that ball, but just one for Portugal.
We'll take another one here, so just trying to get to some score that can try and defend here now. I mean, coming up to the end of this 7th, still, if they can bat all the way through, maybe try and get to sort of, I don't know, 110.
It's a tough situation. I mean, you can not one till the cows come home. Yeah, I don't know. You see, you can crawl, let's say run a ball, right? Run a ball at 19. That's 90. No. I think you need to play. Maybe just play the ball on its merits a little bit. Junaid Khan likes to hit. Let's just take one here. So I get you don't want to just sky one, but I don't know. 70 and 90 for me, you got about the same chance. And trying to think of a way to say it that I can say on air, but it's not a good chance. It's the end of the 7th over, and the score 72 for 8.
72 for 8. I'm just trying to think of, as we have a look at another huge event that's coming up here on the European Cricket Network. 64 days to go to this one, Vinny, and we are excited.
Yeah, very excited. So tomorrow will actually be 9 weeks. So we'll be back, and I was chatting to Corey this morning. I think he's on the roster for that one, and also we'll be having a few guest commentators, I think, that are playing in the tournament. And as far as Championship Week goes, this is where we're at. We'll be turning the lights out on one of these 2 teams, and here now there's 9 potential teams that could lift the trophy. There's a little noise there, you know.
No, I don't think it's bat though.
I don't know, but I'm not saying it is. Like, no one believed it was bat, but there's certainly a little noise at the right time. You probably won't see anything on here. Maybe just, it might have been his pad or something. There was a bit of movement downstairs. But anyway, right now, Scotland in cruise control mode. Mackenzie Jones, good young pacer coming back in over number 8.
Let's take the single here. Jones has been sensational, hasn't he? Remember early on, he bowled with good pace, but he was bowling too short, wasn't he? When we saw Scotland early on, and Scotland had they lost those first 2 matches, he was bowling with pace, he was rapid, he was getting 2 or 3 good balls in and over, but the others were either wide, they were too short, he was bowling no balls as a result of bouncing over the head more than once. But he really has adjusted, and he's come good at the right time for Scotland.
Oh, ouch. And so that one's inside edged onto the body. And Myson probably wouldn't be doing that if I was him. But Scotland accordingly not appearing well. He probably needed a distraction, didn't he, for where he got hit.
Yeah, it was one of those.
That was probably the sound it made as well, but oh well. Myson, Junaid Khan, Abdus Samad, And the only batters left for Portugal. Still need to try and find a boundary and over, I think. You know, get one you think you can hit. This is clever. This kind of bites back off the surface. Mackenzie Jones, he's been great here in qualifying too. He's got 2 for 14.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. You see how he's adjusted. He's got his line right. And the difference between him and maybe Kastajad, who has been here before. I mean, Kastajad hasn't been able to get it right. You know, he's bowled some good deliveries. And I dare say that we haven't seen the best of him, and maybe we will if they continue. And looks like they will. Looks like we will see them again. But this guy, he's got it right. He's found his line. He's found his length. He's got that short ball right, short of the length. Let's see if he can execute. That's the short one. This one is too short, so that one will be called wide.
Hey, it was in the comment section a little bit earlier, but did you hear about this Argentina versus Chile women's game?
No.
It was a T20 international. In fact, ECN's very own Andrew Elliott was umpiring it, and the score was 427 for 1, play 63, and it's quite an incredible innings. I think they might have been playing on the Swiss pitch, which is basically like bowling on a popsicle, because I think there were a lot of no balls.
Yeah. This one, does he sneak this one in just under the shoulder? It's
Yeah, I mean,
having a
must have
look.
been it's a bit of a dangerous tactic. Again, can't bowl another one over the shoulder, and it is just kind of armpit, so that's perfect for Mackenzie. Yeah, so how about that? And I won't name or shame anyone, but 1 over none for 52. So we think we see a few things. I think that over had 23 balls in it as well. So it's a tough one, obviously. Developing nations at the international level.
He wants to go for it. He's just going to drop short of the fielder. Only just going to take another single. So it is very much tiki-taka, tiki-taka. It's not really surprising because all of the batters really have been blown away. And that is the end of the over. And 8 overs now complete. And Portugal 75 for 8.
All right, so they've come this far, and the closer you get to the end, the more likely you are to open yourself up for a bit more of attacking strokes. Oh, look, I'm trying to make the argument 90 gives them no chance. Who knows with the Scottish batting lineup? You get the top 3, you get a few guys in there, but I just think that they'll be too experienced. They'll just be able to knock around 9 or 10 over fairly easily. All right, well, there's an attacking shot, and it's going to fall into a Bermuda Triangle, and no one's seen it. And it's actually quite a remarkable stop from Gould, who, despite one of the world's largest hats, took a long time to see it, but when he did, he keeps it inside the field of play.
Let's see this again. I love this, because it is in the air. He's already at about this stage saying, I don't know where it is, don't know where it is. And then he finally catches up with it, and that's a great stop. Well, that'd be a good shot there for Tiana Oro's there as well. He's going click, click, click. Well, that could be one on social media, but a remarkable recovery.
Should sell some advertising on that hat. You make a fortune. He's English.
Wide delivery.
Yeah, so that's a pretty large scoreline. But, I mean, again, with Chile, I think they've been playing T20 International in the women's format, women's T20 International for a while now. But it's just one of those things. You play a team that obviously is a bit above where you are.
So who's the highest scorer there then? So
I'll tell you in a second.
Give us a scorecard.
Perhaps a little bit of the tram line.
Valuable runs these. You'll take these.
Them. It was Lucia Taylor, 169 not out, and Albertina Galan. I think that's probably a good call. It was completely inside for English. Yeah, but because there were so many there were 64 no balls in the innings and 8 wides. So they actually faced essentially an extra 12 overs. Sounds like a long game.
And there's no penalty runs now, is there, in those T20s? It all goes down to fielding restrictions.
I think it would have,
is that right?
Yeah, so that probably wouldn't have helped either, because in women's cricket, you can only have 4 outfielders. So if it was the same kind of regulations, then they would have only been allowed 3. And I'm going to give you something. They scored 427 off 20 overs, right? So 21 and over. Up in the air, and this could be wicket number 9. It is, and it's held down there by Taimur Ahmed. So Portugal down to their last. Junaid Khan kind of knocked a few around, but trying to accelerate in the 9th. He nicks off down to deep 3rd, and Portugal 80 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's keeping that ball in that area, English, because he knows that sooner or later the batters are going for it. They're going to get the full shot. And Junaid skies this one up, and Taimur Ahmed takes the catch. Another one goes down, so Well, with 9 balls to go, they are 9 down. Will they survive? Will they bat all the way through? And what can they try and get to? But fantastic performance once again. I think it's been very much the great comeback from Scotland.
Yeah.
Good bowling from Michael English, keeping it tight. He really was exceptional yesterday, wasn't he, with the ball?
I'd say clinical. That's what they've been. And Junaid, well, he'll have one more chance with the ball to ruffle a few feathers. But he has to go for 3. It's 80 for 9. Okay, so 427. Yeah. You take out the 73 extras, and you got 354 in 20 overs. So let's say off the bat, about 17, 18 and over. Guess how many sixes there were in the innings in 20 overs?
How many sixes in 20?
Have a guess.
Okay, you gotta be talking in the 20s. 23.
0.
What?
No sixes. What a crazy scorecard.
What?
No sixes, but there were 57 fours. Wow, what a slow ball. Watch this come out of the sky. And Samad almost loses his peg's first ball.
Well, this is the one that sort of shocked Andani, and he got bad onto it and ended up running himself into trouble. But it's such a clever delivery. Watch how early this is played.
And yeah, and he plays it, plays the shot early. Yeah, 57.
No sixes at all.
Fours, no sixes.
In 400 and how many?
427 in 20 overs.
Well, this one is hit pretty well, and that's just going to be 1 bounce for cracking shot. So Samad cracks this one away. Well, gives Conrad Greenshield something to smile about.
Yeah, they'll be squeezing the stress balls over there, won't they? Team Portugal. This is a good shot from number 11. Samad, good to see him back out there. Had a bit of a nasty one last night where he copped the ball in the face. And yeah, you can see, can't quite organise the glove punch, but it's a good shot. Last ball of the night.
And this is going to be 4 more. So just wide off the fielder, Owen Gould. So 4 carreras más takes the score to 88 for 9 at the end of 9 overs.
Okay, 88. Dozen off this. Obviously can't get out, so that's a problem because it'll be all over. But fighting 100 looks better than 99. Have a look at the bowling. I said it's been clinical. I mean, Hogarth, he was really on 4 for 11, but I mean, just look at some of those figures as well with English 1 for 19 off his 2. Mackenzie Jones 2 for 16 off his 2. It's been a pretty good performance from the Scottish 11. Yeah, so these always make me cry when I see scorecards with no Maximos in a game, especially when you have, what's that, 488 runs in a game. Anyway, it's a little knock away. And funny, Meissen suddenly has become second fiddle, I think, despite having been there for ages. Samad gets another chance. Yeah. And you can see Samad, I mean, obviously bats a lot higher for his club, so let's see if he can keep up the good work. So we've got Samad against Sajjad here in the 10th.
And this is wide off Hogarth, so they'll take the single.
Yeah, so the thing is here, probably until the 5th or 6th ball of the over, you're still looking to hit a boundary. You're looking for something in your zone to really play a big shot. Now, if it's not there and you're not confident about turning it into a big shot, then you maybe just take the 1, wait for another opportunity. Meissen back on strike.
And he's chipped this over the square, and he's going to get 4 runs. So, wow, Meissen now gets another. They're into the 90s. Can we see a cheeky little 100 being brought up here?
Maybe. He picks this one. That's the difference. He picks this ball. Sajjad does bowl it well, but there was no one back at deep square. So now they make a field change. They bring the deep third into the circle, and they put the deep square back.
And this will help as well. And a little bit of luck at the end of their innings here for Portugal. Getting some very valuable runs on the board. 98 now for 9 with a couple to go in the innings.
Oh, that's so unlucky for the Scottish 11. Bowls the slower ball. You'd say there's no way that could get nicked over to where the fielder just came from. So 98. Well, if they can score 1 more run, at least they'll set 100 for Scotland. Who knows? Cricket's a funny game. Right now, Portugal aren't laughing. 2 to come.
Okay, high in the air and nobody there. So there's going to be 4 more. They leave the fine leg area open. Sajjad is holding his head because he can't believe what's going on here at the moment. And this over turning out to be a very fruitful last for Portugal. The 100 now comes up on the board, 102. Well, I was saying 110 at one point, and you said I got no chance, Vinny. Well, they're almost there, aren't they?
Well,
a little bit of luck, you know. A little bit of luck.
Didn't say what chance I thought they had. But look, Sajad's not really a big Yorker bowler, is he? He's more slower balls, length. Last ball coming up.
Hits it pretty well, straight to the fielder. And it just be a gentle one back to the bowler who holds on to it. And that will be the end of the innings. So Portugal, I suppose what you could say about this innings is though it started terribly, they did at least at one point keep the score ticking nicely. There were 48 at the halfway point, even 48 after 3, pardon me, the power point, and even at the halfway point, 63. But after that, it really slowed down. But a little flurry towards the end from those two men with all the ones on their back. Managed to get them to 103.
Yeah, they look like a tally sheet, don't they, as they walk off the field. But look, they were 80 for 9. They get 23 off the last 9 balls with their last pair at the crease. So obviously 100 plus looks a lot better than 80 odd. But I'll tell you something, this Portuguese side, they've got those runs on the board. No one can take them away from them as Conrad watches on. And I can tell you, these guys, they will give 120% to try and stay alive in this tournament, even though they are miles behind in this game. And well, it was the perfect start, wasn't it, for Scotland? Early wickets followed by more wickets, and Portugal were in quite the hole in this first innings.
Yeah, that was a royal duck, wasn't it? And then we saw this. We saw a great response from Machado. 2 big sixes on the spin. And then, well, he hoiks out. And that was where the disappointment was for me, I think. You know, he leaves a wicket first ball. It's going to be a good over. You've got 14 off it. And then you go and throw your wicket away. And then we saw very much the same at the other end. That was a fantastic strike from Francois Stoneman. He started with the 6. It was a cracking shot. And this one wasn't too bad either. So we thought, okay, Ranasawa and Stoneman, are they going to get a partnership to going? They did start to hit the ball pretty well. They were hitting boundaries, and we thought, okay, this is exactly what Portugal needed. But sooner or later, they were just going to get a little bit excited, maybe a little bit greedy. And that's what happens as this one, Robertson doing the bowling up in the air. And a catch, safety taken there by Ahmed. And that broke that quite a crucial partnership.
Yeah, and so Scotland 11 then kind of really turned the screws. I mean, I like that shot. I mean, Portugal, nothing really wrong with their approach here. It just didn't really execute. And when things can turn against you, they can compound pretty quickly. I've got to say, Hoagie, well, that's the Hoagie we know and love. The Bison chipping in with 4 wickets in the middle. And he had it on the string. Despite this one travelling, Jack was instrumental in putting Portugal on the back foot. And the other thing, yeah, they caught so well. But I think Portugal, when they look at some of these dismissals, look, some were to good balls. A couple of them weren't, though. And they'll be pretty frustrated with how it went.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that last one there from Hoggy, really short. And this one was just tragic. That was just an absolute disaster. And Dani running nowhere. And Michael English holds his cool, takes a couple of steps to get himself closer to the stumps and finishes off. And Dani, well, the midges were out again, so watch out for those later on tonight.
They're in my work bag. They're everywhere today. But look, in the end, it was a good catch by Hares as well, who just plodded back out of the circle and took that one as easy as you like. And look, I think it wasn't just Hogarth. I think you look at the other bowlers. I think Jones was good up front. That was nicely taken out there by Gould. And look, bit of a rear guard action though. You can see, you don't have to be a body language expert to know that Portugal not feeling too good. But I've got to say, no credit to the last two. They were 80 for 9 at one point. And well, at least is that Maria over there just trying to raise their spirits a little bit. And unfortunately, that was the 9th. And I mean, it could have been worse. I will say that. I mean, they do take some semblance of momentum into the second innings with that 23 runs put on in only 9 balls between the 10 and 11.
Yeah, well, that's what I always say, Vinny. No matter what the situation is, if you can get a partnership going, it makes all the difference. That 23-run partnership, I mean, so crucial. And look, that was coming from what, your number Yeah, what was it, number 9 and 11? Number 9, 11.
9 and 11.
23-run
Yeah.
partnership and get you to 103 score. And that's what they needed to do early on. It's all very well wanting those big shots and wanting the glory shots, but you got to think partnership. Don't be afraid of hitting a few balls out of the park and taking a single and just keeping that partnership and the rotation system going.
Yeah, a few avoidables in there. I mean, you know, if your number 9's your top scorer, it hasn't quite gone to plan. 4 for 11, Hogarth was outstanding there with his variations and his control. Also 2 wickets to Mackenzie Jones, very, very good. Robertson with 1, English with 1. Sajjad, though, didn't get it right, and really, he has kind of been tracking in the wrong direction for a fair bit of this series. And again, in the 10th, he couldn't really deliver the Yorker when it was required. We'll take a break, back soon. 104 will be the target for Scotland 11 to make it into the final. Or can it be the Portuguese miracle here in qualifier 2? Join us to find out after the break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back soon with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to qualifier number 2. One of these two teams, Portugal or Scotland, will be in the final later tonight, taking on Germany, the final of Group F. That will make up our 7th team going into Championship week next week. Who will it be? Portugal have had a bat that have been restricted to 103 for 9. It was only a good performance from the number 9 seed, Misam, who scored 21 of 15. That helped them to get past 100 score. Scotland, big favourites here. There you go, 87% to 13. Junaid Khan will be starting the bowling, and he's bowling to Ollie Hears here. Hears made a fantastic start. He doesn't hang around, does he? Wants to play the big shots early, wants to get his team off to a perfect start. Junaid Khan, though, how many times has this guy been the saviour and the hero for Portugal? Can he be again this time? In he comes. Into the pads, just gets clipped away. And take the single. Well, Ollie. There, hands the strike now to Michael English, who has just been incredible. He's been in such good form. Yeah, it's been the joke, isn't it, around the ground here. An Englishman always been the saviour for Scotland. Well, he's, well, you're not far wrong there. Needed a fine 71 not out from him of 21 deliveries in the partnership of 127 with Liam Naylor to beat Norway. It's a good delivery, wants to take it on. Oh, if he could have picked this up one-handed, Amandeep Singh, and get the ball onto the stumps. Would have been close, it would have been a test. But they take the single. Good areas though from Junaid. Hasn't given anything away just yet. Trying to believe, trying to pull off what would be an impossible victory perhaps. That's what many people feel. Junaid to Hears. Place at this one looks to be like he was trying to launch it out into the mid-wicket area. And gets a bit of bat onto it, no signal from the umpire. So another single to his name. Fortunately for Ollie Hears, doesn't go to hand. Maya saying, come on Junaid. Maya, of course, somebody who's been supporting the European Cricket Network for many years. Hello Maya, hope you're well, hope you're enjoying the action. Well bowled again. It's a good stop. I think that's Azar diving, keeping it to 1. Was backed up by, looks like Gamiri as well. Won a breakthrough, needed early. Maya, of course, you'd be very happy, of course, with your side, Germany, in the final. Germany, of course, will be watching with intent. They'll be preparing their tactics, no doubt, depending on which of these two make it into that final later. Up in the air, but he's going to get lucky, and he's going to go all the way. It's one bounce, 4 runs. Way to the boundary. And it gets a little bit of good fortune. Well, when he swings hard, we know that. This one flies, doesn't it? Well, I suppose Portugal themselves had a few. It goes for the shot, doesn't get it, and just bouncing there just before the rope. You can see the fielder giving the signal. Called it Goliath, just trying to get that field sorted. So third man now gone much finer. Junaid. That's been hit hard, and it's get it in the gap. There's a couple of bounces as it goes into the mid-wicket area. It's the end of the first over, and it's not the one that Portugal wanted. Scotland, however, they're on the move, and it's more than enough, and they need in the first 12 come off it. 12 without loss after the first. 86 matches since the golden ball. So if it's going to happen in this group, it's either this one or the final itself. How about that? Under lights, a golden ball in the final. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Or is it going to happen in Championship Week itself next week? You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. It's the Euros of cricket here in Andalusia, Spain. This is the Field of Dreams, the Cardiamo Oval. 10th match, this one. One of these two teams, Portugal or Scotland, will go through to the final later tonight, starting at 8 o'clock local time. Slightly earlier, remember. Edge, but again, it's going to be over the fielder. So, a couple of bits of luck for Scotland. Things going their way. Rana Sawa coming into the attack. Gets the ball to swing around. And conditions like today, where there is a fair bit of cloud around, you'd expect him to get that movement. But this one sails over. Abdus Samad. Sawa back to his mark. Can he get the wicket of English? That would be a big boost if they can. Gets this to swing in, but it's going to be swung away to the boundary. Just beautiful placement. As this is in the gap between those two men out in the covers, in the ring. 4 more. Scotland staying composed. They know what they need to do if they're to be crowned the champions of Group F. They've got to do it the hard way, and that means winning every match that they played today. Finished in 4th spot in the standings. They had a difficult match-up earlier against Norway, and Norway were in a good position after putting 144 on the board. Mohamed Sahak, 50 not out of 20. Mandeep Singh in a great partnership with him, 37 of 19. But Scotland, with this man who's out there at the moment, 71 not out. And, well, that's Roger Finer, our CEO, in discussions with a few people. Lovely to see Roger back, and does some great work for the European Cricket Network. It's going to be a big wide there from Sarwat, trying to keep the ball outside the off. Yeah, so just going back to Norway, they knocked those runs off with 11 balls to go. English and Naylor were the heroes, and it was a great batting performance from them. And now they're called upon to perform again here in this qualifier number 2. Maybe not going to have to work as hard, but still, in a pressure situation, runs on the board against them. They've got to get there. But have made a positive start. More field changes here as the man from the leg side boundary comes in to push. Just cover back, and he tries to go that area. And Sawa just having a few issues with his line at the moment. And, well, this is a free hit. So what's happened here? What have we missed? So free hit being called. Is that because of a field issue? So now the no ball was the ball before it. So because it's a wide, stays a no ball, and this one will be put away. That is up and over the tower and the side screen. So that's been blasted away. Yeah, the third delivery was the no ball and the wide, which meant that this one stayed a no ball, and it's been dealt with. Had the license to go the full Monty, and he does. Waits for it, and boom, shakalagia. Goes all the way, 6 runs. So Scotland at the moment making this look a breeze. 28 of the 9 balls that are bowled so far. Sahwa looks like a man who's under the pump. Comes back with a good one. No run this time. No. There from Hayes. Portugal, though, they have to believe. They've got to stay vocal out there. Kuldeep Goliath trying his bit, but everybody's got to be vocal. They've got to support each other. This match isn't done yet. They've got to be heard. The batters got to hear them. If they go silent, then that's another moral victory for Scotland. Sawa. Slightly slower delivery. They'll take the single here. Pick up and throw from Andani. Well backed up. Portugal started with a win over Scotland when they chased 133, so they had beaten Scotland once, and then they went down to Germany, of course, in match number 4, but bounced back well yesterday with a win over Norway. But once again, that batting frailty from them as well. This has been hit hard, and wow, he sort of takes his hand away from this one, and that's Najam Shahzad. He's almost like he's decided, no, it's not worth it. He hits it hard, but the captain, I don't know, we'll see it from this angle, but he just takes the hand away, and that's 4 runs. Watch this. He says, nah, I don't fancy it. That's a finger breaker, he decides. That's 4 runs, and it's not good when the captain's not throwing himself around for you either. That rubs off on the others. End of 2 overs, Scotland in cruise control, 33 without loss. Fine time to welcome Vinny Sandhu back into the commentary position here. Vinny, has to be said, the body language from Portugal here out there, it's not a good one at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough situation, but I mean, you've still got to go at 100% and hope that there could be some sort of miracle. Junaid Khan comes back.
Up in the air, and I think this is going to sail over the captain, Najam Shahzad. It's a great shot for Michael English. Is the form that he's been in actually all the way through this championship. When Scotland have had their woes, when they haven't been playing well, one man who's kept on going is English with the bat. And when the bowlers weren't performing well, he was given the ball and he started to do things with the ball as well. He's sort of been their saviour, hasn't he? Full toss, and this is going to be 4 more. Or does it go all the way? It might have even gone all the way. It's going to be 4.
It's just inside the boundary, but yeah, well, Portugal have made their bed pretty difficult in the last 2 games, haven't they? Once batting second, once bowling second. And yeah, right now, it's hard to imagine a turning point. I mean, the scary thing is, if they get one of these guys, you know who's going to walk out is Liam Naylor. And he was on fire in the last game. So Junaid, he's got 4 more balls left. Probably for the tournament. Let's see if he can try and reverse the trend.
Okay, more good fortune for Scotland. This one is going to be top edged all the way for 6, and that is really rubbing it in, isn't it? It's the second one. We saw one earlier from Ollie Hayes that went to the boundary, went for 4. Well, this one goes 2 runs further, 6 runs. It's just not happening for Portugal.
Yeah, one team up, one team down. And English, well, he probably thought that was hilarious as he's accidentally hit that over where the slips would be. It's gone for 6. He's 33 off 11, continues his wonderful finals day.
Wide ball. Yeah, even when Scotland, remember, they lost their first 2 matches. Like in day 1, they lost to Portugal, as I mentioned. They also lost to Norway. But he'd scored 99 runs in those, in those 2 matches, including a fine 65. So he's been in form all the way through. Junaid, no luck for him at the moment. And this is high up in the air. This could be a wicket, should be a wicket. And it will be a wicket. Nicely held by Suman Gumiri. So English does go, but has it come too late? With the score on 50, Scotland lose the first.
Yeah, 50 and 2.5. So obviously Scotland flying pretty much halfway there. But you can always tell from a team in their body language after the first wicket or after a wicket where they're at mentally. I mean, if Portugal really felt they had a chance here, they'd all be running in, trying to create some noise, trying to G each other up.
Yeah.
But you can see there's a bit of polite applause, but not too much more for Gumire, who, to his credit, holds it. A bit of a steepler there. The English, well, he'll get another chance in the final, you'd imagine, and he is looking on today as he goes for 33. It's 50 for 1.
Yeah, not bad so far from him. 71 and now that 33, so 104 in the day here so far. And the chances are we'll see more of him later, the way this is going at the moment. But things can change. So he's right up there as one of the top run scorers in this group. The new batter comes out, and it is going to be another man that was fine form this morning, Liam Naylor. 50 not out of 22, and he's looking to carry on his good work as well. Beautiful late sunshine at the moment. That's caressing the Cardamom Oval. Looks beautiful, and with bad weather and a lot of rain and snow in different parts of Europe at the moment. Can't believe that the temperatures here are still in the high 20s. Junaid gets worked away. Could be another 2-in-2. Now they may believe. Now they may believe. So 2-in-2. Liam Naylor will go first ball for a golden duck. So now Portugal will be thinking, hey, guys, you know what? If we get 1 or 2 more, this is still possible. So Junaid Khan, well, he didn't do it in his first over, but he's done it in his second. Once again, he's the provider. Once again, he's taken 2 wickets, and now he finds himself on a hat-trick.
Yeah, and well, Gamire might end up with leather poisoning here. He's got 2-in-2, and cricket, sometimes cricketers wonder, and as they make walks like this up the stairs, why they bother, because one game you're on, not even one day, one game you're on, one game you're gone, first ball, and Naylor goes without scoring. It's 50 for 2.
Yeah, he's got to make his way back, so okay. Couple more wickets, that's what Portugal will be thinking. The guy comes out though, has looked really good. It's time for Ahmed, and look at this from Najam Shahzad. He's talking to him. He's trying to fire up his bowler. Hat-trick. We are on a hat-trick here. And the over has gone 6-4-6 wide, wicket. Just another normal over on the European Cricket Network. We've had 2 in this, the Euros of Cricket. Long Burns and Toby Greatwood. Toby Greatwood turned it on, didn't he?
Finals
day.
Hat-trick. Yeah, finals day hat-trick on Wednesday. All right, well, hat-trick, well, that's one way to change a cricket match. Let's see if Junaid can do it here.
Junaid Khan on a hat-trick, bowling to Ahmed. And it gets played away. So it goes for the stumps, doesn't he? Goes for that Yorker length delivery, but Ahmed is a good batter, we know that. It is the end of the over, the end of the power play. And, well, it was looking pretty comfortable for Scotland. Now losing those 2 wickets, you never know. There could be a twist. 51 for 2 at the end of 3.
Yeah, so pretty much halfway there in the power play. Have to fall over to lose, but you know what ECN cricket's like. Expect the unexpected. Had a few more messages coming in, and you know, I can see that the boys on the Mayflower, Craigie, are big Scotland fans, and they're watching all the way from Perth, Western Australia, not the Perth in Scotland. And I know that, well, Clint Hinchliffe is watching as well. He's a former Melbourne Stars player. And, well, Clint always pops into my mind when I see a batter walking up the stairs for not many, because Clint has played some first-class cricket, but unfortunately, having played 1 game, he owns the average of 0.5 playing for Western Australia. And, well, Clint, how are you going at trying to turn that around? Let's get back to the practice nets, I say. But right now, here, it's Portugal. And, needing the Portuguese miracle, aren't they? Amardeep Singh, part-time off-spinner, part-time bouncer bowler, coming in at over number 4.
Gets worked away by Ahmed, takes a single. Now, this is where you got to be careful if you're Portugal, because Ollie Hears, he's a guy who's been looking to deal in mainly just boundaries. So Amardeep Singh needs to get the field right to him. Let's see what he's going with here. We are outside the power play. He looks like he's going to get an orthodox field out on the leg side to Ollie. So long on, mid-wicket and square leg. So nobody, and then they got somebody on the 45 on the leg side. So 4 men on the leg, the rest on the off. And he starts with a short one, which is going to be sent to the other side of this field. That is a big one from Ollie Hears. Yeah, you can't be bowling here to him. I mean, all right, they still have to be put away. But that is 6 on any ground in the world and still travelling.
Yeah, well, this is lifted up, trees. Yeah, draw on the floor stuff. Garden. He looks like one of those clowns at the carnival, doesn't he? He's need to pop a ping pong ball in his mouth.
This one is hit flat and should be just a single. It is. So Amardeep, I was wondering whether he was going to go with that quicker ball, the bouncer delivery. He doesn't. So just a single this time. So Amardeep now can have a go at the batter that just come in, Ahmed.
When's the bouncer coming? Oh.
Now.
Oh, I love this job sometimes. I mean, some people claim they can see the future. I'm not 100%, but I suppose Amardeep had one of the few small wins over Shahid Afridi Jr. this morning when he rattled his cage. But Timor handled that one okay.
Needing 44-38. This would be the wicket they really could do with. And they're not going to get it with that because this is going to be another biggie. Bolle, 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 quina zona. Porque eso es 6 más que igual que genial. Es un golpe muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 más.
Yeah, well, a bit like ripping an elastic plaster off. I think now you're just hoping it's over quickly, down to run a ball.
To the end, you can hear what the boys are saying. To the end, let's keep fighting, let's keep battling. Amardeep has gone for 15 with the ball to go. Goes the quicker one in, and I think this must have caught a little bit of the bat. Let's wait and see. This.
I think that's by, what, how many did they get, 2?
Just the one.
Okay.
Yeah, just the one. So by signal, so it's that quicker delivery again. It is the end of the over, so 4 overs complete. 67 on the board, 2 wickets down.
Yeah, just goes upstairs again, doesn't he? And so, Scotland 11, what do they need? 37 off the last 6, and you can see they were up, weren't they, Portugal? They were up, but they were losing wickets, and it was a matter of time until that had an effect on the run rate, and they ended up dipping quite significantly. Bit of a fight at the end. I liked that with kind of 8 out, 9 out, but 103. I always felt something like that was going to be incredibly tough to defend against this Scotland lineup that are really experienced as well. And maybe they've tried to overhit a little bit in some of the past games, but they know with a kind of moderate or less than moderate target that they can be a bit more selective about what they go after. All right, time for over number 5, and it's Samad getting a bowl.
Maybe a little bit of bat on this. Interesting, they've got options, haven't they? They do go with Abdul Samad here. And, you know, I think Saeed Meesum wouldn't be a bad bat either. He's got a pretty good Yorkers. You need to get something that works in your way. So, Samad once again. And this one, once again, no run. So, tight overs, dot balls, creates a bit of pressure. And I think that the more sort of dots you get, Ollie Hare's playing, the more you know he's going to try and get a big one out the slot. So, good start. He's getting the ball right up there. Hares will know that. He knows where the next one is coming. Let's see how he goes about it. Deep in his crease. And now gets this away. But once again, doesn't quite get the timing right. He'll just take a single, so they won't mind this, Portugal. Trying to take, that's the thing here now. Try to take it as deep as you can. That's what you're looking to do. Try to take it as deep as you can. And see if you can just pick up another wicket or 2 along the way. The rate is just over run a ball. Ahmed, 3 of 3 so far. And that one's going to go to the boundary, 6 runs. I mean, it's a great effort from the fielder. And, you know, I think this is one of those where you throw yourself at it. If you take it, that's Miguel Machado. You take it, an incredible catch. But the odds were against him. He's reaching for it. He can't get there. And even if he does take this catch, whether he would have stayed in the field of play would have been interesting to see. Yeah. Vinny, your thoughts?
We'll never know. He did. I mean, he's looking straight into the sun there as well, without the sunglasses. Budget cuts in cricket Portugal. Anyway, next one down the ground will just be a single. He did everything right, really. And he threw himself out. He was kind of beaten for pace. It was travelling. And he just couldn't get enough of a hand on it to keep it in play.
I've got my ECN shades here. If you want, you can run them down to him. Have you got a pair of these European Cricket Network shades?
I do. They're brilliant, aren't they, as well?
I'm liking them. They're looking pretty cool. And you can get those from the merch tent, by the way. Anyone at the fan zone, go over to the merch tent, get yourself some of the ECN shades. Oh, well, this one, nobody's going to have a play on this. He's crunched. It sounds beautiful off the bat. There's going to be 6 runs, and this match is going to come to a close pretty quickly. Too short. And, you've had success when you pitch the ball up. When you pitch it short, he's ready for it. I mean, you can see the way he's batting. He's in his crease, he's way back, anything short, and he's going to get bulldozed away. That one does. And
I think they're having the strategic timeout while they're trying to find the ball. I think that's what that's about. I mean, that went right up near the ghost chair. So yeah, the players are going to take a moment.
Yeah, so
always a good chance to have a drink. And I'm going to say I've really loved everyone sending me messages. I'm going to open my Instagram now. So why don't you send me a message at Mr. Maximo? Let me know where you're watching from, and we can do a few shout outs while this is around, while this game is around. Yeah, those guys from Craigie, they're pretty quick to get on the DM to me. Nothing good ever happens on a Saturday night out in Craigie. I'll tell you that from experience. But yeah, Rico, you can get you at Rico Full. You must get a lot of messages every day. We can't get back to everybody, can we? But we try our best.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say so many messages. Thank you all for them. But we use this as our platform to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for all the lovely messages and all the support, really, for the European Cricket Network. I know that hundreds of you out there are loving the Euros of cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. But just to remind you, it's not just about this, which is probably one of our biggest events of the year. Straight after this or straight after next week, we do continue with our smaller events when we go to various European countries and hold a European Cricket Series there, which is all the local clubs coming together to see who are going to be crowned the sort of in-house champions. And then also we have European Cricket Internationals, where 3 international teams are invited to play in a weekend series there as well. So stay tuned to us, and we love the fact that you're following us. And if you are watching, always give us a thumbs up and subscribe to us as well, as Francois Stoneman comes into bowl. And he's going to be too short as well. And this is another one that's going to be hit out of the park. It's going to be 6 runs as Ahmed takes a liking to this one. So
matter of time, Rico, matter of time. You know, I'm going to just take a moment. We know Portugal are going to be showing the exit, but they've come such a long way in a relatively short period of time. And there's no doubt about that. All right, this should be out. Stoneman, consolation wicket time, and he'll take it. That's a nice moment for Faf as goes upstairs on Timer Ahmed. You can't time up the pull shot, so Scotland 11 will lose the 3rd wicket, 87 for 3.
yeah, well done there to Faf. And yeah, I just want to ditto what you're saying. You know, of course, you know that I started a night series in Portugal, probably what was it, about 3-4 years ago now. I mean, time's gone so quickly, and I remember seeing a lot of these guys. And in fact, Faf Stoneman that just took that wicket there, I remember he came to play one match, and the match in the end probably didn't register as a completed match because of the weather, and it was eventually abandoned. But he bowled one over, which I don't think he ever completed. He just couldn't get the ball on the pitch. He was spraying it around a bit. He just couldn't get used to it. Look where he is now, and that is all about the support and the guidance and the coaching that's been provided to a lot of these players. So Portugal have done so well. They've nurtured the young players. They've made some changes that they had to make. I think a lot of the clubs and the federations that we go to are in the same position. You know, it's a lot of change. Hungary is a very good example.
Yeah,
We've seen Hungary play fantastic cricket here. But, you know, federations, they're making that change. They've got this partnership here with the European Cricket Network, and we're seeing some very good cricketers come together. And Portugal, in this group, they've played some great cricket. I'll never forget that victory in match number 1 against Scotland. That was fantastic for them. It was a bit of a sort of nail biter that they had against Norway yesterday, first up as well. They play good cricket. And could this be another? Could it be in 2 in 2? Najam Shazad takes the catch. It will be 2 in 2. So Callum Gardner will have a look at that. Steve McVeigh, he's up and about. Look at him go. Come on, boys. Never give up. Come on, boys.
Well, Steve's making more noise than the 11 Portuguese shirts out there at the moment. But yeah, look, something to crow about here. Again, I don't really see a realistic path back into the contest, but imagine if Stoneman could pick up a hat trick here. That's 2 in 2. And it was Callum Gardner, just cannot take a trick with the bat in this series. We know Callum's very talented with the bat. We've seen that before. In a Scottish shirt also with his club Forfarshire, but straight pull, doesn't quite get the distance, does he? And Shazad, very good fielder, even though we saw him kind of have an off moment earlier. But he made sure that one disappeared, and Steve McVeigh's fired up, why not? Callum, Well, I suppose you'd rather make a duck in a victory than 100 in a loss, and that's what cricketers are meant to say anyway. And as he goes, it's 87 for 4.
Yeah, well, he'll have Goldie all over him, that's for sure. And, well, we've already seen the hat-trick graphic once already. We have seen 2 here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Lon Burns picked up 1, then we saw a great one there from Toby Greatwood. Are we going to see another hat-trick ball? Well bowled, but well played as well by the captain who comes out, Christopher McBride, and takes the easy single and hands the strike back to Ollie Hayes.
Yeah, while we're here, might as well just say a quick hello to a few people. And Corey Ruckers in the chat saying Portugal have improved a lot. Tough finals day. Cricket's cruel sometimes. Well, that's nice, actually. I think he's been quite sincere there. Just got a friendly rivalry with Portugal, being the coach of Spain, but we've got a lot of good friends in Portugal. Big hello to all of them. You can be really proud of your team. Yeah. I think if, someone like Sean Gomes not being here either, I mean, what sort of difference he might have made, especially when the runs deserted them a couple of times, like here, and obviously versus Norway, even though they just got over the line in that low-scoring thriller. But hello also to Nish, who's tuning in from Cyprus, saying, hi all, hope you're doing well. Great to hear 2 lovely familiar voices on the commentary on Nish. Of course, we'll hear a bit more of you on ECN, I'm sure, in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah,
Nish did a great job with me in Rome, and actually he allowed me to come here a couple of days early.
He's a lovely young man, and he knows his cricket well as well. It's always a pleasure to be in the box with you, Nish, and I hope and I'm glad that you're enjoying the cricket here from Khartoum. Francois goes upstairs, it's hit hard, and the fielder gets away from him. He does everything right, doesn't he? Gets a slide in as Miguel Machado, but this one gets away from him, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, Hayes whacks it, and you're right, put himself in the right position, but it was just kind of an awkward grasp with the hands from Machado. End of the over, and the score is 92 for 4.
They keep fighting, don't they, Portugal? I like that about them. I like the fact that they never gave up. There was that little period, wasn't there, when the heads were starting to go down, but they got the 1 wicket. They weren't really too up and about then. But then 2 in 2, well, they've got 2 in 2 twice. It just goes to show, though, Vinny, that even though it looks like this is going to be a comfortable victory for Scotland, if they got that earlier breakthrough, anything could have been possible.
You never know. Nish, of course, as being mentioned right now, is the golden ball streak breaker. 2 days before this started, well, this looks like a pretty good strike straight down the ground. This game's on borrowed time now. They get it down to single digits. That's a nice shot by McBride. I don't think it was quite off the middle, but he picked a big gap.
Yeah, Mason. He will go for the stance when he does bowl a really good Yorker, does Saeed. And, well, the first one, though, just doesn't get the length right. And McBride able to hit through it. Slower delivery. And, this one will just be a single. So the score now moves up to 97. So,
yeah, it's a matter of time. But speaking of time, we've got about, about 2 hours. So it's going to be a bit of a nervous wait, I think, for the start of the final. It is half an hour earlier tonight, so 6 o'clock p.m. GMT, 8 p.m. here in Central Europe, 11:30 p.m. in India. So Germany will take on Scotland 11, unless we see something unprecedented here. So yeah, make sure you tune in for that one. Just repeating, 30 minutes earlier than the regular starting time for finals. And this is our 6th final already of this ECC.
Chance. Oh, it would have been a great catch from Junaid. I mean, it goes in his hands, but I think this is hit so powerfully. It's still, the Grizzly still finds a way to get away from Junaid. Let's see this again. He has it, and then he gets away from him.
That's slow motion. It even looked pretty fast on there. It's, yeah, Junaid got 2 hands to it, couldn't hold on. It's all academic at this stage. I mean, the Germans, they're just relaxing and watching these 2 teams sap their energy out there in the afternoon sun. 6 to win. And it won't be 6, but it will be 4.
Yeah, 4 runs as Mason puts a short one in, but is ill-directed, so almost there now. And Scotland, well, we said they had to do it the hard way. And, well, maybe they will do it the hard way. They have to win 3 on the spin if they're going to be crowned the winners of this group and be back here on Monday. Well, looks like they're going to do 2.
Toss becomes huge in the final as well. I think both teams want to chase, even with it being under lights.
And that will be it. They'll do it in style. Scotland will book their place in the final of Group F. And it's 6 runs from the captain, McBride, that sends them there. And the valiant effort from Portugal comes to an end. But as we've been saying, they've got nothing to really be shy about. They've put in a great performance. They should be proud of what they've done here, Portugal. Remember, they did get a win over Scotland in the start of the group in match number 1. They played some good cricket, but unfortunately here the batting just didn't click, losing those wickets earlier. It gave Scotland the upper hand, and Scotland, well, they're a team that are just getting better all the time. They didn't look at the best when we first saw them. They won't mind me saying so, and I know a lot of people were saying that at the time. They just didn't look right. They didn't look like they were playing the best of cricket. In fact, they did look pretty average. But with each game, they've just got better and better. And the way that they started today, finals day, well, you wouldn't bet against them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what a difference a couple of days makes. And they're looking a lot happier with life as well, the Scottish team, as we see Ollie Hares and Chris McBride walking off the Cartermore Oval. But look, let's just take another moment to thank Portugal for their contribution. They're going to bow out in 3rd place in the group. No disgrace. I think it's such a strong group as well. They did have that memorable win over the Scottish 11 in the first game of the group. But yeah, you can see there, once again, the final is going to start in around about an hour and 55 minutes. So that's 6 p.m. GMT. It's 8 o'clock here in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. This game played in very good spirits as well. A lot of respect going both ways there. That's Scottish 11, they are here to play and they want to stay, and to do that they're going to have a very good day, and you do that by beating the Germans in the final. And there's dancing Harpel, who is with some of his Luxembourg teammates, just in a spectator capacity, which wasn't the plan for them. But well, out here, I mean, Hares, he's built for power, isn't he? He's also going at a pretty good speed here in the reply.
Yeah, there was a couple that came off the edges, weren't there? But there were plenty that came off the middle as well. Some big hits. And we know the power of Michael English. He's just been in awesome form. Watch out for him in the final. I mean, I know Germany, they don't need to be told. They know that they need to try and get 3 quick wickets. English has got to be the prize one there. Hayes as well can be so dangerous. And then, of course, either one of Liam Naylor and also Ahmed can also put big runs on the board. They're a team that have got better. The bowling has got better. Jack Hogarth has been in good form. Picked up a 4-fer in this one. He's somebody to watch out for. Always manages to come on and make a change straight away. There were some good moments there, though, for Portugal when Junaid, well, he took 2 in 2 thanks to some good catching there from Gamiri. And there were 2 hat-trick opportunities in that match as well for Portugal. It just goes to show, even though they sort of got beat quite comfortably, there were opportunities on 2 occasions for bowlers to pick up a hat-trick as well.
Yeah, well, Callum Garden, he got caught with his jaw on the floor there, didn't he? But yeah, for Portugal, they're always going to be able to compete. You know, I suppose just that thing of being sent in, not really putting an acceptable score on the board in the end, and they were always kind of pushing the boulder uphill, weren't they? But, you know, credit to Stoneman later on. He was able to get a couple in a row as well, but no hat-tricks and ultimately no luck for Portugal. But I mean, even Steve McVeigh, he was certainly appreciative of his team's efforts. I mean, if you come here live, you really see up close how much it means to these guys to represent their country and to try and obviously stay ultimately to win the trophy. I mean, even after a mistake like that from Machado, I mean, see, it hits him pretty hard, but it was the Scottish hitting hard that did the job. Ended up doing it with 3.1 overs to spare, so 19 deliveries, and kind of back to business. And once again, well, finally, it's English that gives Martha a high five. She's been left hanging
too many times,
more often than she would have liked in this series. Anyway, Hares 39 of 16. Good to see him going. Naylor misses out, but he's still in good form after this morning. I think English once again impressed. Timur with a little cameo. Garden, bit of a frustrating week for him with the bat. McBride was there to finish things off, and you can see there from the economy rates, no one really able to pin the Scots down, but Junaid with 2 wickets, he was amongst them again. Stoneman with 2 in 2 as well. Ultimately, it was a brave fight from Portugal, but Scotland kind of grew a bit, didn't they, over the 2 or 3 days here. And Portugal, like I said, no disgrace at all to go out in 3rd And they'll have some memories that'll last a lifetime out of this. And we look forward to seeing them again, even bigger and better next year.
Yeah, we do. I mean, they will be bigger and better. And I'm just looking forward to going back to Portugal as well whenever we're there. And, I want to say to the Federation there, the Portuguese Federation, whenever we're in Portugal, the hospitality is sensational. The cricket that's being played there, whether it's at the Coimbra, the Miranda, the Cobo ground, or at the Santarém cricket ground, it's absolutely fantastic. You look after us. And I love the way that the cricket is played in Portugal. It sort of reminds me of the way cricket should be played. You play hard on the field of play, but then you always go back into the clubhouse. And they got 2 fantastic clubhouses as well.
They really do.
Everybody comes together. You enjoy a few drinks, you enjoy a little bit of food, and you talk about the cricket than the day's play. It's fantastic. And Portugal, they're doing a lot of things right at the moment, and it's being reflected in their play. And I think they will get bigger and better. They really will.
Yeah, once again, big thank you to the Portugal team and all of our viewers from Portugal as well. I know you'll be disappointed, but we look forward to catching up with you in Portugal again soon. Right, well, I can tell you the Victoria Cervezas is going to fly off the shelf with Portugal being out, but I am going to have a little bit of a break. The toss will be coming up in a little bit of time. As soon as that's done, it'll be on the website. Interesting toss. I think both teams want to chase at night. Can the Germans go a perfect 6-0, or Scotland showing up to the party to spoil it for the undefeated team? Let's see what happens. We'll be back in around about an hour and 45 minutes to take you in. Don't worry, as well, we'll show the anthems and all the hoopla that goes with the group final. It's coming your way. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full, back soon when we turn the lights on and we find out our final Championship Week team. This is ECN, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Stay tuned for some bonus content as well on ECN Plus, as Dan Weston will have another guest. But for now, we'll see you soon and ready for more action in that final.
Richard, fantastic to have you here on the studio. What are some of your first memories of cricket?
Crikey, it's my dad really. So my dad was the one that played himself. I think I went down, I was born in January, so it must have been 4 or 5 months and I was straight to the cricket ground. But very much been there, Cannock Cricket Club, which is in the Midlands in the UK. My dad played Saturday, Sunday. It was back in an era when everybody played Saturdays, everybody played Sundays, same people. And we had a really amazing community of kids and adults and everything. So I have really, really happy memories of being at Cannock when I was a little kid and growing up. And all the lads that I played cricket with played hockey as well, because it's a big hockey club. So we just did everything together. So really happy memories, and that's what got me into cricket in the first place.
Did you play school cricket as well, or was it always the club?
No, I played school cricket. I went to Wolverhampton Grammar School, and actually this probably the second most influential person in my whole cricket career was one of the teachers there, a chap called Theo King. He took me sort of under his wing, saw I had a little bit of talent when I was 11 or 12. I was already playing a little bit of county stuff for Staffordshire, but yeah, he really was influential. He had a position with the England team at the time as a kind of the kit man for them. Got me in bowling at them when I was 14, 15, when it was the 95 Ashes, I think. Got me to Edgbaston bowling in the nets. So yeah, I was really lucky to go to that school and have him there really. So I played all the way through school, and then yeah, all the way through the club stuff as well.
Yeah, and it's incredible to reconnect with you now thanks to this, but obviously you played in Australia where we first met. Yeah,
I've been to Australia a couple of times. Slightly, just before we met, I played in Sydney for 6 months for a team called Hurstville, at Hurstville, called St George, which was brilliant. We played some incredible, well, it was Brett Lee's year he got into the Australian team. It was my first game against the Lee brothers. But then I came to Perth because I'd moved to Hampshire, and that's where Paul Terry had his academy. So I was set up at Melville, playing seconds or thirds because I only came for sort of 6 weeks. I think Chris Tremlett was in the first team, Dimmy Mascarenas was in the first team, so they had plenty of bowlers. But yeah, so I was there for 6 or 8 weeks training, and that's when we met.
Yeah, fantastic. And now with the NCCA, tell me about your role there and what the vision is.
So I'm operations director. I've been there, it'll be 4 years next month. I started as operations manager sort of 3 days, and it's kind of built up to a full-time role. It could absolutely be 7 days a week, 24/7, because there's lots and lots of stuff to do, loads of opportunities for us to grow. Our fundamental job is to deliver a cricket programme for the sort of pinnacle of recreational cricket. So we have a T20, 1 day, 50 over and 3 day competition that run throughout the year, and we're basically set up for the best players who aren't playing first class cricket. So there's a couple of things. We want to make sure that there's an opportunity for people who aren't playing professionally to play at the highest standard that they want to play at, but also then to be a really good pathway into the first class game for younger players that have maybe missed out on academies, or players that have been in part of the first class team, dropped out of that, to give them a sort of the launch pad to go back in really with some really good quality cricket. So our vision is to make that better every year, and definitely get into women and girls cricket. If we can have the men's and the women's cricket working simultaneously, I think that's a really big opportunity for us. There's obviously a lot of investment going into the women's game. It's growing rapidly, both from the success of the women's cricket team, but also the women's football and other sports that are growing so quickly. So I think we've got a really key role to play in that as well.
Yeah, and big shout out and thank you to Paul Bedford from the ECB, because he was the one that connected us to make it a focus, because it provides lots of opportunities across the board. And then we've seen some of your players playing at high levels already.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually have used this tournament to sort of reignite our representative team. So last winter, or the winter before, we had a player ID day, we called it, just before the season, where we invited all the first class coaches to come and watch the lads. So we're extending that to 3 sessions now, January, February, March, ahead of the season. And we're going to try and get some more fixtures in for the rep team, and then it all kind of builds up to the end of the season when we come here. So this has been a really fantastic tool for us to use and focus on to get this team back together. So yeah, big thanks to Bedders. I work a lot with him back in the UK on lots of different things. But yeah, this tournament's been a really amazing launch for that really. So yeah, thanks to you actually for giving us the opportunity as well.
No, it's our pleasure. No, you bring in an incredible other angle to cricket, a very professional pathway driven approach, which challenges you guys if you're playing against cricketers that have a different approach to the game. So it's fantastic. And I guess you're trying to develop 4-day cricketers as well as short form cricketers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're one of the only cricketing bodies that plays multi-day cricket, so we have to make sure that we really cherish that. It's kind of our test cricket, so we really don't ever want to get rid of that. But we know that the better opportunities for our players in the first instance are in the white ball game, so we have to focus on that, and we do that at the start of the season. We specifically have our tournaments lead into the first class tournaments as well, so T20 at the start, just before the blast. We have the 50 over competition just before the Metro Bank. And then we have our 3-day stuff at the end for a number of reasons. One, wickets are generally better. Summer holidays, we've got a lot of teachers and stuff that play, so because that goes Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, people have to have time off work as well, so we have to bear those things in mind.
Yeah, for me, and the Ashes always reiterates this in any test series, that test cricket is the best cricket, and for me T10 is the best short form. So to sort of barbell an approach where you're playing T10 and aspiring and playing test cricket, you become better cricketers, better people, and better at expressing your talents in the game, the way I feel for it anyway.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think this competition certainly opened our eyes to lots of different things, and actually we went away after year 1 and said that it actually feels like a completely different game, because the boundary size, the way players who are around Europe play the game, having played it a lot. So it was this really steep learning curve, but one that I certainly enjoyed. I know Tom Lambert, our head coach, relishes that. You've got to learn on your feet. Dan Lincoln's been great as well, and that's why we've kind of stayed with that team as well, because a team of captain and coach, because you need that experience coming back here. We found it really tough last year with a lot of new players. It takes time to adjust, and we didn't have that last year. But it's a fantastic game to test your skills, and ultimately you're bowling a cricket ball and you're hitting a cricket ball. You just got to do it in slightly different ways and react really quickly to things. So I think those things can only stand you in good stead for playing the longer format.
Yeah, I think when you played against the Belgians in the first year you were here, and their impression of the game was to try and hit a 6 every 2 balls. And that's what you had to come up against. And then last year with the Dutch, there's 6 cricketers in that squad that are now playing in a Cricket World Cup. So it's an incredible, it's fascinating the way that Tom thinks about the game as well, because obviously coming with approach and then having to think and change and adapt as it goes is, it must be an exciting time when the boys are back in the rooms and talking about how to approach their sport.
It is, and actually what I was really pleasantly surprised with all 3 sets of players is they all love cricket. And like, you go into a group, if they were sat at the hotel or by the pool, and they'd be talking about cricket all the time. And it's great. It really invokes that conversation and talking about what worked well for them. And you get pockets of players together, but you get the batters and the bowlers talking as well, because they want their different opinions. So it's a really great game to do that. And you have to, like I said, you have to think fast. We come up against the Belgians, and it was just a massive eye opener. And it's tough to play against, and it's great experience for these guys to play on telly, in cameras, in pressurised situations. So you take that away with you. And we've had, as you mentioned earlier, we've had 4 players that have come out on this trip that are playing first-class cricket now, and they're all doing well. Jaffa Chowan last year had a tough time of it in the final, and in a couple of other games, but that's built his character, I suppose. So when he's played, he's done really well, and he's been part of a franchise this year. So it's definitely really good preparation. I've got high hopes for a couple of the lads that are here for sure.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And now seeing, as the event grows well, families and children coming in watching it here live at the ground as well. But it must be wonderful to see, be able to watch the TV at home and see you guys and the replays and the highlights that are hopefully inspiring more and more cricketers back in England and in Wales to want to be here and want to play for England and go for the highest levels.
Yeah, absolutely. And we obviously we've been promoting it for weeks actually with bios of the players, and we did our preparation for this year has been better than any other. We picked a team earlier. We had a selection day where we got 22 lads that were really in the mix for getting in the squad. We had that day, and then we've had training days, or Tom's been holding training days in the lead up to this. So it's that's from a preparation perspective. But yeah, having that coverage at home is great. All the lads obviously are telling everybody that they're on telly. I had my son texting me the other day saying, "Are you wearing a blue shirt? I think I saw you." So it's really great, and that's all about the experience, isn't it? And giving those guys a platform as well to show what they can do, not only as a team in England doing well, but individually when people put in great performances. It's nice to have that.
Yeah, well, we want to create heroes. When you're a youngster, when I was a youngster, it was all about watching our heroes and wanting to be like our heroes. And your guys, your players are like heroes to many back home now, which is super exciting. And I just think, from an ECB and an England perspective, to come here and give it a chance, give a new format a chance, to give a new, playing in Spain a chance. So yeah, really, really appreciative of that and really grateful for what you've brought to it, because the professional, approach, the level of cricket, fantastic, and you as a person and Tom and Dan have been a fantastic core to take it forward, and hopefully this continues for the very long term. Make cricket in Europe better, make cricket in England better with our own little way, and drive the whole project forward. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we love coming over, and over the last 3 years, year one, it certainly wasn't a punt, so to speak, but it was an unknown completely. And then you go back and you talk to players, and word spreads quickly. So it goes from us getting a team together for the first year to then now having selection days and nominations and people phoning us up saying, right, how do I get on that team? How do I come over? How do I come over? So it's we're definitely spreading the word about what happens here. I don't think we particularly need to now. Everybody knows about it, which is brilliant, but we will continue to do that because we want to keep coming over. It's a great experience for me personally and all the lads, and we hopefully leave this tournament slightly better for whatever reason, whether that's on the field or off the field. Anything we can do to help grow the sport. It's obviously what we do in the UK. We want more people playing. The ECB Inspiring Generation strategy says exactly that, so we support that, obviously being a stakeholder. And if we can do that around Europe, then yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and I think if there's going to be finals weeks that will continue, and it'll potentially see you guys come up against the Irish Development Academy. You're going to make them better. They're going to make you guys better as well, and then playing potentially against Jersey, who have already qualified here. This is going to be some incredible cricket. Played with cricket communities that you don't often play against that are actually very close to you.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got to do it first, but if we can get to next week, it's going to be great. I think the standard's going to be brilliant. I think the standard's getting better every year. Yeah. Obviously, we have new teams in, so they're probably just building up their confidence and learning how to do it. But I think, like you said, you can learn from everybody, either watching it previously or learning on task is something you have to do here anyway. So yeah. It's a great opportunity to grow your ability and grow your network as well.
Yeah, and your players, are many of them playing football in the off season as well?
We've got one of them who plays a high standard, our captain. He's a goalkeeper. I'm not sure who he's playing for this winter, but he got to play against Wrexham last year, so all the through that was going on with all them last year with their 2 Hollywood stars, he said that was quite good fun. But yeah, he's a really good footballer. I actually saw one of the other lads pick a ball up today, and I think he might play a bit. Arthur Godsall in the past, he's been on Brentford's books as well. So I think because of the amateur side of our cricket in national counties, the boys do a lot of stuff. I personally played hockey in the winter. I used to come back fitter at the start of the cricket season than I finished it. But we've got a lot of our guys that play lots of different sports.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. You can see the sports lovers, fit, young, healthy, happy, happy guys, and we love having you here. So thanks again, Richard.
No
Appreciate
worries.
it. Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello, welcome back to the Cartama Oval, and it's the last game of week 3. It's a biggie as well. Tonight we'll find out our last team that will be invited to Championship Week, which starts on Monday, which is just 2 days' time. The big one has Germany undefeated taking on the Scotland 11, who are on the rise. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming was right here with the two captains.
Your call.
Dream11.
So it is Germany that win the toss, and their captain Rohit Singh has no hesitation in bowling first. I think whichever team won the toss, they wanted to chase and know exactly what they have to do. For Germany, when we do see them bat, what about the mini boom boom? Shahid Afridi Jr. with his high score on ECN earlier in the day. He was sending balls miles into the Sierra Nevada, which is behind me right here as the sun goes down here in Spain. It's almost time for the first ball, but Scotland, they've got a really, really strong top 3, and they'll feel that they can chase anything. And we know with this German attack, maybe apart from Ghulam Ahmadi, there's a bit of a sameness about it. So, well, it's all to play for here. Can the Germans make it a perfect group, or will Scotland come from 4th to clinch that last Championship Week spot? Well, it's almost time for the anthems, but now let's go up to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box with the news that it is Germany. They've won the toss and they'll bowl first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Welcome world to the final of Group F. And one of these two teams will be back here on Monday. The other one will be sorting out their flights to go back to their respective countries. It is a big match. It's a big moment. You can see that the umpires there, Tyrone Peters and Suleiman Saeed, are ready to lead the teams onto the pitch. At first, though, they will be standing silent to listen to their national anthems. And like I always say, what a proud moment this is for all of those players, and what a memorable moment it is. Nice to see the two captains there, McBride and Rohit Singh, having a chat. One thing I have to tell you folks, that, you know, these guys are super competitive in the middle. Of course they are. They want to win. You know, they want their hands on that spectacular trophy. But outside of that, the support that they give each other is absolutely amazing. And that's what I'm so proud of here. All of the European cricketers coming together, these national players, and they're sharing stories with each other. And, you know, they're sharing tips as well. They're helping each other to be stronger together and to help the sport grow in Europe. And, you know, that makes everybody feel proud. That is what it's all about. That's why the European cricket was started up in the first place, to grow and develop European cricket in Europe. And how far we have come in such a short space of time. Looking forward to this. It's going to be a super final. I really do think so. Scotland didn't start well, did they? Defeat after defeat, and we thought, hello, what's going on? They lost to Portugal, they lost to Norway, then they needed to get a win against Luxembourg to keep their hopes alive to be here today. They did that yesterday, and then today, this morning, they turned it on, didn't they? They turned the style on against Norway first, and then they did it against Portugal as well. They've had to do it the hard way to get here, win 2 out of 2. Can they make it a perfect 3 out of 3 and make it through to Championship Week starting on Monday? Players make their way down the famous steps there of the Cartama Oval, and they'll be taking their places alongside the umpires to listen to the national anthems of their side. I'm going to start off with the national anthem of Germany, followed by the national anthem of Scotland, and then the teams will make their way into the middle to get started. The news, as you saw from the middle, is that Germany elected to field. I think that's what the teams wanted to do, win the toss and field first and be chasing, knowing what the target is. It's going to be an absolute thriller. Lovely to see so many people here getting ready for the group final on what is going to be a supersonic and I think blistering night here at the Cartama Oval here in Andalusia, Spain, as we get ready for the national anthems. And a good time maybe to start to hand over to Vinny Sandhu, who will be also joining me shortly in the commentary box for the start of this match. So for now, let's take a moment to listen to Vinny Sandhu and the national anthems for the two teams out there. Scotland taking on Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to this Group F final. The winner of this game will return on Monday for Championship Week, and the other team, their journey will end tonight. Should be a really exciting game. 6 teams already qualified for the Championship Week. Tonight we find our 7th. If you could please now be standing as we will listen to the national anthem of Germany. Germany with a 5-0 record in ECC 23, led by their captain, Rohit Singh. Please remain standing now for the anthem of Scotland. Scotland 11, 3-3 record in ECC 23, led by their captain, Christopher McBride. Gentlemen, play your best cricket. Let's find our missing piece of the puzzle and a returning team for Championship Week.
Let's go. Let's do this. The battle of bat versus ball about to commence in the middle, as the umpires will now lead the teams out into the middle. Tyrone Peters and Sullivan Saeed. Nilkesh Patel will be the third umpire, and of course all the umpires being brilliantly led by my good friend Sir Rob Kemin. These are the teams, and Germany, wouldn't they love the likes of Jamshad Shah and Vasi Karim to get clicking in this one. Nice to see them in a huddle there, and before they go out there, the Scottish openers, I would imagine it will be Ollie Hears and Michael English that'll make their way out there as well, and I hope they can get a good start for their side. I mean, they've been extraordinary here today, Scotland. Remember beating Norway by 9 wickets with 11 balls to go, chasing 145. Michael English in good form again, 71 not out, and Liam Naylor found his form as well, 50 not out. But they had to do it again, because then they had to play Portugal, because Germany beat them in qualifier 169 to 123. Shahid Afridi, you heard Maximo touch on that. He scored a brilliant 93, not out 36. You can see there that, well, the bat versus ball wall saying 120 in favour of Germany as opposed to 106 there to Scotland. That'll be interesting, but I suppose that goes on the form that the teams have been in. Yeah, so Portugal losing out to Germany meant that they had to play Scotland in qualifier 2, and Portugal, well, they only just get to the 100 mark, and Scotland knocked those off with 19 balls to go. And Jack Hogarth was sensational with the ball, 4 for 11. And once again, Ollie Hears and Michael English were in the run. So I get the feeling here, Germany will know that they need to see the back of Hears, who's going to be opening up here. So he's going to be the opener. And also English has been in sensational form. And then you also got the likes of Liam Naylor in good form as well. The McBride, also the captain, has been good for Scotland. Here's the first ball of the final. Just gets played away and waits. Well, he's overcommitted. If this hits, he's gone. Oh, wow, how close. An opportunity right at the beginning of the match. How many Royal Dutch that we've seen, especially in this group. I think this has been the group of Royal Dutch, really. And that could have been another, as Michael English wanted a single, but he got turned down. Short, hit, hard, disappears into the night sky. And this is the sort of form that Ollie Hears has been in today. Anything short, and he's mullered it. That one gets sent away. Good hit. And you can see there English saying, hey, come on, next time. If I'm coming, you got to go. He's not focusing on that shot. You know, you can see real serious look there about English. He's not happy the fact that that single wasn't taken. He's probably saying to him, hey, look, we've talked about this. You know what the plan is. If I'm calling, you got to be going. They've got to put that behind them, though, and they will with that boundary. Walter Bear is the bowler. He was good earlier as well, wasn't he? Bowled very well. He's been bowling well all the way through this series. Took 3 for 21 yesterday in the win against Scotland in that night fixture. And can he do it again this time round when it really counts? They restricted Scotland to 95 for 8 last night. Oh, this is pretty close to catching the edge of the bat. In the last win against Portugal, he had a few that flew off the edge. Thing is, he hits the ball so hard that it flies away. But nobody behind that. That's interesting. Third man not back. I wonder if they want to revisit that, Germany, because when he swings hard and the ball will fly. Bear once more. The English runs, in comes a throw. Oh, it's another opportunity. It's another bat plug as well. As, well, Michael English somersaults into his crease. But if this is a direct hit, he's gone. This is 2 opportunities to remove English. Watch this. Oh, he was well shot. And, well, you can see what the bat does. They say bats are meant to fly. That does fly, but it also leaves a nice marker where it was. If that ball hit the stumps, it would have been gone. 2 opportunities to remove English with throws. Direct hits would have done the job. They're not able to. He's on strike. Walter. And he comes again. German fast bowler. And that's a nicely played, but to the fielder. He's out there to do a job, and he does a job. It's taken a while to get the ball in. You can see 1 or 2 of them saying, come on, get it in quick. Last night in this fixture, Scotland 95 for 8, Castajar 26 of 17, and Owen Gould 24 of 10. The top order didn't click at all. For Germany, it was all about Sachin Mandi, 43 of 22, supported by Jamshad Khan. Helped them to the win. This is up in the air, but it's going to fly, and that's what I'm talking about. The third has to be back, and I said this before, didn't I? This is, if you have that third man back, this is a catching opportunity. It's not just about being there to save the runs. That's a catching chance. And they don't put him back, and as a result of that, the ball does go to the boundary. It's the second one in the first over. And at the end of the first, Scotland 12 without loss. Opportunity there to see how these 2 teams have made it through to the final. Scotland, the team that have had to do it the hard way, had to win against Norway. What a stunning match that was. And then had to win against Portugal. Speaking of stunning, what a stunning view. Exceptional. Remember, I have started half an hour earlier here today. So there's still a little bit of that natural light in the background there. You can see the Sierra de Gatama. And that will soon be gone. And well, all around us here will be pitch darkness. Time for Fayez Khan to come on to ball. It's a bit of a wild swing here from English. Was never anywhere near that one. But swing and a miss from English. It's got to be feeling some nerves, no matter how much cricket you played and what level you played at. You're playing in a final. You know what's at stake. Have a good game, and your country come back to play in Championship Week. If you don't click, it could be curtains. You could be on the flight back. Khan once more. And this one has been lofted up in the air, and it's going to be 4 runs. I don't know if it was a genuine slower ball there from Faiz Khan, but English had a lot of time to play that one. And once again, here's an English chatting about this. Yeah, it just held up, didn't it? Didn't come through at all. I don't know if he did deliberately hold that one back, but it was a little bit short, and he hasn't got the field really on the leg side for that. He's got to look at his field. It's an offside field that's been set. And that is out in the off. It's in the air, but doesn't carry. It just drops before Walter Bear could get there. So, bit of a miss hit there from English, but he's fortunate. There's no fielder there. Still no third back. They're keeping him up in the circle. And that's, so, well, I say that, but now is that change. He moves back, but moving him back to the slower bowler, Khan. Okay, so third goes back. Remember, here's did hit one in that area. His last boundary. And gets beaten here as well. That's a good delivery. Goes wide off the crease and angles it into his. Nice take behind the stumps from Sachin Mandi, who was the top batter last night in this contest. And now a change again straight away. He comes back in, does the third. So that means long on drops back. Long on and mid-wicket on the boundary to Hayes. Up in the air, and he goes outside off. This is such a good shot. This is class. There's only one way to describe it. He knows where the field is. Look at the way he goes inside out to this. He's got a big smile on his face. He likes it. I like it. I think the Scots like it. I don't think the Germans like it too much. That's outstanding batting. Great shot. Well, there you go. There's the smiles on the face. Ola, ola, oli. Well, no, ola, ola, ole, ole, ole is oli, oli, oli here at the moment. As well, I'm glad to welcome back into the box for the first time for this final. Here's my good friend, a fellow commentator, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, what a start. First over, probably a draw for me, 12. This one could be similar. Here's with a maximum and a half there. I mean, that was an incredible shot, that previous one. He backs away, but he still has so much power and timing to get it over point for 6. So, again, I think they fight another draw there. I think 12's par, if anything. Maybe it's a bit under, but Scotland 11 under lights as well, of course. That's another challenge. It's 24 without loss after 2.
2 complete. Yeah, I'd go with that, Vinny. I think it's a bit of a draw at the moment. 12 takes them to, if it stays this way, 120. Scotland know that they probably need to be eyeing up a score between sort of around about 130 to 140 against this German side. And then, even then, they've got to bowl really well.
Remember last night, these two teams played the night game, and Scotland only able to manage 95 off their 10 overs and summed up their group stage. Well, this is a Gundy ball, and it's going to travel pretty dangerously towards the camera. Maximo! Well, you can't bowl there to Hares, and Bear gets attacked. Well, is that gone into Karina's house?
Well, this is Gundy, and I think we'll see where this goes with the other camera. Well, it's either going into Karina's house or it's going into the ECN crew tent.
It was a knock-knock. It's gone into the TV production box. Oh, well, guys. Any siesta has just been interrupted. Deep in his crease, Hares. Looking to pick something else up. Tries. Just kind of loses his form there that time. I mean, look at the win percentages. I think it was 53% Germany to 47, Scotland 11. Hasn't really moved too much now. But, I mean, this is a toss of the coin, this final. And what's interesting for me, it's such a clash of cricketing styles and cricketing cultures coming together. But so many skillful cricketers on display, including this man, Walter Bear. And he goes up in the air. Now this is going to be touch and go. It's going to go all the way. Maximo. It was a great effort. Never had a play in it there. Unfortunately, I think it's Adil Khan. But that disappears for 6, and Scotland will take the runs.
Yeah, the game with this short ball approach, aren't they? Look, but Ollie Hayes is throwing anything at this. And the thing is, he is such a powerful unit that if he gets it, he's going to stay hit. You can see some of the Portuguese sat behind there, hoping that one might come their way.
Oh, that's a cutter. That's going to be over another camera. Wow. Picks it, smashes it. Well, straight down the middle of the fairway. Hares to 35.
Oh, what a hit this is. And doesn't he pick it? I think he knew, maybe with the way the over's gone so far from Walter, that this delivery was going to come pitched up, but he goes with the slower one, but he gets it right. And look, sees it early and crunches it. What a hit.
That is absolutely mowed down the ground. And Walter has some issues here with 2 to come. Here's, again, look how deep he is. Right back. Misses. So, I mean, any one of these little tickle will be the end of Hares. But I think they were kind of attacking him with that third back on the boundary, because that is kind of how he got out earlier. It was very fine kind of edge that flew, was caught in the outfield.
But a different approach this time from Hares. He's not trying to just tickle it, is he? He's trying to butcher it. And if he does get anything on it, it just flies over the boundary. Speaking of flies, it's quite a lot around again.
Well, on the pool this time, this is 4 more. So, well, if the first 2 overs were a draw, this was anything but. And in the end, it goes for, I think, 22 off the over, maybe 21, but anyway, goes magical. And that's the end of the power play. It's 46 without loss after 3.
Yeah, you're right, Vinny. If you see, well, not just the Grizzlies flying about tonight, all sorts of creepy crawlies as well. Is that time of night? As we see the fight in the night, 22 off the over. So we've gone 12, 12 and 22. That one certainly does belong to Scotland. Germany will know this. They don't need to be told. This is a partnership they have to break. They need to send both these batters back pretty soon. Otherwise, we will see a big score on the board. And I thought maybe they might even try a little bit of spin here, maybe Ghulam Ahmadi, but it doesn't look like spin. They're going to go with another pacer. Let's see who they go with here. And it looks like it's going to be Abdul Khan.
Yeah, remember, there's a bit of a sameness about this attack, something we talked about many times. But this is a chance. Now, who wants it? I think the bowler's going to have to go for it himself. And he takes it, and he puts it back from whence it came. Adil Khan breaks through with his first delivery. And it's the end of English. You didn't have too much of the strike. The strike comes from the German pacer. It's 46 for 1.
They needed this so badly, didn't they? All right, English is not being the one doing the damage, but it is a break in the partnership. He goes for 6 of 5 deliveries. All he hears, though, is the man that's doing the damage at the moment, 39 and 14. But it's a wicket, and they know that maybe one will bring another. That certainly seems to be the pattern we've seen in this group. A lot of Royal Ducks, a lot of wicket. One goes down, then another goes straight away. A lot of bowlers have been on a hat-trick. But look at Abdul, he takes it, and then he flies it back up into the night sky. Watch out, that's going to come down and hit somebody. Where is it? Where is it? Kidhar gayi? Main phal liya. Koi na, bacha ditta saryan nu. And then he puts it down. Well, it's a good job that it's not Ghulam Ahmadi that was going for that catch. That's all I say.
Yeah, well, I mean, caught the one that counted. You know, always dangerous with that kind of celebration. But as long as one person is sensible enough to watch where the ball goes, that person was Ahmadi. But anyway, Naylor comes, and remember that he batted so well the first game. I think he went for a golden in the last, so bit both ways. And some of the Scottish players, well, the Forfeiture ones at least, will remember under lights. They probably got a few nightmares of the dark here at Khartoum, as they were knocked out by Drew under lights. But now it's Naylor who gets the first one away, just a single. What a contest though, and those percentages hovering around the 50-50, that's what you want to see in a group final. I mean, it's such a different experience for the winner and the loser here. The winner will stay in Malaga. They'll get to spend another 5 days playing cricket here on the Costa del Sol. The loser, well, their ECC is over at the end of this match.
Yeah, you're back on the plane and you go back. Okay, so making the adjustments to the field here now, to the hard hitting Ollie. And he has been good, hasn't he, Ollie Hayes? once again.
Must be thinking about the prospect of off spin to Hares, which is their only real variation. But I might not need it because he should be gone, and he is gone. Well, there's two big dogs gone in the first third of the innings, and Scotland 11 lose Hares for 39. It looked like it might be his night, but he's going to have to roll off now. It's 47 for 2.
Oh, what a big wicket that is. Here's goes, and it's a bit of a false shot as well. He just tries to chip this. Doesn't really, maybe he doesn't pick it, but Abdul Khan, well, he comes in and he has taken 2 wickets straight away. And look at the joy here from Rohit. As soon as that's taken, the captain, he's up and about because they know that is a huge wicket.
Huge moment in the final. I mean, Hares, he can take the game away from you very, very quickly. Yeah, Deal coming on, and if you speak to some of the players, I mean, he's getting them through about as quick as anyone here at the ECC. He's really troubling a lot of batters with pace. I won't say troubled Ollie with pace there, but Ollie may be in two minds whether to go over the top or not. Certainly wasn't out of the middle. Big moment, 47 for 2, as it's going to be Taimur Ahmed who comes out in the number 4 position.
Yeah, it is a big moment because they know that they want it. There's 4 batters you really want to see back in the shed. 2 of them are there already. The other 2 out there in the middle now.
The thing is, I mean, they've got more batters that can hurt you, but as far as who's in form of late, Taimur, yeah, patchy. I'd put him in the kind of in form, but as far as who's in form right now, yeah, 2 of them are gone. Naylor's the other one, who looked very, very good in the eliminator earlier this morning against Norway. And yeah, Dil Khan, 2 for 1 in 3 balls. We said the first 2 were kind of a draw. The third over went to Scotland 11, but this one certainly honours to Germany through the first half of it. Now, Taimur will have to face up to Adil Khan.
Adil, what a start. 2 wickets, 1 run, 3 balls in. Here comes ball number 4.
Oh, pitched up on the stumps, but it turns into a bit of a half volley. It's a proper shot from Taimur Ahmed to get him off the mark. 4 runs, brings up the 50 as well for the Scottish.
Yeah, this is a great bit of cricket all round. The ball to the new batter is right on the money. You're saying, okay, I'm going to put you under pressure straight away. And Taimur Ahmed, well, if he was thinking about just sticking around and blocking a few, forget it. He sees the opportunity and he plays an outstanding shot. That's right up there as one of the Andalusia shots of the day. It really is a brilliant strike.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite the Yorker, I think, that he was going for. Adil, though, still certainly winning this over. Pitched up, another good drive. They go on the hit with a fumble from Rohit. Now, thinking of an overthrow. Wow, several mistakes on the play. I won't go into all of them, but I will say that that is just a single. I was going to say there's thousands watching this final here at the ground. Just quite a lot of them are bugs, as you can probably see. It's another buggy night.
It's a buggy night. Yeah, it's a busy night here, the Cardamom Oval. The bugs are enjoying the action, as well as the fan zone.
Beats him for base outside the off, so 2 for 6 in the 4th. Adil, I think you've got to bring him back straight away. He's just on right now, isn't he? It's 52 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, good decision there from Rohit Singh. He goes with Adil Khan to bowl that one. I was thinking maybe have a look at just have to pause just so you can have a look at what we're talking about when we're saying the
One day we'll play.
These are everywhere.
One day we'll play by the light of the fireflies.
Yeah.
Thankfully that day isn't today, but yeah.
Look at that. But yeah, I mean,
been in the mood.
Good decision. I would have been tempted to go with spin, I must be honest, just to try and break it up a bit. Yeah. But they go with the pace and they get a wicket, and now they will go to spin. This is the guy that I thought we might have seen that last over. So Ghulam Ahmadi coming on the bowl over number 5.
Also the difference with Adil, he gets it right, doesn't he? To Hares, he doesn't give him something on the hip or outside to turn around and hit for 6. Time for spin with Ahmadi. And this is a slightly false shot. Rohit, again, won't pick it up, has to fumble a little bit at the moment. Lucky he didn't when that catching opportunity came his way. But Ahmadi is crucial to this German attack. Yes. He's really the only thing that isn't right arm pace.
Yeah, he is the difference. And he has bowled well all the way through. Can he continue to do so even in this group final?
Goes after it, gets it wrong. Now who wants it? Bowler or keeper? Bowler goes, bowler takes, another caught and bowled, and Naylor's gone. Top 3 back in the shed. It's 53 for 3.
Yeah, Ahmadi, He wants it. He says, "Mera catch hua, meri bowling, mera catch, meri wicket." Rando Saridane, and he takes the catch. Huge one as well. Naylor, who scored a fine half century, not out against Norway in that emphatic win for Scotland. He'll go just for one on the board. Yeah, he goes for one. So since then, he scored nothing and one. This is a difficult catch, you know. Look,
Under lights, yeah.
I mean, a lot of people coming under him as well. It's gone high up in the air, in the dark. But what a catch and what a moment. And they're all around him to congratulate him. Who's taking the catch if this one comes down?
Yeah, and the keeper was thinking about going for that. I mean, Naylor, in hindsight's 20/20, but it just wasn't full enough to drive comfortably, was it? And a little bit of turn there means that he skies it, and he's going to have to watch the rest of the innings from the tent. 53 for 3. So who can step up? Will it be Owen Gould? We've seen some good things from him this week. It's a big pressure moment. The Scots, remember, last night, same opponent, same time slot, they scored 95. I feel like they'll need plenty more than that. Oh, he goes.
He could be out. That's out.
No,
This is out. It's out. He's gone.
Yeah, he gloves it onto his shoulder, and it's quick work from Mandy. Gould, it was probably crossing the line from inventive to aggressive to maybe a little bit foolish. Signs of Mike Gatting in the 1987 World Cup final as he goes on the reverse sweep, 53 for 4.
What did I say to you when they took the wicket of English? I said, I know it's not the dangerous batter, but it's a wicket. You get a wicket, anything can happen. They were under the cosh, and now wicket after wicket. Oh, look at this. Gets the back of the bat onto his shoulder, onto his chest, and then Sachin Mandi takes the catch. They knew he got bat onto it. The batter, well, he thought maybe I'm going to get lucky. No way. Our umpire sees it. The finger goes up. Is another wicket. And just like that, we're going to have another bowler on a hat-trick. Ghulam Ahmadi on a hat-trick.
Yeah, you see here, you see the deflection, and it goes from glove up to, I think it's right shoulder. Glove, right shoulder. Mandy loses it for a second there, but he knows it's a little pop-up. He knows where to go. So Gould goes without scoring very first ball. Premeditates the reverse sweep. And so, well, it's going to be the captain to try and play clean-up here. Chris McBride comes out at number 6.
Well, hasn't perhaps had too many options to bat. When he has batted, has made a difference.
Hat-trick ball. Oh, a slip would have probably swallowed it, but it's going to be 4. So McBride gets fortunate. Scotland reversed the momentum.
Where's the slip? Hat-trick ball. Got to have him in. Come on. Let's go back to old school. When you're on a hat-trick, bring him in for the hat-trick ball, just for the one ball. And if you had done, thank you very much. Catch taken.
Yeah, I mean, also might have hit the slip between the eyes, so you
Nah,
never know.
catch. That's a catch.
And McBride, he seems to play his best when the chips are down as well. You know, I think that he's been a leader in this side, and well, they need one right now, don't they?
Why don't teams do that anymore? Yeah, hat-trick ball, why don't they all come in?
They do.
I mean, I know it's a different format, but there's still pressure. I don't care what you say. If a batter is going out there and he's a hat-trick ball, there's pressure. Bring people in. Put him under more pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he also might have nicked that to the guy who was kind of back on the circle. All right, so McBride off the mark of Marty, 2 for 5. So we said that Germany won the 4th. They're certainly winning the 5th as well. And suddenly the percentage chance has dipped significantly, as you'd imagine. Scotland down to 22%. But plenty more still to be written. And their run rate is decent. It's over 2 a ball.
Still got 2 good batters out there, Vinny.
Sure do. Nice cut, finds the gap, finds the boundary. This one is convincing from McBride, who moves to 8 in quick time.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know, these two can bat. We know Tamar Ahmed has played an exceptional innings, and he's one that can change the way he plays. We've seen him come out when Scotland have been in front. They just need somebody to come out there and play shots, and he's done that. We've also seen him play a sort of more cautious role. That's a really nice shot there from McBride all along the deck.
Nice ball over. Pride happy to knock it down, take 1, and they'll get there. So highly entertaining first 5 overs of this one. Few runs, few wickets. It's 62 for 4 after 5. Want to welcome you into the Dream Box, and here we are, and yeah, the lights are on. We got a bit of company once again, unfortunately, with
Lights,
the bugs. But,
action and bugs. That's what we're talking about here at the moment.
I want to also just mention the World Food Programme and the Share the Meal project. If you'd like to get involved, then you see the QR code in the corner. Also, I will get that link up on the screen at some point, maybe next week, so people that want to type in a simple link, they can also donate. As little as 70 cents can make such a huge difference. And of course, I'll be heading to the empanada shop tonight, and I'll let you know how many I do on Monday. But as far as this final goes, I mean, Scotland coming out, they lose their top 4. Yes, they got good batters to come, but it is time for the middle order and the lower order to step up. Otherwise, I think Scotland are on the plane.
Yeah, and is one of those as well. How aggressive can they afford to be? Because if you get super aggressive and lose wickets quickly like Portugal did against them, then they're not going to end up with a big score. So they've got to be pretty choosy here as well. And I like the fact that Germany bring Adil Khan straight back, because I think he bowled a brilliant first over, and he's bowling with some fire.
Got to do it. I think, yes, there's an argument for changing things up, but this guy is hot. He is hot right now, and you got to go with him. I also would go back to Amadi. Get him while they're confident. Don't let him cool down. That one really fizzed through to Mandy. He was surprised with the pace. Now, miss hit. Yeah! Another! Fires Khan takes the catch. McBride just rushed into the pull shot. He was late for the bus, and would you believe it? Germany have 5 wickets. It's 62 for 5.
Adil Khan is turning it on here tonight. Well, aaj dekh lo mundiyo, thoda ja masala haiga middle de vich, hot and spicy in the middle. And Adil Khan, he's smiling because he is bowling some express pace deliveries here. This is just beats him for pace. Goes for the shot, he plays it too late. Catch is taken there by Fayaz Khan. Another one bites the dust. And Germany, little by little, they're chipping away. And that's another key batter that makes his way back.
And here's the thing, credit to Rohit Singh for the field position, because mid-off up in the circle, he knows that Adil is bowling wheels. So he's got a really fine third. He's got a deep backward point. He's got, you know, outfielders defending behind the batter, and that fortunately meant for him that becomes a catching chance. And also the batter thinking, look, I can maybe flat bat this over mid-off. I don't think that's really what he was trying. He was trying to pull it, but you know, the batter's thinking that there's a gap in the outfield, but he wasn't good enough to get it far enough. Sajjad, well, can he be the saviour for the Scots? That's a nice shot first up, and it's going to test the outfield up, and he's going to miss it. Volta Bear lets the air out of the balloon, and an unearned boundary for Sajjad.
Oh, that's so disappointing, isn't it? Especially from something like Walter Bear. He's a top performer. I mean, I don't know what he does here, whether he loses it completely, but it's not really motoring. Let's have a look. He obviously gets his hand coordination completely wrong. Oh, yeah, that's a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare. I mean, that is when your coach is having kittens, because just something like that is enough to take the pressure off.
Shake it off like a Taylor Swift song here if you're Germany. Adil Khan steaming in again, and it's a reckless stroke from Sajjad as he tried to muscle it up and over the covers where there was a bit of a gap.
Yeah, look, Rohit having a chat here with the bowler. Don't know what he's saying. He's saying, look, keep it going, son, keep it going. What you're doing here is marvellous. Just pace. And he beats him for pace again. But Sajjad has been the saviour many a times for Scotland. He can turn it on the big occasions. Can he do it here today as well? He wants to be aggressive. I don't mind that.
He goes to the skies, and this is catchable. He's misjudged it, and he's dropped it. And I think that's 4. And Volta came rushing in, then had to moonwalk back. It is 4 signaled. Sajjad gets super lucky, gets another boundary.
Gee, first of all, the misfield, and gives 4. Now this, he runs in first. If you watch it properly, he runs in, then tries to get back. He's all over the place. He puts it down. That is a nightmare. Moments like this, I mean, 8 runs from nowhere and the drop catch. Moments like this change the way an innings is going. Oh, that is, I have to say, that is a nightmare there for Walter Bear.
Well, I'm pretty good at reading facial expressions, and that man is not happy, despite taking 3 for 14. 8 of them have come in the last 2 balls, and 2 out of the last 3 probably shouldn't have. Last ball from Adil Khan, he's been magnificent here. And this should just be a single, but I hold my breath. And Basir does the rest. End of the 6th over. Scotland 11 are 71 for 5. So Sajjad, you mentioned him coming to the rescue for Scotland 11. And probably the most memorable instance was in the Eliminator in Championship Week last year. So the final day of the tournament, he came in at number 6, I should say, with 4 wickets gone. And he came in the 4th over, and they were chasing a huge score. They were chasing 156, and they weren't in great shape when he came in, but he just seemed to keep him in the game. He hit 50 off 21 balls, went late in the piece. Garden was good on that day as well, 25 off 8, but they fell perilously close. It was 155 to 147 in the end, and that meant that Scotland 11 finished 4th in the ECC last year. England would go on to make the final, but would lose to the Netherlands 11 in that one. So I think they are going to go back to Amadi. It makes sense. Adil Khan, though, 3 for 15, should have had 4. Outstanding return from him.
3 for 15, take away 8, because there shouldn't be 8 runs on there. There should be only 1 on there, and it should be another wicket. Could be a turning point here. Sajjad now against spin. He's already shown that he's here to be super aggressive. He's either there to hit big or get out of the way.
Oh no, this is going to spin around Adil Khan. Well, okay, this one does spin around him, but Germany, their own worst enemy in the last few minutes. Scotland been given a few reprieves.
Oh, I can't believe it. I mean, okay, he's got to get there. He's got to take it for his team. He's got to know that this one is going to spin away from him. Little moments here can change the way an innings is going. Germany were on top after Scotland started on top in the first 3 overs. Germany came back strong in the next 3, but now Scotland going ahead again.
Well, goes for it, picks out Shakur, and this guy won't drop a catch. He is so solid down there. He doesn't even bother to celebrate. He's saying, guys, come on. No need to celebrate too much. This is just what we do. And so time's up for Sajjad. It goes for 13, and the score 75 for 6.
Yeah, well, I thought maybe he was going to be Scotland's lucky charm. He got 4 lucky runs on 2 occasions when fielders maybe should have made the stop. He was also dropped on 4 on the boundary there by Bear, but no mistakes this time from the ever safe, the ever reliable Abdul Shakur takes it. Amadi takes another. And Germany, I think that wicket, that's an important one for them. I'll tell you why. It gets them to come together, and it gets the captain to say, hey guys, come on, back where we were. Don't let it slip. Let's keep this going.
Yeah, just needed a settler, didn't they? They're going to go for like another kind of deep slip to go with the 45 in the circle. So kind of got 3 fielders in the top left quarter. We'll show you that in a second. But Amadi, I mean, he's bowling really well. Of course, plays his cricket for the Bond Blue Stars, and we caught him in Krefeld, didn't we, at the European Cricket Series? He was good then, and he's great now. Garden, can he be the saviour? Batting 8, but this guy, I think he could easily bat in the top 4, and he was very good on finals day last year as well.
Yeah,
like you said.
Last year, 228 runs. We know he's class. Just hasn't clicked this time. Is he going to save his best for later here?
Straight over the stumps. Oh, and almost another sweep going wrong first ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that
no fine leg.
Super confidence to play it, but he's lucky that he doesn't see the barrels knocked off.
Shows too much of the furniture. He's really looking for that because there's no fine leg, and that's clever adjustment by Amadi to not give it to him.
Yeah, Callum Garden last time made 63 versus France. He made 60-odd against Luxembourg as well. And he's a top player, just hasn't clicked this time round.
Goes a bit more orthodox this time. He'll get off the mark. Rohit, he's fumbled absolutely everything except the catch that came his way. I suppose he'd be happy with that. If he said that you're going to fumble every single ball, but you'll take hairs early, then I think he would have settled for it. Anyway, Ken Garden, the man they call Dino, can he be a difference maker here with just a tick over 3 overs remaining? Last ball for Amadi. And they're going to take it pretty easy. They don't want to give up another wicket. Amadi points the wicketkeeper and points out that he has gloves, but in the end, he'll bowl an incredibly good spell of 3 for 15. Well, they've fired up the Germans. I think everyone is at 76 for 6 after 7.
We've seen an incredible 4 overs there, haven't we? We just turned maybe the tide of this fixture. 2 brilliant overs from Adil Khan, and then we saw that from Amadi. Made such a big difference to this contest. But can Germany's other bowlers tidy it up towards the end?
Lick your lips for me, Rico, please, because look at this. This is Championship Week, starts on Monday. Every single game is a banger. That's championship week for you. Spain, Jersey, first game. Italy versus the Netherlands 11. Spain versus the Ireland 11. Remember, it's the reverse of a grudge match last year when Spain knocked the Irish out. Jersey versus England 11. Little brothers, big brothers kind of thing. And then whoever wins this will only have to play once on Monday, and they'll take on the Irish. So that's all coming after a day off tomorrow. Strap yourselves in for a big week. Championship week is on the way. Right now, Garden just looks a bit out of nick, doesn't he, at the moment? Rico?
He's not seeing the ball well. I think he's got to adjust here, and he's got to adjust quickly because Mini Boom Boom is on to bowl. This guy, well, I wasn't around to see his innings, but I heard about it. It was sensational. I think he hit the biggest six that we've seen here at the Cardamom Oval.
Championship week. Yum. Oh, late on this, but we'll get one. Freedy just had to bowl, I think, 4 balls earlier to finish their business over Portugal. Portugal end up going out in straight sets after finishing second, but I think their cricket's going places as well. All right, in the air, but this is going to fly for 6. Maximal for Timur. He will make a difference here with a doubling of the score. Wasn't completely convincing, but the pace of Afridi sends that one out of the ground.
Yeah, I think this is what Scotland have decided here. We saw that right from the beginning, from English, from Ollie Hayes. Anything that's out there, well, what happens there? I wonder if we get a chance to see that. A little bit of grizzly action there. We ain't got time. We'll have to see it in the highlights. Looked like the ball hit the generator and attacked the fielder.
Oh dear. They're all back in their crease, aren't they? They want to get under it. Oh, he's bowled. That went late and it went away, and it's knocked back the off stump. A little bit of the genie about that from Shahid Afridi Jr., who booms the off stump, and it's 83 for 7.
Oh, I saw him bowl these sort of deliveries in Crefeld. Has he broke the stump there? Because he's hit that so hard. Well, this one is one of those sort of laser beam sort of full tosses, but stays below the waistline. It sort of goes flat. It's a flatliner that smashes into the stumps. Jugger put their style from Afridi.
He either nicks this or it goes really late. Look, does he nick it?
I don't think he does.
Nah, it just went. It went late, and that's why it's a bit of a quizzical expression, isn't it, from Timur. He was expecting that to kind of come in the middle and leg, but Afridi moves it off the straight, and it gets Timur moving. Scotland 11, 7 down now. There's still 14 balls left in this innings. It's 83 for 7.
Yeah, I think the reason why he's surprised is not often that somebody can bowl a delivery like that comes at you at that pace, at that height, and it stays flat. I mean, normally you use the full tosses, you get called no balls, etc. How he's bowled that one, I'll never know. Okay, Jones, Mackenzie gets a wide.
That one goes as well, but starts too wide. Yeah, can Jones make a difference? He's shown he can hit a clean ball. No doubt about that. And then what are we down to here? So we've got 9 at the crease, which is Jones. You've got Hogarth to come. You've got Lyle Robertson to come. Hoagie can whack him around a bit, but you want to be relying on him. That's the thing. And Scotland may be heading for something similar to last night. They scored 95. Oh, ouch. Mackenzie is a tough lad, but he edges that one onto his legs, and that's going to hurt.
Yeah, that hurts. And he's going to need those legs to bowl, because that one, yeah, he's feeling the pain of that one.
I like that from the kid, though. You know, he doesn't show it.
Yeah, look.
This kills. So hurts a lot. And Jones doesn't show his hurt. I like that from him. That's tough.
Hey,
that's big boy stuff.
These are Scots. Come on. These are tough lads. They're tough.
Hey, at least it's 23 degrees and not 3 degrees. Anyway, last ball of the over. A nice looking shot, but it'll just get a single for it. Afridi, great over. He's still got one in the bank if he wants one as well. So end of 8 overs, and Scotland 11 are 85 for 7.
Tremendous fight back this from Germany. Remember the way that it started. 12 of the first, 12 of the second, 22 of the third from Walter Bear, who, has to be said, is probably having a night that he personally will want to forget, but it's a team game. As a team, he could be celebrating later on. But after that power play, there was 2 wickets there from Adil Khan, and that changed everything, didn't they, after that 4th over. They've been on top ever since.
Adil changed the game. Fayaz to bowl the 9th. Oh, well, for Jones. He has one to match now, because I think he's on the right leg. But once again, I tell you what, I'm a big fan of Jones. You know, I know he's played under 19 cricket for Scotland, and yeah, he's getting an initiation, but he's not taking a backwards
I
step.
reckon this might be the Germans saying, you know what, we know this kid is going to be charging in. As if we get his legs a few times, we might be able to slow him down a little. Because you're right, there's two in both of his legs. Okay, Callum Garden, can he show his class? Can he bring back some of the form he showed here last year?
Oh, that's a better shot. Yeah, he's going to get 4. Well, this is kind of all set up for Garden to come good at the right time.
Yeah.
Can he get them to that maybe 110, 115 under lights as well? Okay, Germany, they did it reasonably easily last night, but with the pressure of their tournament on the line, you just need to scrape every run together you can in the first innings here.
Yeah, Fire's just straying into the pads there, so not his best delivery. I think if that's on the off peg or the middle, it's a better result for him. So doesn't get it right.
Yeah, well, there you go. Attacked by the bugs is Fayaz. Don't know what kind of hair product he's using, but probably not helping. Slightly slower ball, I think, drilled down for 1. So let's see if Mackenzie can get one out of the screws here. I mean, they shouldn't get bowled out. They've still got some insurance in Hogarth and even Robertson to come.
Mackenzie showed the other night that when he was attacked by the short stuff, he was more than capable of playing. In fact, he played some lovely shots.
Yeah.
I think he hit 3 boundaries, so they're still going to bowl well to him.
Oh, goes very close. Not sure the back away is the tactic. Just percentage-wise, if rather go the other way. Other way, you might be able to flick it away. Yes, you might be LBW, but that's probably better than being bowled. And also, you keep your right to a leg side wide. And when you back away, you're kind of opening up the zone of possibilities for what is a legal delivery for the bowler. But anyway, Jones probably just happy to still be there. There's 1 run and 2 bruises so far. This time he does get bat on it.
Then want to try and get 2.
Didn't pick it up straight away, but probably now's not the time for a speculative 2 with 7 wickets down.
The only reason I'm thinking that is, I mean, they take the single, there's a ball to go, and I think Garden probably wants to have much of the strike, so he's got to think carefully what he wants to do here. I think if the shot's on, he goes for it.
Yeah, you got to.
But then he needs to try and get on strike straight away in the last.
7 left, take every opportunity. Last ball of the night, he does, but he picks the outfielder out, so frustration for Garden. He got a fair piece of that, but he will retain the strike, and Scotland at the end of 9 are 93 for 7.
93 for 7. Germany now, this is you know, the captain will be saying, come on. He's saying 6 more balls. Let's not let us stray here now. 6 more balls. Keep the standards as they are. Keep this to around about, what, 100, no more than 105.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we've done, or the bowling team have done their job. But just have a look at those bowling figures there. A 3 for Ahmadi and also for Khan.
Remember Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito in Twins?
Yeah.
That's kind of the figures there. Because you got Adil Khan and Ghulam Ahmadi, both 3 for 15, but very different bowlers. Boom Boom's back for the last. Nice cut, that'll be 4. So Garden, well, he's swinging it, and so he should. Good start. Can Scotland maybe have a magical or something? I mean, 115 would feel like a bunch from where they've been in this innings. That's a good shot by Callum.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He gets the width. I mean, Afridi normally goes full, doesn't he? He goes full Yorker length. He always attacks the stumps. This time he goes a little bit wider, he's a little bit shorter, and Callum is onto it.
Yeah, this will be a Yorker jammed in, I'm certain of it. There it is, almost hits it, but good enough. And at this stage, with a fumble, they're thinking of 2 to get Garden back on strike, but now it's up to Jones. Now Jones has to work out what his plan is here. And I don't know about the kind of just back away and hope for the best. Does he get super rampy? You know it's going to be full.
Yeah.
It doesn't really look up to it on the drive in this innings anyway. Let's see. 4 to come. Well, they'll have more time to think about it. I mean, it's interesting. Afridi went kind of shorty for the first ball. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. That got cut away for 4. He was kind of back on the Yorker. Doesn't bowl a lot of slower balls, although he has one, Afridi.
I didn't mind it. I think that's Afridi thinking the batter probably knows Callum that it's going to be full and straight. So he tries something different. It doesn't work, so he goes back to what he does here.
All right, here we go. Backs away. Well, I was wrong because he's absolutely smoked that one. What a shot from Jones. Well, it worked for him, and he knows his game better than anyone. And that was a really good shot. Again, Freedy slightly misses his spots. And another boundary in the last for the Scots.
Yeah, it's interesting. Every time Freedy hasn't gone for that fuller delivery, he's paid the price. That's a really good shot from the man who's been targeted, been peppered with 2 in his legs. But now it's time for him to hit back.
Freedy needs to dial up that Yorker again. Ratty misses, but Mackenzie does it. Maximo! Wow, is this the magical last that the Scots were hoping for? It's more than last night. Is it enough? We'll find out in around about an hour's time. But right now, they're 108 with 2 balls to come.
Boom. Shaka Lagya. Well, Mini Boom Boom gets a little bit of his own treatment here. That'll go all the way. And yeah, look, we got past that 105 that I was talking about. So now, well, 2 balls to go, 115 plus.
Jones has been good, hasn't swung too hard. You don't need to with the pace of a Freedy. That one is laced. Well, there's 4 more. Well, credit to Jones. He wore a couple, but he stood tall. Yeah, I'm liking what he's bringing to the table. You know what? This will fire him up when he bowls the first over as well in the second innings. But 4 more. And this over, all of a sudden, it's 19 off the last with a ball to come.
Yeah, massive over, really is. And Freedy just doesn't get it right, does he? And as a result of that, he's paying the price. And now he's under pressure. He wants to get that Yorker in, but when you're under pressure, even the Yorker comes out wrong.
Keeps missing. Oh, Jones backs away. There was the slow ball. They're taking on. And he's going to eat it. Probably a smart decision in the end from Freedy to just concede 1. So it does go magical in the end. 20 off the last. 113 for 7 under lights. Scotland 11. Well, if anything, their batting has come good. Their bowling, there's still question marks over it. And the task is there. 113, it looks a little bit light on, but under lights, you never know. With a couple of early wickets, Germany have been batting the house down over the last 3 days. No bones about it. But the only innings that matters is coming up. And it's 114 for the Germans to make championship week for the first time in their ECC history.
Yeah, wonderful moments at the beginning here. The 2 teams, they stood for the national anthems before they got ready to do battle, and the battle commenced, and it was Ollie Hears that was gunning them all over the place early on, wasn't he? He played some tremendous shots, and well, let's take a look at some of them. Some of them were big, and the Scots were up and about, and they thought, yeah, come on, bring it on. There was a couple of chances to get English run out. They weren't able to take it, and well, finally, there was this one that went to the boundary as well. They didn't have that 3rd man back, but it was English who would go first when he goes for the big shot, but he's not able to get it. And but how about that from
Such
here?
a good shot, that
Sensational strike.
Yeah, it was good to see the bat plug was back. Had a good view of that from the fan zone. Yeah, but Hares, don't bowl there to him. I think that one rattled the director's box. But the thing with Hares, he never knows the line until he crosses it. And although he got away with that one, and that one, and look at that. I mean, golfers around the world will be proud to hit the ball like that. But yeah, English ended up holding out, went to the skies, and it was Adil Khan. He came and he totally changed the direction of this innings.
Well, he came on to bowl after that over from Walter Bear, went for 22, so pressure was on him, and he got not just that wicket, but he picked up 2 wickets in that one. He got that one, and then there was another as well, and it was a big one because it was Naylor, and we know how dangerous he can be. He goes, and look at the delight here from Rohit.
Yeah, Rohit, I think that's the only ball he fielded cleanly the whole innings, but it doesn't matter because that was Hares that went. But like I said, we got thousands watching this Group F final live at the ground. But yeah, Naylor, for him to go, and Amadi and Adil Khan, kind of the fast and the slow in tandem worked really well for the Germans in the middle overs.
Yeah, they did. I mean, between them. I mean, this one was good work there from Sachin Mandi, but it wasn't the best of shots maybe to play first off, was it? And that was the end of Owen Gould. We know he can be pretty aggressive there. Tyrone Peters putting the finger up. Yeah, that little spell there of 4 overs. I mean, they got 6 wickets there and didn't concede too many runs.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about cricket. When you're out, you've got a lot of time to think about it and think about how you might have played it differently. But here the Scots, they got runs on the board. Germany don't have any runs. Simple as that. No one can take the runs away from the Scots. So the Germans will be on the attack. I mean, they do play a hyper-attacking game and they trust each other. No, they didn't seem to have too many problems under lights last night. Walter Bear, I mean, let's just go through this period as well, where although Adil Khan was doing a really good job, And likewise with Armadi, the Germans leaked a couple, and it was only that catch from Shakur that kind of got things back on track.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was that period there, wasn't it, where one went through Walter, went for 4, the other one should have been caught, also went to the boundary. And there were 8 runs there from nowhere, and those bowling figures we know should have been a lot better. This is another one skied up in the air. And this one was when the fielder was under attack. When it hits the generator, it comes back. And then that's quite an incredible delivery from Afridi. The thing was, though that over was sensational, the last did go for 20.
That's true. I mean, that one seemed to kind of bend in the space-time continuum, didn't it? And it crashed into the off stump. So Scotland needed a late flurry, and they got one, didn't they? Afridi tailored 2 overs for him. I think Fayez Khan, he bowled a pretty good night that only went for 8. But yeah, Shahid Afridi Jr. going for 20 in the last. And Scotland go from 93 to 113. And look, that extra, let's say, 12 runs they get above a normal over, that could make a big difference. I mean, chasing 102 and 114 look completely different. Hares looked on, didn't he? 39 before he had to split. And apart from that, a few little contributions. He had Time Moore in there with 12, 13s for Sajjad and Garden. And Mackenzie Jones, I think his hitting was very, very good at the end. 16 off 9, he hit his traps. Well, I talked about twins, Adil and Ghulam Ahmadi, 3 for 15 for them. A wicket for Shahid Afridi, but that last one going magical.
Yeah.
That hurt, but Fayaz was also pretty good. Look, all set up, and yeah, final pressure. It definitely exists, doesn't it, Rico?
And you know what I'm going to say, and you know as well as I do. Have a look at that score. What does it make you think of?
The 13.
Yeah, well, it's a 13, 113. Yeah. What sort of scores do we get that golden ball in?
Oh, so Rico's got the tingle. Could we have our first ever golden ball final? Well, we'll find out after the break. One of these 2 teams has to split. One of these 2 teams will stay and compete in Championship Week on Monday. Find out which one after the break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back soon with the exciting conclusion of Group F in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. And before the players come out, just to remind you that our charity partner this year is Share the Meal. We know that 1 in 10 people around the world don't have enough to eat, and the European Cricket Network and our United Cricket family want to help, and we partner up with the United Nations World Food Programme. You can help to fight hunger for as little as 70 cents for a meal, and there's the QR code there on your screen. Scan the code, find out more about Share the Meal, and as we say on the European Cricket Network, we are stronger together. Maybe we can be stronger together as well for this very worthwhile cause. And whatever it is that you can donate, remember, every bit makes a difference. Players being led out into the middle. Tyrone Peters and Suleiman Saeed are the umpires, the men in black. I just want to give a shout out to all the umpires. They've been absolutely fantastic. And Nilkesh Patel as well, Ian Rummage, and being led brilliantly by Sir Rob Kemin. Umpiring has been absolutely brilliant. And I'm sure that those of you that are watching around the world will agree that the match officials that we have amongst the best in the world. So big shout out to our men in black. They've been superb, and of course to our scorers, part of the European Cricket Network crew, been doing a fantastic job here as well. I know the likes of Medadal and Max and Marzi have been absolutely sensational, and Simon as well. And a big shout out to all the crew, really. I know I can't remember everybody, you mentioned everybody, but the European Cricket Network crew have been brilliant. The scorers, also the match officials, and a big shout out to everyone, the ground staff as well, for all the hard work you do. And of course, everybody in the bar as well, the DJ to Natasha. You guys are absolutely fantastic. We are ready to start. I'm here, I'm Rico Full, and joining me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks Rico. And Vasi's been battling that side strain. You have to worry about whether he's fit enough to continue if they do make it to Championship Week on Monday, or whether they might want to replace him. Earlier on though, he batted through it and he made 41 in very quick time. Shahid Afridi Jr. though, earlier on, I think it was 93 he made. 93 off 36. Play says TP, and we're going. Vasi Curran to face up. And we've got Mackenzie Jones steaming in. 114 for a place in the final. And it's going to start with an edge, and it's going to go for 6. Well, that could have easily been another story. And Timur didn't have a play on it. Maximo! Germany off to the races.
These guys, if they're getting width, they're flying back to it. There's no doubt about it. And on this occasion, Vasi gets enough of it. And he watches on anxiously, but it's only maybe a yard or so above the outstretched hand of the fielder. 6 to start.
I mean, Jones is quite nippy, gets good bounce, and it kind of counts against him on that occasion. Vasi Curran. Goes again at this. Just okay according to the umpire.
He gets the width, wants to play the shot, misses out.
Of course, Vasi Curran plays for the Bayer Oettingen Boosters in the ECS. It's touch and go, that one. On another day that might get called, but Jones gets away with it this time. Because, yeah, just to clarify, the ball has to be completely inside that blue line. If even a little bit of it touches, it'll be called a wide. Back away and miss, so it's good comeback from the youngster.
Yeah. Just all he's done is just to held it back slightly, maybe just taken a little bit of pace off the ball as well. So he's keeping the height lower. It's not allowing the batter to get right underneath it. But look at the field that's been set here as well. A very fine third man, and just have a look at where you got 2 catches there. Hogarth and also Ollie Hayes. I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but they really are targeting that sort of third man and backward point area.
Similar kind of ball. This is going to test the outfielder. He can't pass the test. It's going to be 4 runs, and Vasikaran, I suppose, 2 hits, 2 misses in the first 4 balls.
Yeah, this is sweetly timed. A lovely shot. 4 carreras más.
Yeah. He kind of knew where it was going to be, didn't he, Vasi? And kind of placed that one rather than really going at it.
Yeah, let's speed it up a little. Yeah, just talking about the field set here. Look where those 2 fielders are to the right of your screen. So they've got 2 men in close and a third. They know that's the area that these batters are going to try and go. And there you go again, you see. But he's not going to get the wide here because he moves too much too early.
I like that from Tyrone. He's motioning that's wide, didn't give the wide. He's saying, look, he said that you moved before the ball was bowled.
Yep. Good work there, good umpiring.
See, he takes maybe 2 stumps outside, so if you move the line 2 stumps, it would be inside the line.
Yeah.
So very, very good umpiring. And good communication as well there.
That's where Tyrone is world class. He explains the reason and the batter acknowledges.
This one will be a wide, and don't think there's any debate about that. Yeah, so Mackenzie Jones, he's a very good young player, going through the Essex system there, through their junior system, playing second 11 cricket, and obviously have ambitions of breaking through in the county system into the first team. Also represented Scotland in the under-17s and under-19s. He's still only 18 years of age, so he's a really good prospect. Sticking to his guns, trying to go upstairs, outside off. Last ball of the over. Oh, well, proper mixed bag, and might be a little bit of the draw in the first over. Right now, Germany fight a draw, I think, in this one. It's 11 without loss.
Yeah, well bowled from the youngster. And, he had to do the hard work with the bat as well. Don't forget how important he's 16 coming in at number 9 could be. 16 of 9 deliveries. 87 matches, Vinny, without a golden ball. But this is that sort of number. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
tingle, 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 everybody.
Under lights. I mean, it may not be, but it could be a really close finish. And I think everyone loves the tense final. We might have one. It's already tense, put it that way. Michael Dow watching from Germany. And he has a very astute comment saying that the line between a 6 and a golden duck is very thin sometimes. And yeah, you're absolutely right there. Vasikaran got away with it. Now here's Jamshed. Now he played one of the shots of the day, first ball, just hammering one off a good length over mid-on for 6. But he's got Hogarth first up this time. I like this move. Jamshed doesn't care, and he drills it over long on for 6. Maximo, quite extraordinary ball striking from the German opener.
Wow. Well, this is Jamshed Khan's face. Look at the smile on his face, because all he's there to do is look at the way he throws himself at this. You know when they say put the weight into the shot? Well, this is the way to do it.
Oh, watch that.
It's
grizzly ball flight. Well, the lights weren't going to get shot out because it went over the lights. That's an unbelievable shot. They probably all said, we told you he'd do that. Leg spinner this time. So the thing with Hogarth, okay, maybe a bit slight dew factor, so I don't know about gripping the ball, but he gripped the ball better, didn't he, in the second game? Early in the day, he struggled, but I like that they're bowling him early. He's a different sort of question to ask these openers. Oh, there he beats the bat again. Bit of an appeal, but I don't think there's an edge there. Good turn now. Let's see if Hogarth is maybe setting him up for the wrong end that goes the other way. That's 2 leg spinners in a row.
The only thing is when he does the bowl up, and it's sometimes a little short, and he hasn't got any protection on the boundary on the leg side, so he's got to be careful. That's the problem with bowling in the power play.
Or do you stick to what's working? He does. 3 leg spinners zip past the bat of Jamshed Khan. And so you take those 3 balls into account, Hogarth suddenly winning the over.
Yeah, yes. 6 of 4 balls. Thank you very much. You'll take that. Now he's going to be forced, I think, Jamshed, to go for the big shot. This, for me, is a boundary or a wicket.
Oh, well, it's almost both. And Garden just lost that one in the lights as it was thrown in from long on. So it may be the safest place for Jamshed is the other end to Hogarth, to be honest. Now, Vasikaran, how's he going to take him on? He's got 1 ball to deal with. And, you know, if you fall behind the rate here, suddenly it's like you're chasing more of a pass call, like 130 or something like that. Well, that's how you deal with it. I can't believe how far he's hit that. He has hit that so far. The bat speed was actually off the charts. Maximo's bookend the second is 24 without loss. we got to have another look at this. I mean, this left the building so quickly, and if you hit across the spin, right, in a sense, you're less likely to get it in the middle, but if you do, it's going to spin on the middle of your bat, and even Hoagie.
I wonder what Hoagie was saying there behind.
Look where that went.
That is an exceptional hit. That is humongous. I'm telling you, that is humongous.
Did you see where that landed?
That's in the trees.
That's an outstanding hit. I don't know if we got that one more time while we're waiting for the new over. I'd love to see it one more time. Yeah, ECCW, well, we'd like to see a few Maximos flying in that one as well. It starts on the 17th of December, and 5 nations will contest over 6 days and 24 matches. So it'd be great to be back here for that. Right now, in the men's ECC, we've got some all spin with Robertson.
Yeah, well,
I'm still there's a car parked at the top of that hill, which there's no way you should be able to hit a cricket ball that far.
Jamshed chewing up a few balls here. They're bowling outside the off to him, and he's not quite getting it right. Oh, Gundy, that's a no-ing. And it's a brilliant save, I've got to say. This one would have been 5, but the save is there. Yeah. Oh, well, it's going to be a no ball, still a free hit, I've got to say. Kesajad just saves 4 runs here.
Yeah, he does. I suppose he saves 3 because they run 1, but yeah, that just goes all wrong for Robertson, doesn't it, there? So free hit coming out. Vasikaran, who just, I think, set a world record for how fast you can hit a ball. He's going to be facing it. And the other thing is there might have possibly been 2 there, 2 running runs, but Vasi with his side straight, I just think he needs to take it easy. It's exactly what he did, and no coincidence he's facing the free hit. And he goes after this. Does he have enough? Fielder goes back, keeps it inside the field of play, so it'll just be a long single off the free hit.
Yeah, he clobbers that with everything, doesn't he, Vasi? But that's the difference when there's no pace on the ball. So catch taken, but it was a free hit, just a single. Jump shot. They'll target his off stump again. There you go. And it's another miss, and no wide either. Close call, I reckon.
Yeah, and it's one of these ones which, on another day, maybe an umpire thinks it nicks the line. It's pretty close. Yeah, for me, I think that one probably was. But anyway, Scotland get the call again. Now over cover, good hands. He just kind of lets the wrists break at the right moment. There's no outfielder back on the offside, and it's 4 to Jamshed Khan.
Yeah, good hit, that's better. A little bit closer to him this time, maybe a bit fuller as well. I think you find that Robertson may be trying to draw him out of his crease, thinking, I think you're going to come out to this, but he doesn't. He waits for it, clobbers it. Good shot to play in the power play, 4 more.
Oh, what a final. Oh, that's a fraction short, and it didn't really turn fast, but it did leave the field fast. Maximo. Well, you know the way the Germans are going to bat. They're going to be hyper-aggressive. That's what we're seeing. It looks like they're trying to chase 214 the way they're batting, but they are motoring, and that rate is getting ahead, even though they fell a fraction behind.
This was rifled, it really was. I mean, it was too short. Good movement from the spinner, but too short and gets thumped out of the ground. I like the way Vasi there talking to Jamshed said, come on, keep it going, keep it going.
Tosses up. Jamshed's had such a mixed time of it. Few hits, few misses, end of the power play. I think you've got to give that one to Germany, given the game situation. 37 without loss after 3.
Yeah, the 2 power plays, though, does belong to Germany. They were 46 at this point, but it all happened in the 4th. Remember, this is when Adil Khan came onto bowl and he picked up 2 wickets. He bowled explosively. And that's what Germany need to do here. They need to pick up some wickets from someone. Let's see who they go to.
2 magicals, you take those out. If they're more normal overs, you're probably chasing 94, which is roughly what they were chasing this time last night, Germany. But these 2, can't take your eyes off them. English, he's had a good week. Can he get the breakthrough? He does get hit, but he gets hit straight to Timor down there. So just a single.
Yeah,
that's that required rate at probably about 10, maybe 10.5.
That's a result, really, I think, for Scotland, because it doesn't go to the boundary, but it's in the area that they're attacking with the field. They do still believe that it's in that little area of the play of this ground that those wickets are going to come.
Well, this is skied. Now, this is a chance for Timor. It's a big moment in the final, and he will take the catch. So Jamshed Khan's going to have to go. It's another uncontrolled edge down to that quarter of the field. Well, shades of the first ball of the innings there, but this time Timor doesn't miss out. He has a play on the ball. He takes a good catch, 38 for 1.
English does it again, and that's what I'm talking about. That is the area. That's why I said the ball before is a win for Scotland. They believe that this is where they're going to get their wickets. This is the area that the bowlers are targeting. Look, outside the off, shorter, the batter's leaning back playing, and it skies it. That's a really good catch. What I saw him do here, just before this catch, he puts one hand up, and basically he's sheltering some of the floodlight from the ball, and then at the last minute, once the ball has come down from that area, he takes it two hands. A really good catch, really good technique. The first wicket goes down, so once again, wickets falling in the fourth over. Are Scotland going to do what Germany did to them?
Maybe, but I tell you what, this guy played one of the innings of the tournament earlier on in the day, 93 not out, his highest ever score on ECN, just 36 balls in that knock as well. 12 Maximos and only 4 fours. It's Mini Boom Boom, Shahid Afridi Jr. English to bowl to him. Slower ball first up, and yeah, the Scots have done their homework. That was the kind of ball that Shahid was kind of struggling to put away before. I mean, he put away plenty of deliveries, but English tries one first up and it's called a wide.
Yeah, there's a lot of swing on that delivery, isn't there? So, and it's well left as well by Afridi. Until he gets a few to his name, he's going to be feeling a little bit nervous.
Tries the same again, but it's going to disappear. Well, Boom Boom has arrived. Maximo, first ball, he takes on the fielder and wins.
Gimnasona, Shaka Lagia. Well, this is bombastic, isn't it? From Shahid Afridi. Here he goes, Lela, Shaka, Gia, Shaka Lagia.
Here's the difference. Earlier on, he was always trying to drag that one to the leg side on the slow ball. He'd pick it, but he was trying to drag it. I think, yeah, it makes sense to go with the line. He's got the power to go anywhere for 6, doesn't he? Afridi. Another slow ball, this time's a cutter. It's going to be a wide. And English is saying, look where he's ended up. But the thing is, I didn't see a big movement before the ball's bowled. See, when it's bowled,
it's a wide ball.
He's on the off stump. So that's a wide.
The movement comes afterwards. So if he's moving before, fair play. The bowler's got something to talk about. But that ball's been bowled and then the batter moves. So yeah,
you're allowed to step towards the ball to hit it without moving the line, basically, under our interpretation. This is off the end of the bat, but it will be a single. But that kind of 1-6 and over just kind of keeps them at the rate. They can kind of scramble together the rest at the moment. If they get that second boundary in the over, you feel Germany have stolen a few extras. English, though, I mean, his name's English, but I tell you what, when you hear him talk, he's about as Scottish as they come. Good cricketer. Another slow ball fools him. Now, who's got this? Is it Hares? He takes the catch. Well, it kind of looped up in the air with 3 fielders with eyes on the ball, but Hares has a very sure pair of hands. And so, clever bit of bowling there. And it's the end of Vasikaran. Germany have lost 2. It's 47 for 2.
Well, what are we seeing here? This is exactly the same, isn't it? The pattern is the same as what we saw Scotland doing, making a good start and then coming back in the fourth over. English is the hero again for them. He's doing it all his way. And once again, well, the man who's got the safe hands in that area is, of course, Ollie Hares. So 2 wickets in this, the fourth over. Exactly what happened when Scotland were out there as well.
I just think cut and dry, Vasi doesn't pick that. He doesn't pick it as a slower ball, realises too late, can't really bail out of this shot. That just shows you English, very clever bowler, well disguised. But this guy, Rohit Singh, again, when we've seen him lately, he has been smashing the ball around. So they might have got 2 big fish, but there's 2 big fish to replace them. Question is, will they click here in the final?
Yeah, need a captain's innings, and normally Rohit Singh is like a rock, isn't he? He's been fantastic for cricket in Germany over the years, but now this is when it counts.
All right, English, last ball of the over. Oh no, this has gone completely wrong for Rohit, but he gets lucky. He doesn't hit it well enough to hit it to the fielder. I don't think he picked that up very well. English with a good over there, 2 wickets in it, 11 conceded, 4 overs down. It's 48 for 2.
What a bit of luck that is. Rohit Singh getting it completely wrong. It was a strange shot to be playing, and he's feeling it, isn't he, the captain? Get 20 runs here, and if Afridi gets 20 runs, they win the game, don't they? That's what they're thinking here. Hey, you get 20, I get 20. We do it. We can do this. But they've got to stay there. That was a rash shot. He goes back on strike, and looks like they're going back to Mackenzie Jones.
Okay, bring him back early. So they can't keep this pace attack up. Edge and Hares can't get there. Well, brace for impact. That one was so close to Ollie, almost pulls off a screamer, but the result's going to be 4 runs.
Oh, this is so close. Let's have a look at this. I mean, he plays for it, and oh, wow. Probably because he gets a fair bit of pace. I think he gets past him before Ollie Hares can get there. But it's going to be 4 runs, valuable 4 runs.
It's a bit of Russian roulette with where you put that fielder. And I bet Hares wishes he was about a metre or 2 to the left. Now he is.
Yeah, makes an adjustment.
Chasing the ball a little bit, but still. Cricket Gods will probably put one to where he was a moment ago. This one's hit straight to the fielder, so no run. Hey, few parallels, and nice to see Avinash Pai in the comment section. Similarities with the first innings. So Scotland, 46 without loss in the power play. Germany with 37 without loss, but after 4 overs, 2 wickets fell. In the 4th over, Dil Khan, remember, with the double strike. So Scotland 11 were 52 for 2 after 4. Germany 48 for 2 after 4. So very similar pattern.
Yeah, big time.
But Germany continued that run on though through the 5th, 6th. No, and look, it was pretty much straight to, I won't say straight to where Ollie Hares was, but he might have had a dive at that. I think he only budgets for 1 dive and over anyway, but they do have the 3rd back, so it's only a single.
But again, you can see the areas they're targeting. And it wouldn't surprise me if they put another man in there, you know. I bet you that McBride is probably thinking about it. It's the way that they started. They had 2 men inside the circle and the 3rd back.
It's great to see teams having plans and executing them. And it's a very clear plan to go short and outside the off stump. Set a field for it. That one's a slower ball, chases it, but it's a long way wide of the line.
Yeah, wide given.
I think that this is just something that the Scottish bowlers saying, hey, but he's moved. But I think if he moves after the ball's bowled, the line doesn't move anymore.
And this was really wide.
Yeah, and it was very wide, you're right. Jones throwing the slower balls, the change-up tactic. Anyway, it's interesting that if you get that kind of dabbable one, I would say, kind of short outside off, whether you go for it or not, with the fielders kind of camped there for it, do you just hope that it goes in a pocket of space? Or he plays this more orthodox, in a more orthodox fashion, out to Deepak's recover, where Chris McBride seems to have moved from long on to long off for this game, but he's a very, very good fielder. So, finally, a bit of time to breathe here. But have a look at that rate. Started at 11.4 and over. Right now, it's about 11.1. So it hasn't really gone anywhere. Germany right now kind of sitting right on that red line. Golden ball line. 2 to come for Jones in the final. Goes it again. This will be a wide again. So he just missed his spots again there. Still not a bad plan. I mean, you'd rather give away 1 than 6. And Tyrone again. He's a cricketer. And you can see where he sets up there. He hasn't jumped outside off stump. So the line's the line. But yeah, Tyrone is a cricketer. So he obviously knows how to communicate. Most of our umpires actually, they have played cricket. They've been quite fiery on the field. So, I mean, they can relate, I think, to the players getting frustrated. I think they handle the situations pretty well. There we go. There's the dab. He takes it on, but plays with soft hands, so it doesn't carry to Hares. I'm going to say Jones has had a really good final here. I think he's a very good talent, and although he was kind of a bit of a fish out of water, I think, early on, wondering what this is all about, I think he's really grown into his role, and he's kept his team in the game here.
Yeah, young man, he's gelled, hasn't he? And you know, what a bright future he has. Look out for this guy, because as he gets stronger and bigger, he's going to be causing all sorts of trouble.
Well, on the pull, but again, Rohit doesn't really time it. We'll get a single there, so it's the end of the 5th over, and they're exactly on the rate now. It's 57 for 2 after 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. What a 3 weeks of action we've had. We just have 5 days of cricket now to go in the ECC 23. Remember, we started the countdown 100 days before, all the way down to the start of the tournament, 25th of September. Here we are, final piece of the puzzle, championship week, spot on the line. What more could you want?
What more could you want? Well, you want a close final. We're getting a close final. This could go all the way down to the wire. I know I'm tingling. And I think a few people out there tingling as well. Are we going to get a golden ball here?
Yeah, I think the old golden ball tingle, it could be, couldn't it? And like I said, they are right on the rate at the moment. So 57 at the halfway, you double that, 114, and that is exactly what the target is. So it's as simple as this. Who wins the second half? Who wins this next 5 overs? They win the spot in Championship Week.
Yeah, I reckon here, Germany is thinking we need 2 magical overs. We get 2 magical overs, it's done. Have you got batters that can do that for them?
Well, that's skied. All right, Garden wants it. He's going to go for it, and he's almost parried it off. Well, Garden has had a few issues under the high ball, and look at that. I mean, that is a genuine expression of surprise. But here's the thing. I think that Timur touches it before it hits the ground.
He does. He has a chance.
You can see because Hares is around as well. I mean, it was a slightly easier catch for Hares, but he doesn't have gloves. So Garden, he was just unsure, and then when he decided he had to go for it, he was just a couple of steps behind where he would have been.
Gets a hand to it here, look, watch. But it hits the wrist.
Wasn't a tough one really for Timur, and now the next ball is going to disappear. So sliding doors there, but this one is going to be a roofer. Maximo as Rohit hits one for the first time. There's a few nervous glances happening at the moment from both teams.
Yeah, Abdul Zakur, well, have a look at him. And his emotions are all over his face. But yeah, look, he sort of fetches this, doesn't he, from outside the off, but he gets it in the middle. It goes all the way. So after a drop catch, they get a boundary. It always seems to be the way, doesn't it? Sajjad, he's had a few issues with his line sometimes with the ball. But can he be the hero when it matters?
Well, he gets this wrong, I think. Is it enough? Oh, it is enough. Oh, he gets more of that than I thought, Rohit. And yeah, well, right now, tell you what, I haven't seen anyone blinking over there for a while. As Rohit gets that one enough to get it over the fence. Sajjad goes for another Maximo.
Yeah, no, this one doesn't hit the middle, you know. It's high up the bat. You can hear that from the sound, but he gets enough.
Widest size I've seen in a while. Oh, this one beats everyone for pace, including Garden. But at least he gets a finger on it. Now with no keeper back at the stumps, they're going to take on the 2. I think it was smart to go at the stumps. And so everyone will count Garden. He's a very good keeper, we know that, but he's had a tough couple of minutes here, hasn't he? That one ate him up as well, 2 more to the score.
Yeah, I'll take this one. Let's have a look at this, watch it again. Says that short delivery, and certainly one for the over, we know that one. And he wasn't able to take it cleanly. Take a couple, good shot at the stumps there from Hares.
Ooh, yeah, and he was right to throw at the stumps. Anyway, Rohit this time, there is no doubt about it. Maximo! And after a bit of a shaky start from the German skipper, he started to get out the way, hasn't he? He started to get away. And Sajjad once again kind of rocks in. He's not really a Yorker bowler, Sajjad. And Rohit picks him up and puts him out of the ground again.
Well, I said they needed a magical over, a couple of magical overs, and they're in this match, and the match is done. That is one of them. And that brings us to, is that the end of the over?
Yeah, 79 for
79 for 2. And that over there, by my calculations, goes for 22.
Yeah, spot on, Rico, you're right. That catch, it was funny. I mean, normally, I think the keeper goes not really worrying about it, but he had kind of traffic in Hares kind of on the way to the ball, and I often say if the keeper can reach it comfortably, people say if the keeper can reach it, I kind of add comfortably because, you know, if you have to run 40 metres and dive full length to take it, then maybe if there's a guy camped under it, then he goes for it. So it's kind of on the border. There's also the third coming in Timor, so a few complications for Garden.
Big over this.
Yeah, well, they brought back Hogarth, and you feel like this is kind of last roll of the dice time. You've got to get rid of these 2.
Yeah.
Germany, 8 wickets in hand, plenty of batting to come. Here's Hoagie to try and save the day. First ball's hit, and it's hit to McBride. He does really well to make the stop on a bit of a short hop. So just a single. Hey, why don't we do a lurker call out just quickly? Who's watching the final? I know people are lurking all around the world. If you want to get in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, then why don't you jump in? Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know you're enjoying the final. This one's edged and down into Garden. So we're just going to do it really quickly. So come at us, ready? If you're watching, we want to hear from you. So yeah, the lurkers, we'd love to Love to hear you.
Plays it away. They'll take the single. They keep it ticking.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tense moment, tense set of moments here. That one's pushed through, and Freedy drives down the ground for one. Here's the difference, chasing kind of, I suppose, 9 and over versus 12 or 13 or 14 and over. You feel with 9 and over, you hit one Maximo, and you're going to find the other run somewhere in the over. Last chance saloon here, I think, for Scotland. Yeah, clever batting, because he kind of shaped like he was going to move, but he was fake. And see Tyrone saying, yeah, I know, he looked like he was going to move, but he didn't. If anything, he moved forward.
Yeah.
Didn't really move.
He didn't go to the side.
Yeah,
that's a great umpiring from Tyrone, under pressure, of course. Oh, that was there, wasn't it?
Well, Garden gets enough of it to stop it going for a run. All right, this is an interesting one here for Hogarth.
Are you surprised that they're really taking Hogarth on and not thinking, you know what, let's see him through, because he's the man that can do the damage?
That was my question. I don't think you need to be crazy here. Rohit's not crazy. We'll watch another wide go past. So, yeah, maybe they're hoping for a charge, but I mean, a lot of these batters, though, they don't necessarily charge. They look just going to play from the crease, play any length. They're comfortable. They can get under it and judge it. Oh, he throws the hands at this, and this is going to be 6. That hurts Scotland a lot because they can't get out of the over. Maximal Rohit Singh. Well, he's the kind of guy, when Germany have been down in this tournament in previous editions, he stepped up, and I love that he's leading his side here. And surely now he's leading him to championship week. End of the over, 90 for 2 after 7.
रोहित ने बल्ट के चपेट मारी, छक्का लग गया. बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग कैप्टन तो 35 for 15, and that one was absolutely walloped away.
Yeah, don't forget, coming Monday, like I said, they're all lip lickers here with 5 matches. Group F winner, which is the winner of this game, will play Ireland. So not an easy one first up. That'll be Monday Night Cricket live from the Costa del Sol. Join us. 5 more days of cricket. We'll have our European champion Spain jersey. I mean, that is also a fantastic game first up. I'll be here, Rico will be here. Corey will probably make the odd guest appearance, and Andrew Ryan is going to return.
Rhino is back.
We've sent, what do they say? Not kidnapping, but when you go and like kind of grab someone, put him in the back of a van.
We're just borrowing him.
Yeah, we're going to borrow him for another week, okay? That'll be great. All right, English, last roll of the dice time. Slow ball, hit, and that's hit into the night. In fact, well, the batting from Afridi has been from another planet today, and I think some of these balls, well, they might have travelled to another planet.
Well, this one is disappearing. Well, that Grizzly is going to be circling our planet for years to come, as Mini Boom Boom goes boom blasting, shaka lag gaya. And 17 of 17, a runner ball. English looking to get a breakthrough. They still have to believe, the Scots, if they can get a wicket here, a wicket or two, then they're back in this contest. A couple of wickets, a couple of dot balls, they're back in it. English under attack, 50 partnership between these two.
Well, even that won't be stopped. And run a ball, need to manufacture from dots, some dots from somewhere. Just can't see Germany falling over here. What a final. Looks like we're not going to get our golden ball, but well, if I say it won't happen, maybe it will. Can someone pull this out of the fire for the Scots? That's another 6 right off the bat. Well, Germany, they'll be dancing in the streets tonight as another one is lifted up and out of here. And once again, it's that man, Rohit Singh, Maximo.
Adios, baby. This one is out of here. Rohit Singh. आज साग दे नाल मक्कियां दी रोटियां खा के आया, चक के मारदा चक्के. What a hit, and Rohit is turning on the style, the captain. Remember when he came out there, the first hit could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. Now just opens the face and finds the gap. Well, We could be finishing early. Rohit, he's fired up.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, I like it. It's hot and spicy in the middle. A little bit of masala. Rohit and plays the shot, and then he just stands there like he's ready for action. Eyeball to eyeball. First of all, look at the shot. That is class.
And the thing with Rohit...
Watch this. Whoa, look at this. The action man has arrived.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. And final like this, he's probably copped a bit, especially after a bit of a shaky start. I mean, Scotland wouldn't be doing their job if they weren't kind of serving it up and trying to make him even more nervous. But he's answered the call, hasn't he? And Rohit has moved to 45, and with 6 required for victory, could he perhaps end up with a half century?
Well, one big hit will do it here now. There's a little bit of talk between the umpires. I think Rohit's going to square here, and English goes back to his mark. I get the feeling this might be a short delivery. What do you reckon?
Well,
or the slower one. What do you call the bluff?
Thinks he can bowl 90 miles an hour, but let's see. 6 to win. And now I reckon that's a bit of gamesmanship from English, who has a sense of theatre. I suppose that's one way to guarantee that the game won't be ended, is to not release the ball. English, no, I've got a feel for him actually. He's one guy I would have liked to have seen in Championship week, because he was banging him this week.
He'll be in our dream team.
He stepped up with the ball. 6 to win. And this is chopped onto...
Oh, it's a freebie going.
And they're not going to try for the run out here. So now, I suppose, Rohit Singh, if you can read the scoreboard, could just pad a 1 here. Maybe look to bring up a boundary to bring up the win. But, oh, what a performance this has been from Germany. They're going to go a perfect 6-0 here.
Like Spain did, like Jersey did, like Ireland did. Germany also going into Championship week undefeated. He'll take the single, of course he will. He'll take himself back on strike. He moves on to 46, 109 for 2 at the end of 8. One big win will seal it here for Germany.
Yeah, Scotland 11, they bring so much to the competition, and it's nice to see a couple of the guys that were here for the ECL in Jack Hogarth and Callum Garden in this side. To have players of the calibre of Ollie Hares out there, smashing balls out of the Cardamom Oval. It's nice to see someone like Naylor come good this morning, even though I know he couldn't replicate it again. But also some new faces here, like Lyle Robertson, for example, this spin. I think he was good. Obviously, we talked a lot about Mackenzie Jones, haven't we, as well? And, youngsters like Owen Gould, done some very, very good things as well. English, I mean, for me, he's been Scotland's MVP this week, and it's a shame we won't see him. Speaking of Robertson, here he is, and Rohit Singh has moved to 46. Could bring up his half century with a boundary. Wants it, and he's going to be gone. So it'll be a consolation wicket, and once again Rohit finds a way to get out in the 40s, but I don't think he'll mind at all, as he'll walk off knowing that his tournament is not over. It will be a wicket to start the ninth, 109 for 3.
You obviously don't believe in the impossible, Vinny. I mean, they ain't there yet. They still need 5 runs, 5 runs in 11 balls.
Well, Corey said something earlier. He said if that happens, he'll eat his jacket. Well, maybe I will too.
Corey would do that as well. Yeah. Oh, what a knock. Captain's innings from Rohit Singh. Shaba, and he's going to get a warm reception. But he knows in the back of his mind, as will the coach, Atik, will know it's not there yet. They're not celebrating until these runs are knocked off.
Yeah. Well, Rohit, he's going to get a very good response as he goes in. And anyway, Fayaz comes out. I saw Rohit just have a word to him, and it looked like he just said, bomb it. He pointed up saying, just smash one out of the ground. Anyway, maybe he's saying it bounced a bit more from Robertson. Anyway.
Okay, well, Scots.
Life support, okay, 5 off 11.
Would you put pressure on here? Would you just get people in? I mean, it's 5 runs. I know if they hit a boundary, if they hit a 6, it's done anyway. Well, he tries to bomb it.
All right. Following his captain's instructions.
Hey, it's another dot.
You swing at 10.
It's another dot.
You swing at 10, and I'm telling you, these Germans ain't missing 10 in a row.
Okay.
You keep on swinging. Got you this far. That's up, and it's game, and it's set, and it's match, and Germany will be represented in the Week of Champions this time around. They have been the form team And they have been class here, undefeated in Group F, and we have our 7th and final qualifiers for Championship Week, and it's Team Germany.
Oh, look at the celebrations. They're there, they're jumping up and down with joy. What a way to do it. Well, a lot of hugs there for the man that hits the big 6, Fayez Khan. But really, this has all been about a great team performance in the field. They were spectacular, weren't they? Adil Khan with his 3 wickets and Ghulam Ahmadi when they were really under the cosh at one point when they were 46 without loss. Scotland were in the power play. They came together strong. Then with the batting, they just had to believe in themselves, and they did. They played their shots. There were a good start there from Vasikar and Jamshid Khan, but when those wickets went, he needed somebody to stay stable there. Shahid Afridi, 18 of 8, but it was all about the captain, Rohit Singh. This guy has led this German team so well over the last few years. He's been a key cog in their side, and now all of the hard work that's done before has come together. Something like Walter Bear, he's been fantastic all the way through the group stages. Today though was not his night. He didn't bowl that well. He was hit all over the park, then he made some errors in the field, but you know what, that happens, and that's why it's not an individual game, it's a team game. When one player's performing badly, the others have to come together and pick him up, and that's what Germany have done here. Marvellous scenes here of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket, and Germany are the winners of Group F, and there they are. They have their golden ticket, and they will be here next week. And Scotland, well, they're a team that didn't start well. They didn't play the best cricket right at the beginning, but we knew they would get better, and they did get better. They performed brilliantly here today. Hogarth was absolutely exceptional. Mackenzie Jones, the youngster, played so well. In Michael English, what a few days that he's had, but unfortunately they will be getting back on the plane to Scotland, because it will be Germany that will be here next week.
Yeah, and well, it's the first time we've seen a team not in that first row, isn't it? Germany bucked the trend, and so, well, as they celebrate out there in the middle, it's scenes of pure ecstasy for Germany, a team that have underperformed consistently, I think, in this ECC. They've brought a team they think can go all the way, and who say they can't? They played some outstanding cricket here, and in the final, even under the blowtorch of pressure, chasing 114, they'd end up getting there with an over and a half to spare. Well, Karina says 2 thumbs up, and I tell you what, 2 thumbs up for me as well. You've got a feel for the Scots. They did come with a rush on finals day like we knew that they would, but they ultimately could never get past the Germans.
Yeah, so you have a look at this display of hitting from Germany. They were a team last year that were blown away by Italy in the group final, weren't they? They restricted Italy to 114, and they were 49 all out last year in the group stages. On 3 occasions, they made low scores when they just couldn't get their batting to go. They had to regroup. They had to find new players. They had to come back stronger. They came back stronger together, and they have won the group final. And who's to say that they can't go all the way and be crowned the kings of Europe? They'll be up there with 6 other teams battling out next week. But what a fantastic display that was. That was the catch there that gave Scotland hope. It was Holly Hayes once again that took the catch to remove Vasikar, who didn't pick that slower ball at all. Then this one, how big a moment is this when this catch goes down? That was a Freedy being dropped by Garden, and well, Ahmed almost take the one-handed catch, and Abdul Shakur, he couldn't believe what he was seeing with his eyes. Well, I tell you what, we couldn't believe this one. And if you thought that one was big, there was one that was hit earlier from Vasikar that just went. I think that ball is still travelling. Freddie hit one to the moon as well.
That was absolutely tattooed. I can't believe how hard that was hit. But I mean, these two, you might as well call them the finishers. I mean, you could write a book about them, really. Germany never really ran out of batting in this entire series. I mean, obviously it won't be easy for them in Championship Week against 6 other champion teams, but these balls were just disappearing to the night after a bit of a shaky start. Rohit, he was turning the lights on.
Yeah, I mean, he just got that one just about right. Wasn't quite out the middle, but he had the power. Then this, how about look at this? Oh yeah, he says, I'm the man. I'm here to stay. I'm here to take my team to Championship Week. Well, he wasn't there to stay to the end, but he basically had done the job. Then there was a couple of dot balls to come, and then this man hit, well, you know it, another huge 6. That was it. And with that one going and disappearing into the night sky here in Khartoum, there were scenes of joy in the middle from Germany. They have booked their place into Championship Week. They will stay. Scotland will go.
Yeah, and so, well, I've got to say, credit to the umpires. They had a good game as well, and not just good game, but a good group, I think. And I think ultimately it's the German flag that'll fly here. They worked very hard, I'm sure, to get to this point. I mean, probably boosted by the fact that they did have 4 weeks of ECS cricket in the lead up, pretty close to the ECC start, and of course those couple of ECI series that they got in Dresden and Krefeld. But how about that? 3 of a kind 18s for Vasikar and Jamshed Khan and Shahid Afridi. But Rohit Singh, for me, it's got to be the captain of your all-star team here in Group F. He's 48, quite incredible, and 46 I think it was in the end, but he won't mind at all. 2 for 30 English. I mean, he toured hard. I think he certainly didn't do himself any injustices this week. 1 wicket for Robertson. Jones I think was good as well. Didn't take a wicket, but he bowled to his plan. 1 for 20 in the end. So it is Germany, and pretty sure there were a couple of games that they won in 8.3. The final is one of them. So, well, Rico, finally we have completed the puzzle here, and it's taken 3 weeks to get here, but it has turned around very quickly. 6 groups. I mean, already we have had 84 matches. That was my internal computer. But in a way, the best is yet to come, because all of these champion teams, they will now get to meet each other, and the structure is very simple. The 7 teams will play each other once. There'll be 21 matches over the next 4 days of play: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Finals Friday, acts the same way, but 3 teams will miss out. So, I mean, it's going to be action aplenty coming up.
When you look back and see what we've seen in all of those groups, the teams, the way they play, some of the contests, some of the players, some of the performances, and when all of the top teams are going to combine now next week, we're going to see something quite amazing. We really are. I honestly do believe that what we're going to see next week is going to be the biggest showpiece of cricket that the world has ever seen. Yeah. Honestly, I do.
I think you're right. I mean, I think that, you know, 3rd ECC now, 3rd Euros of cricket, and, you know, some of these guys that don't play a lot of format, but they have played here, or even the new guys have come in, they've been selected for a reason. I look at the Irish team and what they're bringing to the table. Kind of got 3 kind of British and Irish teams, if you like, if you include Jersey in that, with Jersey, the England 11 and the Irish 11. And then you've got 3 kind of our continental teams, not including the Netherlands, who are defending champions, but the 3 qualifiers from Spain, Italy and Germany as well. So to see some of these clashes, a bit like tonight, it'll be super interesting. So just quickly, we'll show you the fixtures for Monday, and this should be amazing. Spain and Jersey going head-to-head in match 1, and then we've got Netherlands 11 for their first match of the tournament, to see how they hit the ground running. Last time we saw them, they were a little bit off the pace, but I think their squad is reasonably strong, even with a couple missing at the World Cup. And then obviously Jersey, England, I think in match 4, that'll be a good one as well. Germany will play for the first time against the Irish on Monday night in the night game. So we are going to have to get out of here. Stay tuned on social media for the recap of week 3, which we're about to shoot right now down on the field after the final ball, thanks to Victoria Saveza. I also want to say a big thank you to Corey, who was with me earlier in the day, for his work. I know that he's going to leave us for a little while to coach Spain, but he'll probably make the odd appearance in the commentary box during week 4, as well. To all the Blue Crew, Spring Productions, all the spectators that came in, all the helpers around the ground. To you, Rico, you've been outstanding again. Don't leave me hanging here. Well, Germany, they did it in the end. I know you spent 4 weeks there. I spent a fair bit of time there as well. And the Scottish team, in the end, they ran late, but they couldn't quite go with them. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, I hope you have a happy, a safe evening. I think I hear the distant sounds of the end of day music, and that means here's time for the best bits of finals day here in Group F. And we'll see you Monday after a rare day off, last day off in a while, for Championship Week right here in the Euros of Cricket in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. For now, it's hasta luego.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta lunes.